Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had a Volcanic Fire Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Fire. Ever since he was young, Midoriya Izuku had been fascinated by it. How could it not when it had so many positives? Fire helped to keep people warm both when they were at home or camping out in the woods. It heated water so that people could wash things or clean themselves, as he always enjoyed a warm bath even in the summer. People could use fire to make the best stuff like his mother's katsudon or hot chocolate. Fire can even light up dark places and make them less scary to be in, letting you see that the monster you think is there was never there to begin with. It was used in medicine. When you had to clean something, you typically sterilized it with hot water, if not place it in a fire to ensure all the germs were gone. Fire was even used when making stuff. Where most saw fire as merely destruction, like when a villain attacks, fire is also creation, as without it, they wouldn't be able to make so many tools and cool stuff. Fire allows one to take what could be useless-looking pebbles and rocks and smelt them into the finest iron, steel, or gold for tools, construction, or precious jewelry. Blacksmiths figured out a long time ago that treating stuff like iron and steel with fire could increase its durability and overall usefulness. It's how people came to use fire in metaphors about proving yourself, or improvement, as you needed a little heat to get better. You need to be able to face the flames to ever make anything of yourself in life. This was something he knew well, a lesson he never needed to learn because he felt so obvious to him. But it seemed he was the only one who thought that. What was so weird about being willing to burn alive to improve? "I'm off for school, Mom." Placing his shoes on, he turned to his mother, a plump woman of a smaller build than him, as the boy had marked the point of growing taller than her when he was. Despite the fact she didn't have the same youthful appearance she had when he was younger, he still thought she was the most appealing woman he knew. Inko nodded at him, giving him a tired smile as he put her coffee down. "Have a safe day, Izuku. Remember the rules." Even as a teenager, he wouldn't understand why he had them, but one look at his mother's bandaged arms was enough to remind him that he needed to be kept in check. "I will keep away from sources of ignition, and if I see a fire, go the other way." He was barred from being close to any fire. He wouldn't even be in the living room when his mother cooked, as the stove was a gas burner. When she was busy, he thought it would make cooking for himself a challenge, but he had learned many types of meals that didn't need him to touch the stove or the kettle. Squeezing his hands into hers, even if the feeling was a bit numb, she pulled her son into a hug, smiling at how tall he was, as she could fondly remember when she would carry him to her chest. Now she couldn't even look him in the eye without looking up. "Remember your Izuku. I love you." "Love you too," Izuku replied, returning the gesture before he was out the door, rushing to make it to class on time. The warm May weather greeted him as he rushed out of the apartment before heading to the sidewalk. Smiling at how warm the sun's ray felt on his skin, he hummed along to a song only he knew as he made his way to school. He wasn't in a rush, as he always left a bit early just in case something came up. That precaution paid off as he heard something happening not too far from him, which only made him smile even more as he turned to head in that direction. He knew only one thing that could be the cause of it, and lo and behold, when he turned the corner to Tatwan Station, he saw it. A villain. He wasn't the first one there, but a crowd had already formed, with the police keeping things in order as the villain raged on. Midoriya was ecstatic upon seeing him, being able to make his face and details even from a distance, as the villain had a gigantification-style quirk that made him as tall as the surrounding buildings, which wasn't the rarest type of quirk but was still pretty uncommon. But he knew that they could be used to devastating effect and worked great in the hands of heroes like the third-ranked hero from the United States, Godzilla. His fanboying was interrupted by how the villain knocked over a part of the overhead railing from the station, sending a section of steel falling into some of the ground. People screamed, but another rushed forward and, seemingly like a madman, stood right under it with his hands held up high to catch it. A feat that he managed without fail, as his bulky arms didn't buckle under the weight of what must have been 2 tons of steel. It's the punching hero, Death Arms. He carries out justice through his great physical strength. Someone in the crowd cried out, with others being amazed as Midoriya's eyes sparkled at the sight of the man. He might have been a local hero that he had seen around the place, even having the chance to ask for his autograph the other week, but it was still amazing to see him in person. Towards the front of the crowd, lines of water shot out and formed into a barricade of sorts, even keeping the police at the back. The source of this was a man in a costume very much inspired by conventional firefighter gear. "Everyone, please remain behind the line, this area is dangerous." The pro instructed them, his voice as calm and fluid as the water he controlled. "Even the rescue specialist, Backdraft, is here too." Amazing. Hearing that he was there too really made Midoriya eager to speak with him, as he rarely got the chance to, as the pro was often called to incidents involving fire, and Midoriya knew that he wasn't allowed to be anywhere near the stuff because it's sparked by his bad impulses, but maybe if he was lucky, he could speak with him after this and still make it to school on time. But man, being able to turn into a giant monster seems like a great quirk. He turned his attention to the two men in front of him, even as he pulled out his notebook and recorded what he was seeing. "I know, right? But what did he even do?" the other asked, with Midoriya eager to hear the answer, but from the look on the first guy's face, it probably wasn't going to be interesting. He got caught trying to steal a lady's purse, and when cornered, he flipped out. Midoriya frowned a little, insulted that someone with such an amazing quirk, so different and heroic compared to his own, would use it for something so petty. He started to push forward, eager to get to the front and get a better view of the action, hearing the tail end of the conversation he had been eavesdropping on as he went. A quirk like that and his a purse snatcher, that's underwhelming. There were other people he could hear, some commenting on the villain, on the heroes, with one guy calling his work to explain why he was late, but in this day and age, villain attacks were a dime a dozen, so he didn't think his boss would give him much flack, as his mother had been late for work a few times thanks to stuff like this. Before he could reach the front of the crowd, a shadow passed overhead, which some saw, including a group of older girls who screamed for joy. "You can do it, Kamu." Hearing that name made him smile even more as he pushed through to the front, getting an up-close look at the rising star among heroes. The newly arrived Kamu Woods used his quirk to swing around the villain, avoiding his attempts to strike him and keeping silent and professional. A young and talented rising star, his quirk is so amazing, using wood like that. Midoriya continued to fanboy, with a man standing next to him only huffing and crossing his arms, amused with the kid's antics. Midoriya was extremely invested in the hero at work, not just his speed and reflexes, which allowed him to all but dance around the villain, but also his quirk, as he never thought would could be applied like that. He wondered if the pro tested his power against fire. Now that he thought about it, if he allowed himself to get a little burned, would already burned pretty easily, making it a great fuel for the flames. But maybe he was a type of wood that was resistant, maybe he trained himself to lessen that inherent weakness. How would he have done that? Maybe he burned himself over and over again to increase his durability. If that was true, then he hoped he didn't start. He could even help dash. No. Bad thoughts. Smacking himself to the confusion of the man next to him, he went back to making notes, trying not to think about fire or burning Kamu. That was bad, he knew that well, so he shouldn't think it. Lucky for him, Kamu Woods offered up a distraction from his pyrocentric thoughts. Illegal use of your quirk during rush hour, destruction of state property, attempted robbery and assault resulting in bodily harm. Landing on the roof of the terminal, the pro listed off the numerous crimes that the villain had committed in the last 10 minutes alone. Having made his judgment, he brought up his wood covered up, and from it, root-like growth started to form, as he prepared his final move to end this fight. "You are the incarnation of evil. Here it comes." Midoriya cheered. He had seen him use it before, but only on TV. He wouldn't wait to witness it in person. "Show us something flashy, Tree Man." The man next to him also cheered out. Preemptive, having seen him use it many times, Midoriya was able to match his wording in his eagerness. Binding lacquered chain prison. Kamu Wood's arm exploded into a swarm of branches, all of them heading towards the villain, who raised his arms to defend himself. Canyon Cannon. Then out of nowhere, another hero appeared, a blonde-haired woman of equal if not taller size to the villain. She rushed in and delivered a giant drop kick to the villain, sending him flying right off the subway line and onto a mercifully empty street with a massive thud. What? Her sudden appearance caught everyone off guard, from the civilians, Midoriya, the police, and even the pros as 𝐭𝐚𝐲 was left standing on the terminal roof, his super move halfway complete, but no target anymore. The shock of her arrival didn't last long as to his embarrassed confusion, dozens of guys in the group whipped out cameras and started taking pictures of the heroine, more accurately, a butt. Having landed in a crouch, the woman slowly got up to face them. "Today is the day of my debut," she started, but Midoriya noticed that she didn't turn her body to the cameras, just her head, and kept her backside very much in view. "My name is Mount Lady. A pleasure to make your butt acquaintance." Oh, so she wanted them to take pictures of her butt. The thought of being so blasé about it, like the men that just felt emboldened by her wordplay, made him red in the face. He looked away from the whole fan service thing happening, but instead saw something even worse. A businessman, maybe in his late 30s and looking thoroughly bored with the entire situation, was smoking a cigarette. Seeing the smoke rise from the cancer stick, his eyes focused on the small light, on the fire that burned through it even though he didn't want to, maybe, he didn't know, but he knew he wasn't supposed to. His misgivings aside, he got a little sweaty as he was hyper-focused on that, his breathing increasing, not even noticing how things had calmed down now that the villain was defeated. His breathing increased as he felt the urge to embrace that fire, make it stronger and larger, and use it in all manner of ways. Helping people by burning dash. "Hey, kid, you alright?" He was knocked out of his obsessive focus by the man, who shook his shoulder to get his attention. Back in reality, he reached for the back of his hand and pinched himself as hard as he could, punishing himself for that idiotic slip-up. Was that all it took? Years of his mother's instructions, and all it took was a simple cigarette to nearly make him act out again. She taught him better than that. He had to resist those urges. Not embrace them like a villain. Fine. I'm fine," he squeaked out to the man, his face still red as he tried to cool himself down, even if his normal body temperature was naturally higher than what would be considered normal. "Okay." The man didn't seem to believe him, but there was some mercy for him as he didn't push things further with what Midoriya knew was suspicious behavior. He was just glad that he didn't see what he was focused on. Not wanting to waste time, he packed his notebook away, turned and ran off towards school. He'll try to get Backdraft's autograph later, away from fire. Away from his urges. Since you're all third years, it's about time you all think seriously about your futures. As the teacher spoke, the class paid ample attention. Well, most were, as Midoriya was busy drawing in his notebook. Having finished what he could about the heroes, he had taken to adding to the dozens of drawings of fire he had created. The other person who wasn't paying too much attention was a dirty blonde kid whose feet were kicked up on the desk while he leaned back, but no one said anything about this. The teacher grabbed one of the many forms from the stack he had on his desk. "I'll be handing out these forms where you'll fill in what you want to be when you grow up, and which high schools you'll be applying to, but dash." As he paused, some of the students flashed their quirks. "You all want to be heroes, don't you?" Just like that, his gruff tone shifted to a more jovial one as he tossed the form into the air like it didn't matter. At his question, the entire class erupted in cheers as almost everyone activated their quirks, which came in all sorts of powers. From the girl who could levitate small objects, to a student who could bulk up, the kid with the extra-large ears, and a girl who could turn her hand into fire. Midoriya avoided looking at her the most. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But remember, you can't use them on school grounds, there are rules. The teacher didn't seem all that into actually enforcing that rule, allowing them to goof off till the kid with his feet up spoke. "Sensei, don't lump us together into the same group like you're equal." His voice carried a certainty and arrogance that Midoriya sometimes hated and sometimes envied. "Unlike the rest of these losers, I'm not going to end up stuck at some bottom-of-the-barrel school." He looked up at the teacher with a smirk on his face, confident that he was the best DMN student there, which didn't sit well with the others, but Bakugo Katsuki had never been one to care for the opinions or feelings of others, for both good but mainly bad. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Yeah, where the hell do you get off saying stuff like that? You extras should just accept your role in life. Despite that pushback, Bakugo was unrepentant as he continued to hold himself far above them. Their teacher, who Midoriya realized was just the rest, didn't so much admonish his old friend for his behavior as he just fueled his ego by mentioning something. Oh, if I remember correctly, you wish to apply to 𝐻𝐢𝐫 𝐒𝐿. Hearing that threw a bucket of water on the rage that the class felt towards the dirty blonde boy. How could it not, as you wasn't just some hero school? It was regarded as the best of the best, with only Shiketsu being able to call itself its rival in all things. To attend such a school, even in its general studies course, was a surefire way to set yourself up for success in life. The National School. They've been in the top 5% of schools for the last 20 years. It's a miracle just to get in. They have super strict entry requirements. Hearing all this talk about how great you was and how much of an impossibility it would be to get into the place only made Bakugo's ego larger. And that is why you're all destined to be extras till the day you're old and grey. Uncrossing his feet, he jumped onto his desk, standing tall over the room with a smirk across his face. I aced the mock test, as expected of the future number one. I'm the only one from this place who even has the chance to get into you. And I'm going to surpass All Might and become the next top hero. My name will go down at the top of the highest earners. He proclaimed his goal to them all, the room falling silent as despite his terrible attitude and penchant for not even using their names, none could ignore his potential. Not only was he the top student grade and PE-wise, but his quirk was made for hero work. Oh, Midoriya wished to go to you as well, strange. Bursting that bubble, the teacher made another stunning face as he stretched his head before looking Midoriya's way in confusion. Midoriya, having wished to avoid attention, sunk deeper into his chair right as the laughter started up as people looked his way with amusement or disgust, and he didn't know which was worse. Hey, Midoriya. No way. He tried to ignore that. Like you have any chance at getting in. He tried to ignore that as well, even though he knew he trained when he could. Why would they even let a villain into their school? He wasn't a villain. He'll just try and burn the place down in like a week. No, he wouldn't. He wasn't even allowed near anything that make fire. Even if it was, he wouldn't do something so evil. Who wants a villain that burns small animals for fun? One girl sneered at him, one of the few who had been with him and Bakugo since kindergarten. Hearing her bring up that age-old point, he couldn't help himself as he scrambled to his feet to defend himself. I wasn't hurting them. I wasn't trying to help dash. Whatever he wished to say was interrupted by Bakugo slamming his hand down on his desk, setting off an explosion which heavily damaged the school's property and sent him scrying back in fear. He knew when Kaken was like this, there was no escaping it. Hey, Deku. Bakugo approached him, his hands smoking as he seemed close to jumping the boy and beating him senseless there and then. Teacher be damned. You even lower than the rest of the extras. Where does a villain like you get off thinking he can stand in the same ring as me? Trying to appease him, Midoriya backed up even further to the back of the class, waving his hands about. It's not like that, Kaken, I swear. I'm not trying to fight you, Achonist. He lowered them, his face looking at the floor as he couldn't face him, but he couldn't lie about what he wanted either. I just want to help people, that's all. Help. From you. Bakugo's question hurt as if he couldn't comprehend that he would want to be a hero who helped people. You must be dumber than you look if you think anyone would want your help from a DMN arsonist. Hours later, it was the end of the school day, proved to be incredibly stressful for the boy. But it was over, so he could return home, take a warm shower and do some of his breathing exercises to keep himself in check. He had to if he wanted to be a hero like his idol. With most of the class already done, Midoriya was still at his desk, a new one as Kaken trashed the last one, as he went through the news reports about the morning's incident. He wasn't able to see it all, but he was still smiling as he went through the articles, many including pictures of the incident from when it happened to when it was resolved, with the three heroes posing with the captured villain. Kamu would strangely absent from the shot. I can read up more at home, he said to himself as he picked up his notebook, but before he could place it into his bag, it was snatched out of his hands. Looking up, he gulped when he saw that the person who took his book was Bakugo, who looked at its cover before scowling at him as if the book offended him. We're not done, Deku, he told the shorter boy, holding the book out of his reach. Two of his cronies walked up to them, curious about what he was doing now. Katsuki, what's that? Bakugo didn't so much as turn to them and just showed them the notebook over the shoulder, with the two leaning in to read the title Midoriya had written on it. Ways Fire Can Help Heroes Volume 7. After reading it, the two laughed at the idea that he kept an entire book for that kind of stuff, which made Midoriya feel nothing but a deep embarrassment. Yes, he kept the book. What was the issue with that? Seriously? Man, it's like he's a broken record. The other shook his head, treating him like a slow child, but he wasn't. His grades were in the top 10 of the class. Give that back. Midoriya got up and reached for the book, but again, Bakugo held it out of reach. Looking at him, then at the book in his hands, his face remained passive as he hit the book with a small explosion, to the shock and horror of Midoriya. Why? Midoriya cried, seeing his latest work be reduced to a burnt mess. As if to add insult to injury, Bakugo then tossed it over his shoulder right out the window as Midoriya rushed past him as if he wished to go after it. Looking down from their class, he saw to his dismay that it had landed in the koi pond. No doubt entire pages of notes, theories, and illustrations were lost. Turning around, he found that he was still surrounded by the three, with Bakugo the closest to him, making him nervous in a way that led to his body temperature rising. Listen, Deku, because I'm only going to say this once. Most top-class heroes all have stories about their school days and how they were the diamonds in the rough. He started, taking a step towards him, which Midoriya reacted to by stepping back, till he was up against the windows and trying to keep himself in check. Either not noticing that Midoriya was heating up, or not caring, Bakugo continued. It makes them shine even brighter when they were the only ones from their school that made it, and I intend to shrine the brightest by being the only one from this dump to make it into you. I am a perfectionist after all, Bakugo bragged, though one of his followers looked to the side. He's petty, that's for sure. He, however, kept that thought to himself lest the aggressive blonde turn his ire to him. And nothing, and I mean nothing, Bakugo placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, feeling that his body was warmer than it should be, but disregarding that as he added to it by using a little of his quirk, his hand starting to smoke as it burned the shorter boy's jacket. We'll get in the way of that, last of all being some pyromaniac that's so fed in the head he thinks setting fires to SHT is a good thing. How you haven't ended up in jail with the rest of those loser villains is a mystery. Midoriya flinched at that. He was normal, wasn't he? But I shorten it since I know you're not smart, Deku. Bakugo leaned down, a smile as welcoming as a crux on his face, which filled Midoriya with nothing but fear and anxiety, things that just made him warmer. Don't apply to you after we finish our third year here. I don't want to see your shitty face ever again. Bakugo released his hold on him, leaving the boy's jacket and shirt's right shoulder burned all the way through, though he felt a bit of irritation at the fact the skin was unharmed. Sure, he wasn't trying to hurt the effer, but he would have liked to see more damage than that. Still, he had said his piece and turned to leave the boy in his misery. Hopefully, he'll realize his place is either as some nobody or a villain that he'll take down one day, proving that he was the better of the two. As they moved to leave, Midoriya remained silent as he tried to control himself, trying to remember the rules his mother set out for him. His silence was taken another way by his bullies who couldn't resist kicking him while he was down. Man, look at him, he can't even say something back. The other chuckled. Did you expect he would? Guy has no backbone and yet he wants to be a hero. He'll run away from villains more than we would. At the doorway into the class, Bakugo stopped, turning his head to look back at Midoriya. Hey, Deku. If you really want to be a hero that badly, there's a quirk fix to the villainous quirk you got going. What could he possibly offer him? Pray that you get something better in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof. Hearing this, Izuku felt his anger and shock rise. He knew that he and Kaken weren't close anymore, that he didn't care for him, but to suggest such a thing, and to say it so casually. It was evil. His rising emotions only added fuel to the fire as streams started leaking from his mouth and nostrils. He turned around, his emerald eyes nearly glowing. He stopped himself. He remembered the rules. He pinched the back of his hand so hard that it bled, but it did the trick as he cooled, leaving him feeling empty as Bakugo looked on. Seeing that he couldn't even say something to that, the boy dismissed him and left him alone. It took a while, but he finally managed to calm himself down to the point he wasn't a human kettle close to boiling. Leaving the class and approaching the koi pond, He muttered that he shouldn't let himself off the leash like that. Heroes don't do that, it'll upset Mom. He thought to himself when he envisioned what he wanted to do at that moment, shaking his head as he knew that was a bad impulse, just one of the many urges he couldn't let control him. At the pond, he could just watch as the fishes inside tried to eat his book, even though it was far too big to fit into their mouths. He didn't know why they bothered, it wasn't like they could bite off pieces of it. That's not food, you stupid fish. Picking up the book, he didn't care for the fish as they dispersed, as his focus on solely on his work. It didn't look too badly damaged. Bakugo's blast mainly just affected the cover, which he could always replace or cover up. But it was only when opening it that he saw the true damage. His pencil drawings looked alright, certainly messy but not too bad, but it was the ink that was the issue, as the trip into the water had left most of it runny, reducing his carefully written notes and theories into illegible nonsense that he could barely make heads or tails on, and that was only because he wrote it so he had a clue of what was supposed to be where. That wasn't even the worst bit, as entire pages were stuck together, and his trying to pull them apart just tore them, so he wouldn't even just dry it page by page with a fan and sunlight. Concluding that the entire thing couldn't be salvaged, he signed as he placed it down and took out his phone to take pictures of what he could save so he could transplant it into another book. At least there isn't anyone else around. He got to work, carefully flipping pages and taking the best pictures his phone could manage. As he did so, he wondered about how he could make this faster. He heated the book, it'll dry it off, and no, I can't. He said to himself as he continued, thinking of how things got so bad for him, how they got to this. No matter how much he thought about it, how many times it happened, it still stung to be sitting alone. It was a appealing day, with summer being the season. The group of 6-year-olds didn't need to go to school and could spend their days just playing, hanging out and having fun, with the park being the best place to be for a bunch of kids that lived in apartments. Midoriya had come with them, as he always did, but as it became the norm recently, they only let him join them so they could keep an eye on the villain. Even if he could never understand what made him a villain at all, he didn't do anything bad. The only thing he could think about would be the fact his quirk came in super late, as he only had it for a few months now. His 4th birthday came and went with nothing, but then his 5th came and his parent got concerned, so they took him to the doctor. He explained that he had a quirk, but he also had the extra joint in his pinky toe, which the doctor confirmed was possible, but extremely rare, as in 1 in 15,000 rare, with the confirmed cases of this occurring in Japan over the last 20 years being less than 4,000, so he was super rare. Regardless, he found himself sitting alone on a park bench, with only his limited edition All Might action figure to keep him company as the other kids played with a ball. He wanted to join them like he used to, but they never let him. With him distracted thinking of all the cool stuff All Might could do and how he could totally save the Prime Minister and fight an army of sharks at the same time, he heard one of the boys speaking up. "Hey, can someone get the ball? It landed next to the fire villain." He was jolted out of his fantasy by those words, those hurtful words. Looking to the side of the bench, he saw the offending ball in question. Despite him never wanting to hurt a fly, none of the other boys wanted anything to do with him as they backed away from him, even though he was nowhere close to them. "I don't want to, he'll burn me like he did the hamster." He ducked his head, trying to hide his tears and focus on the smiling All Might doll in his hands. "I'm surprised he hasn't burned the ball, he loves setting things on fire." That wasn't true. He didn't like setting things on fire for no reason, he only did it to help. That was what heroes did. "I heard that makes him a pyromaniac." He didn't know what that word meant, but he felt like it was making fun of him too. "I'm not a villain, I was trying to help Remy. He was sick," he muttered, thinking back to the old hamster that their class was taking care of. Everyone loved Remy, Izuku among them, but when it was his turn to take him home for the weekend, he noticed that he was really sick. The teacher had told them he was a little old and would need to see the vet now and then, but he was able to help them right there and there. He didn't know why his classmate screamed when she saw him do it, or why his teacher called his mother. He hadn't done anything wrong. "Are you guys that scared of Deku?" "Fine, I'll get the ball. Heroes don't fear villains after all." Bakugo Katsuki, his once best friend, spoke up. Hearing him refer to him like he was a bad person so casually was the tipping point as Midoriya started to cry openly, running from the park. "Look at him, Deku knows villains always run because they know they can't win. Even with the distance, he could still hear Bakugo mocking him and the others laughing. He wasn't a villain, he wasn't. He was a good boy, he did his homework, helped people, didn't use naughty words and wanted to be like All Might. He didn't know how long he ran. All he knew was that he was back home and hugging his mother as tight as he could, crying like a baby even though he tried to stop it. 4. Midoriya Inko. It had been a normal enough day. She woke up, found her son watching cartoons like she expected of a child out of class, made them breakfast and went out to do some shopping before returning home. She met up with some friends from work who insisted she change up her wardrobe, but she was fine with what she had. People called her a bit plain, but she didn't mind as she liked how she looked. She was in shape, happily married, and had a wonderful son and job, so didn't see the need to change what she looked like. She had her reservations about this, having heard that he was struggling to socialize with other kids ever since the hamster incident. Now she felt like she should have done more, as she had been cleaning a few things when the door burst open and Izuku came barreling in, crying his little heart out. Acting quickly, she wrapped the boy up in her bandaged arms and tried to soothe him, but all he could do was cry that he wasn't a villain over and over again. She knew he was a good boy, the best thing that could have happened to her, as he was a mix of all the best parts of her and her husband, and that he had a kind heart. It wasn't his fault that he got a villainous quirk. Stepping up to an underpass, he slapped his cheeks to get himself out of the funk. Calm down, Izuku. They've been saying that stuff for years. You made up your mind, right? He asked himself with more pump than he felt, but he had to, or else he'd fall deeper into that hole. You're gonna do it. Be just like All Might and help people with a smile and a laugh. Remembering his idol, he did his best impression of his laugh as he walked through the underpass, halfway through when he stopped, hearing something behind him. Turning around, his fear shot through the roof as all he could see was a mass of slime that seemed to bloat out the entire place. A villain. He couldn't see what his face was in the dark, especially thanks to his mutant body altering his body to such an extent, but he could still feel his eyes on him. A medium-sized invisibility cloak. You'll do. Midoriya didn't know what that meant, and he didn't want to stick around to find out, so he turned on his heel and tried to run. Keyword, tried. Before he could take 2 steps towards the exit, the villain crashed into like a jello-like wave. Seconds later he was trying to force him into him through his mouth and nose, suffocating him as he tried to fight back. Don't worry, I'm just gonna take your body for a little bit. Midoriya didn't hear him, too focused on his growing panic and dwindling oxygen supply. In his panic, his control over himself started to slip and his urges started to show themselves as his body rapidly heated up, approaching the boiling point of water in seconds, before going further than that. The villain could feel this. Steam started coming into contact with the portion of itself inside the boy's mouth and nose, and slowly, this is shock, he felt the buildup of steam starting to force him back. Even when he applied more force, he found that he was losing ground as the boy became hotter and harder to handle. Soon he felt his slime-like appendages also start to heat up from extended contact with the stuff. As the boy continued to heat up, it was like he was a steam engine or something. This heat continued to rise as the boy seemingly was burning up from the inside out, his eyes wide yet not seeing a thing, as the kid was seemingly trapped in a panic-induced self-preservation tactic. As the steam continued, as the boy started ripping at him, his movements doing more than before as his strength increased with the heat, allowing him to claw at him more. Strip away more of him even as he tried to add even more force and get this over with. To Midoriya, he could feel this. In some corner of his freaking out mind, he could understand this, and from there, a simple solution came. Hotter his body's temperature rose, faster than before, increasing his power as the steam was soon replaced by smoke, heated smoke that burned the villain more than the steam did as he grit his teeth through it, hoping that his efforts would mean he gets a new body, one proving itself to be incredibly useful. But alas, the heat was too much as it started leaking out his ears and eyes, with the villain hearing a sizzling sound which to his horror, he realized was the kid's eyes. They were burning up, catching fire, and he didn't even seem to notice. He found himself having to pull back as the heat was proving too much. His body was starting to bubble and cook, and even through his slime, he could feel the heat. As he pulled back from the child, letting him fall to his knees as he took mouthfuls of air and vomited out the remaining slime in equal measure, the manhole cover he had slid out from under shot out, catching his attention as he turned to see what that Not him, anyone but him. Midoriya wasn't in any state to notice the arrival, but he looked as well and felt his burnt eyes widen as they took in the sight of his idol, of the number one hero himself. All Might was here. He couldn't hear it, but he saw the villain try to attack him, only to fail as the number one dodged the strike and jumped towards them, his right first pulled back, the next part being too loud for him not to hear. Texas smash. With that one blow, All Might created so much wind pressure with just his fist that he sent the villain flying, splatting against the sides of the underpass. The villain was knocked out by the blow. That same blow doused the boy, cooling him more than an ice bath ever could. However, with the rapidly declining adrenaline, and the sight of his hero in the flesh saving him, it all proved too much for Midoriya, who soundly fell flat on his face, out like a light, the green flames that had once been present rescinding back to where they came. Strange, Midoriya just had the strangest dream. He dreamt of All Might a lot, but they never had him being attacked by a villain or breaking the rules in them. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't recall when he went to bed, and would whatever tapping his face stop. Wait. Tapping his face. Willing himself to see and hear through the haze, he managed to make out some words. Why? Hey, wake up, young man. Looking up, he saw a hulk of a man, bent over slapping his face repeatedly. Seeing that his eyes were open and had some light to them, the number one stopped. Thank goodness, I was getting a little worried. All Might? Midoriya asked, his mind still not fully functional as All Might stood back at his full height, towering over the boy. Chuckling, the man held his hand up to his face, his award-winning smile out in full. In the flesh, sorry about this. I'm normally better at keeping civilians out of harm's way, but I was so confused by the city's sewage system that I lost my way for a bit. He laughed at his joke. But I suppose that's bound to happen when you're in a new city. It was only then that Midoriya was able to fully process the fight that All Might was before him, and he promptly freaked out. All Might. Scrambling, he got onto his knees before the man. He looked up at him with awe, before looking at himself and trying to fix himself up, even though along with the burn through his jacket, he was a mess. All Might didn't question him on why he called him out twice and merely went the flow. In the flesh. And might I say that you did a great job with the villain. Using your quirk without a license is typically a no-no, but context is key, and I would say you were well within the gray zone. He gave the boy a thumbs up, which confused Midoriya as he looked back at the man with a perplexed look. My quirk. He didn't use his O. He did. He remembered the feeling, the lack of air, the panic, the fear. All of it came down on him like a pile of bricks. If he was standing, he would have fallen to his knees as he tried to understand what he did. No, I'm not supposed to use it, I broke the rules. He scratched at his head, a nervous sweat breaking out on his face as he didn't mean to use his power. He hurt someone with it too. All Might, seeing that the boy was freaking out, believed he was in trouble, which was strange as he just told him he was in the clear. So, he tried the other option, praise the quirk itself, as that always helped calm people down. Those flames that I saw before, and I have to say, they were mighty powerful. The villain was still warm to the touch when I captured him, behold. He held up the 2 soda bottles which he had with him. No soda was in them, but instead, it was the villain. The important bits that he could fit into the bottles anyway. Pinching himself, he did his best to calm down before he said something stupid in front of his idol. But then again, he had never thought that this day would come, that he would see All Might in the flesh. It wasn't a dream. All Might, he's really here, right in front of me, he mumbled as he looked at him, at how even outside one of his many hero costumes, he still struck an inspiring figure. His smile, that hair of his that had become part of his brand. He looks even cooler in person. He screamed in his head, the inner fanboy just barely held back by his logic from making itself the outer fanboy. Looking around, he suddenly realized that he had to get something to remember this, something to add to his All Might collection back home. A autograph. I have to get an autograph. I think my chemistry book has sparred as his hero notebook was a no-go. He had thrown that back at school. Wait, school. He should have a workbook that he could use, so he rushed over to his backpack and pulled out the first book he could, only to open it and discover he already signed it. Across 2 whole pages, the number 1 had left his mark in a way no one could miss. Apologies if you didn't want me that particular book. I looked through your stuff to find one that had space for it. But if you have an issue, I'll happily pay for you to get another. All Might spoke up, holding out 10,000 yen for him just to take, as if he could take money from the symbol of peace. Still on his knees, he bowed to the man repeatedly. No, it's fine. I'll cherish it forever. It would SCK to have to change to a new book, but if it meant ensuring that nothing happened to this like what had occurred to his hero notebook, he'll keep it in a safe buried in the woods if he had to. Okay. All Might gave him a thumbs up before he turned around, placing the 2 bottles in his breath's larger pockets for safekeeping. Well then, I have to get this guy to the police so that can book him. He turned around and started doing some leg stretches. One couldn't mess around with it came to pulled muscles, even the symbol of peace had to ensure he was ready before serious actions. I see you on the other side of the screen, young man. Hearing this knocked Midoriya right out of fan mode, as he looked at the back of the man. Already. He couldn't leave, this was too short. Pros have many things, but time is rarely one of them. All Might replied, finishing up his stretches as he bent low, preparing to make his exit. Hearing that, Midoriya knew that he didn't have time to ask what he wanted of him, to learn what he would say about him. But, I have so many questions I want to ask, about my dreams, about you, about my quirk. He knew, looking at the man's back, that if he let it, this would be the last time that the two met in person. Now, All Might started, and Midoriya did something stupid. I'm counting on your continued support. With that last word, the number 1 was off, having jumped so fast and high he might as well be flying. All Might had done this move many times in the past, and could practically leap over tall buildings in a single bond in his sleep. Which was why he was able to tell something was off with his balance. Wait, why does my leg feel like it weighs more? Looking towards his left leg, he saw to his shock the young man he had just saved, clinging to him like a baby monkey would its parent. Hey. Okay, this was strange and he didn't have the time for this. I appreciate a passionate fan, but this is too much. Let go. He tried to unlatch the kid from him, but his grip remained tight on his breaths, so much so he risked tearing. If I let go now, I'll die. The lad managed to say even as his mouth flapped around in the air. Hearing this, All Might stopped, remembering that not everyone can handle falling from such heights with nothing more than a laugh. You're right, alright then, hang on tight. The boy did as he was told, burying his face into his leg as the man turned to look for someone he could land. He could just carry on to the local police station, but he could feel his limit coming. He wouldn't be able to do that and still maintain his form. Now I need to find somewhere to drop this kid off before heading to the Polish. His thoughts were halted when he coughed up a little BLD, wiping it away. He knew he had maybe 60 seconds left for the day. SHT. He muttered before he managed to find somewhere to land, a smallish building, no taller than maybe 6 floors, but it'll do for what he needed. Coming as softly as he could, he still landed with a notable thump. Back on solid ground, Midoriya slowly unlatched from All Might's leg, falling to his hands and knees as he looked like he was about to throw up and pass out at the same time. I thought I was gonna die. Why did I think that a good idea? He asked him aloud, and his answer was that he wasn't thinking. He had seen All Might about to leave, and just acted. All Might signed, his limit less than 20 seconds away as he turned to leave quickly. Geez, you shouldn't just grab onto people like that. You could have lost your grip and fallen and seriously hurt yourself, if not worse. He scolded the lad for his recklessness before he gestured towards the door. The reason he picked this building as it meant there was a way down to street level. He didn't wish to repeat the mistakes of his youth where he left people he saved on roofs with no way off. Anyway, if you knock on the door, I'm sure that the people inside will let you down from here, but I must be off. He walked towards the edge of the building, hearing this being enough for Izuku to collect himself enough to reach out to him. WW8, All Might, I want to ask you a question. He yelled at the man's retreating form. Sorry kid, no time. But dash. He reached out again but stopped himself as he looked at his hands, untouched by scars or marks, practically flawless. But the same couldn't be said for his mother's, always wrapped up, because of him, because he couldn't control his urges and burned them. He needed to know the answer to his question before it burned him up from the inside out. Can someone become like you even if they have a villainous quirk? He asked the man, putting as much force into it as he could. Hearing the question, All Might paused, if only for a second. What dash? Unfortunately for him, that was a second too long as he felt his form relaxing as the pain made itself known. Despite his best efforts, he could feel it slipping away as steam started to flow off him. Now. He muttered to himself, trying to win the losing battle as the steam grew in volume. Midoriya didn't notice this, as he was looking at the floor, trying to maintain his composure as he continued to explain himself. I've wanted to help people ever since I was a kid when I saw you saving so many with a big smile. To me, it was the coolest thing in the world. He smiled, thinking of those days when he would watch that clip over and over, never getting bored of it despite being able to recall it perfectly. Oblivious to the growing steam cloud masking All Might from view, he continued. But the thing is, I got a quirk. People don't think it's really heroic, but I know it is. People tell me that my longing to burn things is a villain's mindset, but I believe that my quirk can help people, that my flames can heal people just like I've done with small animals that I've found that were hurt or sick, but I wanted to ask you. Looking up, he found that his statement felt less important as the person he was talking to wasn't All Might, at least, they didn't look like All Might. Where the symbol once stood, now stood a toothpick of a man with raggy blonde hair, a bony face and eyes so far back in his skull that he could barely see them. Seeing this stranger, he did what he could. And he screamed in terror. It took him a while to collect himself, trying to figure out just what had happened. Why All Might had gotten so small, why did he look like death could take him at any moment, why did he give up steam like that? Why you deflated? He stumbled out, pointing at him as he pulled at his hair, no reason for this coming to mind. But how? All Might was right here, so you're All Might, you unless you're a fake. Was he saved by an imposter? Maybe, people cosplayed pros all the time, he did it more than a few times, but no, it was too good a job. The fake got everything right, from the voice, the face, the smile, the hair, even the unbelievable strength. No one could just copy that. Right. All Might, in his weakened form, saw the boy's head getting ready to explode from the shock and confusion and decided to clear up the air, or more accurately, he had to. I am All Might dash. His statement was cut off by his mouth leaking BLD like a leaky faucet, which only made Midoriya freak out even more. Are you okay? Okay, now was this imposter sick as well? What the heck was going on? Maybe he was still out, or that villain did take his body and this was just a fever dream of a dying brain. Wiping away the BLD from his mouth with the back of his hand, All Might tried to give a simple explanation. You know those guys at the pool that SCK in their guts and puff their chest to look more in shape than they are? Midoriya, pale-faced, nodded as he followed. It's like that. How does that even work? That didn't make sense at all. All Might didn't even have a gut to SCK in. Was that what the steam was, as he was like a balloon or something? All of this was too much as Midoriya felt weak in the knees. It can't be. All Might is fearless, he's always smiling. Hearing this, All Might looked at his hands with a distant look in his eye. Fearless and always smiling, he repeated before he sighed, taking a seat on the floor with his back to the railing of the building. Now that you've seen me like this, young man, I ask that you don't tell anyone about it, or mention it online. He instructed the boy first and foremost. Midoriya wondered what more he could see as the man lifted his shirt, exposing his torso, which made Midoriya's pale face go white as he felt sick to his stomach. The left side of his body was an ugly mess of pink, red and purple flesh and scar tissue. It looked as if he had been struck by an industrial drill, electrocuted and given third-degree burns at once. All Might didn't react to the boy's horrified face. He had expected this after he saw his MSTR and old partner's reactions to it. It happened 5 years ago, during a battle with a villain. I lost my left lung and stomach. This emaciated form is the result of the repeated surgeries needed to save my life and the aftereffects of the injuries themselves. He explained, keeping it short, as while the boy deserved an explanation after seeing him like this, he didn't need the entire thing. Because of that, I can only maintain my All Might for around 3 hours a day. he finished, his eyes grime as he revealed that detail, something that if got out, would lead to criminals no doubt acting up as they'll just wait for him to use up his time, or all commit crimes throughout the day, with the assumption that he'll tire out before he can get to all of them. 3 hours? No way. But, when he thought about it, it did line up. All Might had been seen doing her work less these days, but he and everyone else just thought he was getting old and slowing down before he eventually retired. He couldn't fathom that it was due to an injury that should have killed him. 5 years ago, was it when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? All Might let out an amused laugh. Good guess, but no, that punk couldn't scratch me. The amusement left him as he recalled who did the deed, recalled those demmed evil eyes that seemed to see people as nothing but tools to use, discard or break as he saw fit. The fight and villain that did it was never reported. I asked them to not report it. He could see the question on the boy's face, so he answered it before he could ask it. All Might saves people with a smile after all, he can't be daunted by evil. He replied, his gaze turning to the city around them, spotting some people at street level just going about their day, without a care in the world. That was what he wanted for them, for everyone. That wouldn't be possible if people were scared, or villains thought they could just rampage. I smiled to show the pressure of heroes, and to hide the fear in my heart. Hearing All Might, the symbol of peace, speak in such a manner was eye-opening. He had always seemed greater, seemingly above humanity with how strong he was. No threat, no disaster or villain could topple him, make him lose that smile that always brought a sense of relief and calm wherever he went. But he was human. Looking at the wound again as All Might dropped his shirt, he wondered if maybe he could help him. His flames, they could, he knew that they could. And how many people could say they helped All Might? The shock, the horror, the disgust, the fear. All the feelings people felt towards him, expressed towards him when they heard what he could do, so what he did came roaring into his heart, shutting down any attempt to move towards the number one as he shamefully lowered his hand and held his peace. What was he thinking? Burning All Might. That was a villain's dream. As for your question about your quirk, Midoriya braced for disappointment, but All Might surprised him. I don't subscribe to the idea that a quirk can be inherently good or bad, heroic or villainous. It had and always will depend on how you use it. Stunned, he looked up at him and saw, despite his eyes being deep pools of black, those tiny points of blue still shined much like they would in his hero form. Your quirk had something to do with fire, right? Midoriya could do nothing but nod as the man hummed in response. Well, by that metric, Endeavor should be a villain as he has his quirk, Hellflame, right? Yet he's the number 2 hero, he's even solved more cases than me at this point. He laughed there, as despite his best efforts, he could never get the man to like him. But he could respect his drive to succeed and how many people he's saved doing it. Midoriya's composure started to break. He had expected worse, he had always gotten worse, but All Might believed in him, and the man wasn't done as he could tell this kid had issues revolving around his quirk and he wouldn't let that stand. Gang Orca keeps getting in the top 5 pros that look like they should be villains, but I can tell you right now, he's an honorable man and between the two of us, he's a sucker for kids. He pretended to whisper at him, with Midoriya laughing even as the tears started to fall from the feeling of joy in his chest. And then, he went in for the kill, standing up, and despite the fact he was much smaller than normal, he still struck a heroic stance which awed the boy as he approached him and placed a fatherly hand on his shoulder. Young man, if you're willing to put in the work, then yes, you can be a hero. Hearing those words that he sought for so long, that he wanted to hear someone tell him, was too much as he broke out in tears, smiling as his heart felt lighter than it had been in years. Thank you, thank you. All Might just rubbed his back, letting him have his moment. Despite the fact he had used up his time for the day, it was moments like this, helping people, that reminded him of why he did this, of his MSDR's words on what a hero was meant to be, and it was truly rewarding. It took some time for the boy to calm down, but he did as he backed away from the pro, rubbing his face to clear away the last of the tears and snot. Sorry for wasting your time, All Might. All Might waved it off. None of that, heroes are there to help people, not just save them from some villain. Midoriya smiled. At that, before he left, taking the stairs down. As he walked, he heard a blast in the distance, seeing as there was a window close by, he could see where it was coming from. An explosion. That was strange, they already had the giant villain that morning, and he was attacked by the sludge villain. Was there another incident already? That was more than what they expected in their relatively quiet part of Japan. He wanted to rush on over, to see what the heroes would do, but there was an issue with that. Explosions means they could be fire, but people could be in danger. He knew that his mother's rules restricted him from being anywhere close to fires, but All Might believed in him, and he was the number one. He knew he wasn't bad, and it wouldn't hurt him if he learned ways to handle fires from watching the experts in action. For that reason, he took off as fast as he could. Back on the roof, All Might had decided to take some time to rest before heading to the police station and got a much clearer view of the explosion and rising smoke. Knowing that he wouldn't be of much help, he had to leave it to the local heroes to handle it. Right now he had tapping his pockets, he didn't feel the plastic bottles. Looking down, he saw that they were gone, nowhere to be seen on the roof before a startling realization hit him. That blast, the smoke, it was in the direction that he had come from. Don't tell me. At the scene, things were a complete mess. Before, when the purse snatcher had grown into a giant and attacked, people still formed a crowd and didn't fear too much for their safety as they trusted that the heroes would handle things. But now, most of Tatooine shopping district was absent as people ran for their lives, with continued blasts occurring randomly, shattering windows across the place while fires were spreading from the back street that the pros were trying their hardest to keep contained. It was this, along with the building smoke, that lured Midoriya in. The idea of seeing a fire that big made his heart sing, beg for him to go there even just to watch, to feel their warmth, to see their light, to help people through the flames just like he always wanted. As he got closer, his mother's warnings, her rules which he had lived by for years, slowly kept repeating in his mind, but they grew softer as the distance decreased, replaced with a simple longing to see it, to express himself as his excited heart kicked up in his chest. What he didn't know was that this body was starting to heat up again. With the heroes, Death Arms and two others had just arrived on the scene and could immediately tell that things would be a challenge for them. Damn it, things are gotten out of hand. Death Arms muttered before he turned his gaze to the villain, not that his entire body seemed to be made from a sludge-like slime, but he seemed to be revolving around something, someone, as he saw a head of blonde hair. He has a hostage. The pro next to him called out to the others, as he ground his teeth and slammed his fists together before rushing the villain, moving far faster than a man his size should be able to. Jumping into the air, he reared his fist back. You coward! His strength was enough to break through concrete, stone, and steel in equal measure, but upon impact, there wasn't a thud or even a splat. Instead, his first sunk into the slime of the villain's body. He tried to pull back but found that the slime was keeping a grip on him, even when he used his other hand to try and break free. What is this? He stated. Its body, I can't get a grip. The villain smiled at him with those crooked yellow teeth of his before he formed some tendrils and sent them flying towards the pro. Death Arms saw the attack coming and blocked with his free hand, but he was still dislodged from the villain and sent into a store's steel shutters, crumbling the material with his body. Death Arms! The others saw this, but couldn't move to help as they noticed that the tendrils hadn't disappeared, but were coming right for them, forcing them to dodge. CRP. Seeing that the heroes couldn't approach him, much less harm him, the villain laughed. None of you can even touch me. He was one lucky BSTO, having somehow escaped from the number one. If not for this kid kicking the bottle which got the cap loose, he'd been trapped. It was made all the better as he had a powerful quirk. Bakugo didn't share his joy as he continued to struggle against the villain, putting up a good fight even if he wasn't making any real progress. He was never one to just give up. Like hell, I'm letting you rotten sewage beat me. He fired off blasts from his hands, bigger than the ones he used before, in an attempt to free himself from the villain and turn around and blow him straight to hell. However, even with the strength of the blast which kicked up more wind and shattered whatever windows were left, when the smoke cleared, he had made no progress. The villain's smile only grew at that lack of result, as this boy was different to the other one. That one felt like he was trying to climb into a steam engine boiler and would have most likely ended painfully for him, but this one. His quirk did not affect him, and he could use it to get back at that runt that nearly burned him. This quirk, oh yeah, this one I can manage, a powerful one too. Bakugo didn't know who he was talking about and didn't care at the moment, as he was more concerned with getting out of this mess. Seeing that his quirk was ineffective at the moment, Death Arms turned to the other pros for aid. "A little help would be nice." His eye landed on Backdraft, but the man was too preoccupied trying to contain the fires. "Sorry, I got my hands full with these fires." Backdraft called back, keeping his attention on the flames lest they spread to a gas line. Where were the fire trucks? They should be here by now. Death Arms turned to the other one, the rising star of the area, but Kamu Woods was also occupied as he used his quirk to grab as many people as he could and get them out of the fire's way. "I'm not good with explosions." Fire, he could handle, he trained for situations involving it, but explosions. His wood wasn't good for that, and no one wanted hundreds if not thousands of wooden shrapnel flying around. Feeling the ground thud, Midoriya arrived on the scene at the same time as another mountain of a hero. "It's the rookie hero, Mount Lady." One of the people in the crowd called out as Mount Lady jogged up to the scene, but the woman's face dropped when she saw the scene, more accurately, the size of the area. "Wait, I need at least 2 lanes to move, this place is too small." She could barely fit a foot into the place. If the villain was by themselves, maybe she could just step on them, but with a hostage involved, she was very limited in her options. "Damn it, we just have to wait till someone with a more suitable quirk gets here." Death Arms hated it, but that was the best he could think of at the moment. Midoriya wondered about that, as he pushed his way to the front of the crowd, with some moving away from him, telling him he was hot to the touch. His heat made it easy for him to get to the front as people started to move away from him, allowing him to see what the villain looked like and gasped from recognition. "Is that?" he asked himself. "Wait, if he's here that means he got away from All Might." He was there, he saw it happen. "But that's impossible, he was out, I saw him, Heedish, there was no way that All Might would have lost hold of him, he never would." But then he remembered where he placed the villain, and how he grabbed onto him. Doing the math in his head, the underpass was in this general direction, relative to the building where All Might intended to drop him. "I did this is my fault." He escaped All Might because he accidentally freed him from the man's breathes, and kept him too distracted to notice till his time had run out. He did this. The villain was out because of him. How could he call himself good when he aided in this? As the guilt chewed away at him, his eyes went to the flames, focusing on them above all else. His mind went into a daze. He could hear them talking about a hostage, and he could even see a head sticking out of the slime, but all of it was second priority to the flames, to the smoke, and the smell of so many things burning. All of it was so enticing, inviting, as he could almost hear the flames calling to him, to approach them, to embrace them, to love them as they do him. He didn't know it, but his already warm body only got hotter as his quirk, for the 3rd time that day, acted out, as his control over it slipped looser by the second, but he didn't want to regain that control. Would it be so bad if he just expressed himself, all of himself, just once? Why did he have to hold back where others didn't? Steam started seeping out of his nostrils and mouth again, building in volume and heat. Another blast knocked him out of this daze, shaking his head and clearing his vision. Midoriya was now visibly sweating and short of breath as regained himself. Shaking his head further, he tried to keep a lid on it, on those villainous urges. He wouldn't let them win, not now when this situation was all his fault. With this turmoil of the soul, he could hear it, all of it. All the times he was denounced, all the times he was mocked came screaming back into his head. Villian, the problem child freak pyromaniac D. It felt like his head was going to explode. His body was only getting hotter as people in the crowd started to notice him and started moving away, pointing and calling out. But he didn't hear any of it as the steam leaving his body only increase, escaping into the air as little embers of ash and smoke filtered through as he could feel inside burning up. Trying to regain control, he looked through the fire and smoke. He saw the face of the hostage. He saw Bakugo and, at that moment, he was terrified. At that moment, all of it fell away. The heroes, the noise, the crowd, even the very earth and sky. None of it mattered as he looked into those eyes. The eyes of a person who had done nothing but torment him, belittled him, and told him to jump off a roof not even 2 hours prior. Those same eyes that normally would hate and mock him, were now scared, pleading for help. From the corner of his mind that he did his best to ignore, to shut away, he heard a simple message. Surrender to the flames, and he did. With no plan or hesitation, he broke from the crowd, everything falling back into place as his 5 senses came alive, allowing him to hear Death Arms yelling for him to stop, but he didn't. He couldn't, not when Bakugo needed help and he could offer it. As his feet carried him closer to the villain, his body was burning up as steam was replaced with smoke, and his eyes, even while they started sizzling and catching fire, were flickering between their normal green hue and a glowing bright emerald. Seeing him approaching, the villain instantly recognized him. You again. Not this time, brat. The villain used its control over Bakugo to aim his hand towards the boy, an explosion primed and ready which the heroes saw. Kid! Mount Lady called out to him right as the villain brought its hand down on the boy, an explosion kicking up dust. There was silence for a moment, as the people present along with the heroes thought that just witnessed a murder, but that moment passed as there was another explosion, this one coming from where the boy had just been, where the villain's extended hand was. An explosion of green flames and smoke. The blast was stronger than anything that had happened till then, hotter, as well as the villain screamed out so loud that some present had to cover their ears. The reasons for this were made clear as the villain quickly pulled back his arm, or what was left of it, as the entire hand-like potion was gone, burned to nothing, as even the very stump, in its sludge form, was still burning as green flames licked at it. It burns. Sweet heavens, it burns. He screamed out, feeling more pain than he had ever had, while Bakugo looked on, wide-eyed that Deku managed that. He burned through my tendril. How? In the smoke, they could make out a figure, but it didn't appear to be the boy from before, as even with the dust and smoke blocking him from view, they could see a faint outline. It was as if he was on fire. As the scene cleared, revealing Midoriya to all, the civilians, the heroes, and even Bakugo could have only described what they saw with 2 things. The first would be awe, but the second emotion that came after that would be fear. Standing completely unharmed by the villain's attempt on his life, Midoriya's entire body had gone through a radical transformation from flesh and blood to a being of rock, magma, and fire. His skin had vanished, burned away, and in its place were purple stone-like scales, with the spaces in between glowing with green flowing magma-like blood, causing his body to be so hot that they could feel it even from a distance. His fingers had lengthened, gaining stone-line claws, with the tips also glowing from the extreme heat. His head was covered by a flaming cobra-like hood which formed from his back and shoulders. Atop of it were 2 green and white spots that resembled eyes so much that one could get lost in them, especially with his head angled just even a little down made it impossible to see his true eyes. When he raised his head to the villain, he felt his heart freeze from the fear as the boy's face was gone. Much like his body, it had burned away, and in its place was a stone-like mask designed to resemble the face of a snake, green flames leaking out of the line that was meant to be his mouth, as well as the 2 holes that forms his eyes. That line opened, revealing that the green stone that made up his mask was segmented. Around him, the flames that had been burning through the market flowed, as if bits of metal to a magnet. The fires that had been keeping the heroes so busy flowed and jumped right for Midoriya, the boy unhinging his jaw to accommodate the large volume of flames rushing into his body before, with a heavy thud, his jaws sealed shut, leaving not even a spark of the flames behind. I'll save you, Kaken. When he spoke, his voice took on a mix between a roaring fire and serpent-like tone, smoke exiting with smoke as he hissed out his sounds. The villain didn't even have time to respond as Midoriya rushed him, far faster than before. He wasn't able to try and attack him as the boy closed the distance between them, but he didn't attack him, but instead reached a hand towards Bakugo, grabbing him by the arm, and ignoring him yelling in pain from the burning grip he had on him, he pulled. With that simple action, he freed the boy and threw him back towards the heroes in the same motion, Death Arms being quick enough to catch him before doing a quick inspection of him, seeing that where the walking inferno had touched him, he had burned through his school's jacket as well as the skin, leaving a nasty burn as the Bakugo flinched from the pain of it, but also from the confused fur of what Deku had become. With the hostage free and out of the way, the villain prepared for a follow-up attack, but Midoriya didn't do that. You need to improve, you need to be made better, and that can only be done through the flames. Seemingly at his command, the fires around them, that had long died out, came roaring back to life, greater and hotter than ever. The pros were forced back even further, having tried to get closer now that things had calmed, with the crowd crying out in shock and fear as the heat from before had intensified. Around Midoriya, his newly conjured flames took on a green tint, the same as his own. Seeing that he had no chance against this monster, the villain tried to flee, but turning around, he found his exit cut off by a curtain of fire. If it was normal stuff, he would take his chances and just rush on through it, but these flames could burn him in seconds. Turning back to the monster, he could only beg as he saw him approaching him, each step heating the pavement in those few seconds of contact. Please, mercy, don't hurt me. Midoriya didn't stop his approach, but his face mask did shift as his mouth opened just a little in mockery of what his smile would look like. Spewing out small puffs of flames and smoke with every word, he replied, "I don't wish to hurt you, I wish to help you. You have nothing to fear from the flames. The fire can guide you in the dark, warm in the cold, make you better than you yesterday." Again, no one present could tell what Midoriya was talking about, or why he chose now of all times to say what he did, but the heroes could tell something was off, but acted too late. All one needs is to embrace it. Without warning or hesitation, Midoriya's jaw shot open and from it came out a torrent of swirling green flames that engulfed the villain whole, causing him to scream in pain as it felt like every part of his being was being cooked alive before it became too much and he lost consciousness, falling to the ground with a splat as his still steaming slime body lost all cohesion or sense of control. Midoriya was confused by that, wondering why the villain screamed like he was dying. It was only some fire, nothing to write home about. Before he could understand that, his back was hit with a double burst of water from backdraft, dousing him if only a little and filling the space with heated steam as Midoriya cried out in pain and confusion. Why were the heroes attacking him? Why were they trying to douse him? Turning to the heroes while increasing the heat of his flames, he saw Death Arms, nearly on top of him with his fist reared back. He was too slow and disorientated to react to the punch that hit him right in the face, severely cracking his face mask and spilling superheated magma-like blood on the floor, where it sizzled like water dropped onto a hot stove. "Why are you attacking me?" Death Arms couldn't believe this kid. After what he did, he had the gall to ask such a question, but if he wanted an answer, he'd get one. "You can't be serious. You just killed a man." Ping his head to the side, Midoriya wondered just what the man was talking about. "Killed? No, I helped." He gave another smile, not noticing how unnerving it was while Death Arms saw how the damage he managed to land at the price of burning his fist was healing, the stone shifting back into place and sealing up as if his attack never happened. "Right." Midoriya looked at the crowd, and what he saw wasn't hope or relief, it was fear. The exact opposite of what All Might brought. Seeing this, messed with his head, made him question himself and his actions as his flames burned bright. No. I'm good. I know I am. My fire helps people, I helped people." He started rambling, but it was loud enough that the others could hear. "You're insane, kid. You didn't help that kid or the villain." Death Arms pointed back towards Bakugo, who was being seen 2 by 2 heroes, and then back to the villain, still out and unresponsive on the floor a ways away from the two. Seeing this, seeing the burn on Bakugo's arm caused even greater confusion and imbalance in him. Gripping his head, his stone-like claws dug into his skull, causing more of his magma blood to pour from the wounds as his mind started unraveling as what he thought and what he saw was contradicting what he wanted to do. No. I'm not a villain, I'm not. I help people, I do. Like All Might, he brings smiles, I bring smiles, that I want, that's why I act. His apparent mental breakdown terrified those who saw it, more so as his flames seemed to increase in power with his emotions and insanity. Hissing out, his body heated up even further than it was already, the magma flowing between the many scales that covered his body glowing brighter, the stones themselves taking on a glow as they absorbed more of his ambient heat. "I'm good, and I'll prove it." Around him, flames shot out from his body, growing to encompass most of the space as people started to run away from him. His eyes burning emerald looked at all of them as his flames consumed everything they touched, turning the pavement below him to melted slag as the pros had to retreat even further with backdraft putting his all into combating the flames, but his water evaporated long before it could even touch the boy. Through the crowd, he saw it. All Might was there, in his weakened form, watching him, holding his injured side. And he was appalled. Seeing his idol look at him like that broke something in him, and with it, his flames died out as quickly as they emerged as he fell to his knees. "I'm not good, I was never good," he whispered, speaking as if it was a truth of life, a bitter pill as he felt like crying as he accepted that fact. Looking at his hands, he couldn't stop shaking as his emotions got the best of him. "What have I become? I broke the rules, why did he come? Why couldn't he just listen to his mother, to his teachers, to everyone who knew him? He couldn't be a hero, he wasn't made for it. How could he when his mere presence could scare even the number one?" Losing all sense of composure, he started crying but with no tears as his body continued to lose strength as he cried for forgiveness. All Might had been involved in hundreds if not thousands of incidents, and he could say that none of them were anything close to this. He had arrived just as Midoriya had shifted forms, and had seen him save the boy, but then he saw him try and kill the villain. He very well has might as no one could check on him. All while speaking as if fire was nothing more than air, or as beneficial as a trip to the doctor. He seemed confused, as if he couldn't understand why what he had done was wrong, and in that moment, he thought back to the roof, when the boy had explained his dilemma. For the first time, he wondered if he was wrong, and some quirks seemed to destined one to horrible fates as he understood that whatever this boy's quirk was, it messed with how he saw the world to the extent that fire and burning weren't bad things but rather were beneficial. And when he was confronted with that error, he started to spiral and in doing so, become an even greater issue than the villain could ever hope to be. When he created that massive pillar of fire, he had been stunned, having not felt flames so strong, even when he would on rare occasions, work with endeavor. He had been about to step in, to end this even if it meant pushing his limit, but then the boy and him locked eyes, and something died in those burning emeralds. As if by snap of the fingers, the boy fell apart, his attack, his fire, all of it vanished as he was reduced to what he was now. Not a monster that needed to be defeated, not a villain that needed to be jailed, not a threat that needed to be worried about. But a boy in need. Taking a breath, he willed himself past his limits, changed back into his hero form and approached the boy. He ignored how the crowd that remained turned and ordered him, or even as the other heroes moved aside for him, keeping his focus on the boy who was at his lowest. My boy. He couldn't have known that he had just the wrong thing. My boy. Midoriya felt his soul turn to ice at that. He knew he scared All Might. He didn't need to tell him. He didn't want to hear it anymore. Then he was already hearing that and so much banging around in his head. His mother, his father, his teachers, his old friends, they were all in his head already. Looking up, he didn't see All Might or the other heroes. He just saw shadows, shadows that meant him harm. He didn't want to get hurt, but he didn't want to hurt them. So he chose option 3 and screamed. What came out of his jaws wasn't a human scream, it wasn't even an animalistic one. What he screeched was closer to the sound of rock being superheated to the point of evaporating near instantly, the sound that would be heard at ground zero of an atomic blast. With that roar, fire comes flooding out of him like a broken dam. The heroes held their ears, one falling to their knees from the pain of that horrific sound while All Might ground his teeth and took it, seeing the flames and decided he needed to deal with that as he wound up for another punch. Texas smash. Just like before, when he defeated the slime villain, the air pressure generated by the attack blew away the flames, leaving the place a burnt and melted mess, including a massive hole in the pavement, having been melting through to the source, which was now puffing out steam from the water being heated to boiling. Seeing that, he realized what had just happened. Midoriya had fled. In the days that followed Midoriya's meltdown in the freshly coined Tatooine incident, things had not gone well for his image. Those who didn't flee from the scene witnessed the entire thing, but to them, they only saw a crazed child try and burn both another villain and heroes alike before he fled at the sight of All Might. Worse yet, their testimony was backed by video taken by multiple people with their phones. It wasn't even a full 24 hours before the story shifted to that of a young villain's debut rampage and assault, with people advised that if they saw him, to keep their distance and report it as fast as possible. How's the arm? Kamu asked Death Arms, the man back on duty after a day off for treatment. He should still be off, but he here was better. though they had to bring in Recovery Girl however to handle it. Death Arms replied, as his arms had suffered first and second degree burns from his proximity to the boy when his flames shot up in intensity. His right was the worst of the two, but a couple of kisses from the veteran hero and he was good to go, even if she wanted him to remain for a couple of days. That is a mercy in itself. You could have easily ended up like the rest of the street. 𝐭𝐻𝐼 shuddered as he recalled the incident site once the boy had left. The entire place looked like it had been baked in an oversized oven for hours on end. Nothing was spared the heat or the flames, and whatever wasn't burned to ash melted. If he had tried to intervene, he wouldn't have fared well, to put it lightly. No joke. I've handled a few fire villains before, but that kid, Death Arms recalled the scene of when the boy summoned a wall of fire, almost as tall as the buildings around them, all while that stone-like face looked on at them with a decreasing grip on reality. He was on a whole other level, a living inferno. And yet, even while looking like a cross between a snake, a volcano, and a campfire, he managed to escape. Mount Lady added, as they spent hours looking for the kid, even All Might helped, but aside from a burnt-out manhole cover 12 blocks away, he was gone. His mother didn't seem to know anything about it, 𝐭𝐻𝐼 replied, thinking about how he had been present when the police visited her to question her. They also hoped that the boy had returned somewhere familiar, somewhere he felt safe, but no SCK luck. She was shocked that he would do that, but seemed to also not be. Pardon? Mount Lady asked. She said that he's always had urges, bad thoughts which he wasn't supposed to listen to, and that fires tend to be a trigger for them. To that, Death Arms hummed. I'm guessing he wasn't supposed to head to the incident then? He asked, to which the Quirk user nodded his head. Yeah, she didn't know what drove him to break the rules, as she was adamant he was a good boy, just normal in the head. 𝐭𝐻𝐼 recalled that part quite clearly, how insistent she was that he shouldn't be blamed for his villainous quirk, even showed them his room, which was an All Might shrine with how much merchandise the kid had collected over the years. He certainly didn't look sane. The kid couldn't even tell that burning someone alive was a bad thing. Death Arms crossed his arms and leaned into his chair. Was it though? He looked towards Mount Lady, who didn't seem to agree with his statement. I mean, close to the end, it looked like he was more terrified than anything. She had been the furthest back, but she had gotten exceptional when it came to spotting and identifying things smaller than her when she used her quirk. And to her, the boy seemed less like he genuinely believed he was doing the right thing. Perhaps there was some truth to his words, as they had recovered the villain, expecting to find him dead, but he was fine, just unconscious. EMTs even reported that he didn't have any sufficient burn injuries and that he had been healed by the experience. It was the same deal with that Bakugo kid, as his arm was fine after less than an hour. Maybe, but that didn't change the fact he broke a bunch of laws. It's fine to wish to help, but there is a process to it, and because he didn't follow it, he wrecked the place. Death Arms reminded her. I'm not disagreeing with any of you on that, as there is something more here, but that leaves the question, 𝐭𝐻𝐼 Woods added, looking both in the eye. Why did he flee from All Might? The boy loved heroes, loved All Might more than any other, yet the sight of him sent him into a fear-fueled frenzy and fled as fast as he could. That was the part he didn't understand, even after all this time. Thinking about it, the super strength user gave his theory to explain it. I would assume it's those urges you brought up, as the kid kept repeating he wasn't a villain, yet was doing villainous things. Maybe they won out in the end and he realized he had screwed himself. The kid certainly wasn't all there, at least partially. Mount Lady sighed at that. They had only recovered his backpack from the scene of the fire, which meant he didn't have a phone on him they could track or even call. Leaving them with no leads on an emotionally and possibly mentally unstable student with a powerful flame quirk and apparent pyromaniac tendencies, I just hope that this is resolved soon. His mother was a mess, and I can't imagine that 3 days with no sightings of her son is doing her any good. 𝐭𝐻𝐼 Woods uttered, shaking his head at the mess of a situation this was. The only silver lining is the fact the press is being kept back for the moment. The last thing she needs is her face blasted all over the news. He snorted dismissingly when he mentioned the press. He had long since accepted them as a fact of life, a pro, how they could rise you up and break you down in equal measure. He wouldn't say he hated them, but he did hate the fact more than a few actors and news agencies tend to go for scandalizing drama over decency and fact. Mount Lady. Agreed with him, she might play into it, but that didn't mean she wasn't aware of its dangers. That's the messed up part of it, isn't it? It doesn't matter what the kid's deal is, if he's a villain or not, the press will drag his entire family through the mud. She had studied instances when this happened back when she was a hero student. Her school might have been small, remote, and as poor as heck, but she had access to such materials, and it was never pretty when a villain's real name was revealed. It was part of the reason they even bothered to monikers and villain names to begin with. If not to attempt to destroy the link between them and their crimes, it was to protect any family they might have. Waking up, Midoriya felt his stomach grumbling, giving him a clue as to what brought him out of the blissful world of dreams he had been in, right in the middle of when All Might was thanking him for saving the president of the world. Getting up, he looked down from the raptors of the abandoned warehouse he had managed to fight the night before. From his perch, he could see no signs that he had been followed or anyone coming to use the place as a place to crash. Feeling his stomach grumble even more than before, he was reminded of the fact he hadn't eaten anything in 2 days, his last meal being a couple of apples he reluctantly took from a grocer when they weren't looking. As he climbed down, the oversized coat he had managed to snag covered his body well enough, but his exposed arms and legs still peeked through as he slowly got back down to the floor. Once on solid ground, he frowned, feeling the gravel and dirt collecting on his bare feet, but it couldn't be helped. His clothes had burned to ash when he had his freakout, so he was just grateful that he managed to pull his sole piece of clothing off someone's line before he was seen. It was bad enough that he went against his mother's rules. He didn't want to disappoint her further by being caught 𝐻𝑇𝑟 I just couldn't help myself, and now I'm stuck in this mess. Great going, Deku, you somehow found a way to screw up that not even you thought possible. He couldn't even go home, plead forgiveness from his mother, as when he managed to double back to his apartment, after making sure he didn't leave a trail for them to follow. Only for him to see that the heroes were already there. He nearly ran up to them, excited as he could be to ask them questions, for an autograph, till he remembered why they would be speaking with his mother, why there would be a police car in the front. One of them nearly saw him, and in panic, he fled without thinking, and now I have no idea where I am. He muttered to himself as his stomach groaned again. He didn't like it, but as he had no money to pay for food, he'd have to acquire it through less than moral means. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do, he muttered as he walked out of the warehouse. Sticking to back streets and alleys, he made his way through the place, avoiding people where he could, as the last thing he needed was someone spotting him. He was already suspicious enough, but at least the oversized coat covered enough of him to ensure no one thought he was just wearing that. It took him a while, but he finally made it to a market area, similar to Tatooine, which he burned. No, don't think about it, just get some food and leave. He looked around the place, trying to blend into the crowd, which seemed to be working. One of the few times he was happy. He was so both smaller than average for a boy his age and plain looking. So long as he minded himself, no one paid him any mind, focused on their affairs. Going from stall to stall, he kept his distance, as while it wouldn't be too odd for someone to compare prices and goods, he didn't strike the appearance of someone who was buying anything. So, he had to be smart about it. He also didn't want to take anything too expensive, as he just needed enough to fill him for a while so he didn't have to come back. He didn't need to make a vendor's day even worse by stealing something they couldn't afford to lose. As he went from a fruit stall, he heard something. Turning to the side, he saw that a small boy, maybe 6 to 7, had tripped and scrapped his knee. Focusing on it, he saw the boy's mother soothe him, the young woman smiling as she pulled out disinfectant wipes and a bandage to tend to the boy. Midoriya kept his eye on them the entire time, the crowd and distance being enough that no one picked up on this hyperfocus, as his eyes didn't leave the boy's cut-up knee. He could help them, couldn't he? All he'll have to do is walk over, smile like a proper hero, and burn his... He bit his tongue, hard enough that he could taste copper in his mouth as he violently turned to face the other way, wiping the sweat from his worried and terrified brow. He refused to let himself fall for his urges again. They were the reason he was in this mess to begin with. But that was the first time they came up when seeing someone hurt. Before, it was just fire in any of its forms. So he could avoid it, ignore it, and focus on something else, pinch himself if that didn't work. He had never had such thoughts when he just saw something hurt. Someone was wrong, very wrong. He had to get something to eat and get away so he could figure it out. Lucky for him, he spotted a small bakery, with loads of baked goods being offered. Most were being kept inside the door, but there were several loaves of bread. The vendor was also busy with a customer. A glance to the side revealed that there was an alleyway, giving him an exit plan. Despite this, he felt sick to his stomach as he approached, his heart telling him to leave, to try asking anything but theft. But his stomach made itself clear. He listened to that. Once he was close enough, the vendor, who looked to be a sweet old man with candy cane-colored skin, was turning to him, his mouth moving to either greet him or tell him to wait while he waited for him to finish with the customer he already had. He didn't give him a chance, as before he lost what nerve he built up, he rushed forward and grabbed 2 loaves. "Hey, stop that thief!" He heard the grasp of the customer and the shout from the now angered vendor, but he didn't dare turn to look as he raced into the alley. Entering the narrow space, he kept running as fast as he could, not noticing that his body was starting to heat up, his speed increasing in proportion to this rise. Turning a corner, he saw the vendor out of the corner of his eye, redder in the face than before and chasing after him, but the distance between them was pretty big. He could hear the man still coming, along with the voices of others who moved to help, but he kept his focus forward, taking turns where he could, climbing over fences to give further obstacles and even doubling back at one point to confuse them. By the time the voices had ceased with distance, he had made it to another alley, tired, sweaty and even hungrier than he had been before. He slumped on the wall, falling till he was sitting while he tried to collect his breath. But he had done it, he had stolen something. He'll feel guilty about it later, right now he had to eat. Taking out the loaves, he made a face when he saw that he squashed them up during his escape, but despite looking like a lump, it was still bread. Taking out the bottle of water he picked up the other day, he saw that it still had some water in it, enough for his breakfast, lunch. With a Quirk prayer, he quickly ate half of the first loaf, throwing back water in between bites for a few minutes, only stopping when he felt full. Wiping the crumbs from his face, he looked at his remaining loot. He would need to fill the water up when he next found a fountain or public bathroom, but the bread would need something to cover it, maybe a plastic bag from a store would do. Some of them had them at the front, and he didn't think they'd give much fuss if he grabbed one as they didn't charge for them. Yeah, that'll work. At least he now had a game plan for the next couple of hours. Put some more distance between him and the market he stole from, refill his water, and get a plastic bag. Not even he could screw that up. Walking out of the alley, after making sure he didn't look too bad, he entered the streets again and searched for a public park. It would be the best place to solve his water issue. Keeping his head down, he made some progress, till he passed by a store which had TVs out front. He would have avoided them, but when he saw a flash of green and fire, his eyes couldn't resist. It was him, he was on the news. He felt his chest constrict as he saw the story. He didn't hear anything, the TVs being muted, but he had enough context clues to guess what was happening as they showed his last yearbook photo in the top corner of footage of his freakout. He had avoided the news since he fled, but seeing himself on screen, those people running, the fires raging, the heroes being forced back, escaping from the symbol of peace and his idol, he was ecstatic. His flames, they were appealing. They covered everything and burned so bright that not even the amateur camera footage could mask that fact. His emerald flames danced on the screen with all the grace of a world-class ballet star. And there he was, standing proud, showing off his gift to the world, defeating a villain and saving someone just like a hero. He pinched himself again, his eyes shifting to and fro as he pulled the collar of his coat higher, steam starting to leak from him as his eyes flickered. No, not now. Not when there were so many people. He had to leave, get as far from here as he could. His luck ran out then. "Kid, are you alright?" Near breaking his neck, he turned to see a hero approaching him, one he vaguely recognized. "You look like you're having issues." He cursed whatever force in the universe put him into this position. "I'm fine." He tried to calm himself down but didn't have much success. "I mean, I fine. Just nervous about an upcoming test is all." He didn't lie, he did have a test coming up, he just wouldn't be attending school to take it. Sadly for him, the pro wasn't about to let him walk off when he was clearly in distress. "Are you sure? No shame in seeking help, kid. If you want, we can." His eyes shifted over him, as the taller man found his attention taken by something else. "Talk." "Oh no." Midoriya recalled that the TVs were still talking about him, which meant that his picture was there for him to see. The change was immediate. The man didn't make it obvious, but Midoriya had seen enough pros in the field to know when one was on guard, how he shifted his feet, the movement of the muscles through the skin-tight spandex. "Kid, why don't we find somewhere we can sit and talk? You look like you need it." The pro smiled, but Midoriya wasn't fooled. "I'm good. Thank you." He tried to thank him and just leave, but a firm hand grasping his arm kept him in place. "Sorry kid, I can't let you do that." The pro remained calm in his arrest, as there were still people around, which was why Midoriya was trying to leave. Why couldn't he just let him do that? Let me go." He strained against the hero, who might have had some sort of strength quirk, as even as he heated up, Midoriya struggled against him. "I said," he suddenly started letting out steam from his mouth and nose, catching the pro off guard. "Let me go." His cry caught the attention of the people around them, who immediately tuned in to see what it was all about, and to his horror, in their eyes, they saw a villain trying to resist arrest. Putting distance between as his eyes darted all over the place, looking for an escape, the pro hissed as he flexed his hand. It wasn't burned, but the kid was hot to the touch, and he hadn't even used those flames of his yet. Damn it, even without those flames, he gets real hot. Now with the cat out of the bag, he was far more assertive. "Just leave me alone, please," Midoriya begged, even as he felt himself growing hotter, as he tried to keep the urges in check. "That's not going to happen. You're coming with me whether you like it or not, villain." The pro was hard in his stance, but Midoriya didn't hear or see that. All he heard was that last part. "I'm just like before," he rattled in his head, over and over, getting louder with every repeat as he furiously scratched at his scalp. "I'm not a villain. I just want to help, just let me be." His rant only drew further attention to them as much as it drew him in just a few days later, with some taking their phones out to record. This attention shot his panic through the roof as he saw bodies, many bodies, and the flashing lights of cameras taking pictures of him as he started emitting smoke over steam, his body starting to burn up from the inside. "If you're not a villain as you say, then surrender." The pro called out to him, demanding that he lay down and let them take him in before he burst into flames again. "No no 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 no." Midoriya didn't hear him. All he could see was All Might looking down at him with fear, before with hate he would only reserve for a villain. I dash. Midoriya was interrupted by a blast of water that knocked onto his back with a cry of pain. The crowd and pro turned to see more heroes arriving on the scene, with one still holding her hands out to Midoriya, dousing him in the hope that they could keep him from exploding. This didn't work. Seemingly taking offense to someone trying to stifle them, his flames came roaring out of him like a bat out of hell, burning his coat and body to nothing, but he remained on the floor, seeing the flames like at his form, slowly turning him into some sort of infernal. Got people to connect the dots if who he was, and it wasn't pretty as he started hearing comments about him. "It's him, the flame demon. The one that escaped All Might. He does look like a monster." Midoriya ground whatever teeth he still had in his mouth together, the bones starting to crack and buckle under the heat that was consuming him. He wasn't a monster or a demon, he was him, and he wanted to do good, he wanted to help people. Burn peep dash. No. The crowd and pros looked on, confused over who he was talking to, as he had a battle in his head, against himself, against his urges, but they helped, right? His fire helped people. He's known that for years, didn't he? He wanted to help people and make them stronger. With his self-control weakening, and his confusion over what he was and what he wanted to do increased, his form fully changed, bursting into flames which scared some people. With the steam created by the water striking him, few could see him, but he leapt out of it, landing a ways from the heroes. His form fully changed into his volcanic flame form. The only difference being that, unlike before, he didn't have legs but instead had a snake-like tail, supporting him, making him far taller than he was before, matching the height of the hero that first approached him. Damn it, no one said that the kid could shift into a freaking snake. The water hero tried to stop him, directing her aim at his new spot, but Midoriya was fast, slithering out of the way with seemingly little effort. He returned the favor by blasting a ball of fire at them with his mouth. The shot struck the hero, but largely hit the water tank she was carrying on her back, superheating its contents in seconds before it exploded, sending the pro flying with a scream as the others turned to her in shock. "Aqua!" One of them called out to her, seeing Harrowing on the floor in clear pain. "Leave me alone." Their direction was turned back to Midoriya, who was now hissing and snarling at them like an animal, his speech being hard to understand. This didn't matter to the heroes as they had a situation and they'll handle it like any other. The hero that had first confronted him raised his hands at him. From his back, the metallic drums he was carrying spat out steel cables that shot towards Midoriya, who avoided the first two, but the incoming three made contact, quickly wrapping around the boy to try and restrain him. The man strained against Midoriya, whose rock-like body was proving to be a challenge for him to restrain, made all the worse by the fact his fire was heating the steel cables, forcing him to exert more effort just to keep them intact. "Call in backup." Midoriya wasn't going to wait for them to arrive. He didn't understand why they were attacking him, why they wanted him to surrender when he didn't do anything wrong. Flames could help people, they did help people, he helped Bakugo, and yet he's the threat. He had enough of this. With a growl that came out like two rocks smashing and grinding together in a furnace, his body grew even hotter. This heat and stress proved too much for the steel cables, shattering them and sending pieces of red-hot metal flying all over the place, including into the crowd of onlookers, injuring some. This was enough for people to once more flee, but Midoriya didn't so much as notice. He just wanted to leave, so he breathed out more fire, onto anything and everything, setting the entire street ablaze as people fled, screams ringing through the air from them. "See Abi, he's gonna lose it. He's gonna burn the entire place down. Get away from here, leave the threat to the heroes." That word, threat, that stuck out over the others. Why was he the threat? Was it the fire? Fire helped people, so that couldn't be hit. But Mother said so, and he wasn't supposed to just set things on fire, but he was. But was that bad? He didn't feel bad surrounded by the growing blaze. No. That was his urges talking, he had to ignore them, bury them like he always did. But why did it feel so nice not to? With these contradictory thoughts racing through his skull, he started to leak out more flames, hotter and brighter than before as he roared out to the sky, his voice no longer human and akin to a rock exploding from excessive heat. With that roar, he turned to the heroes and bathed the area between them in green flames. But by the time they got through, just like at Tatuan, he was gone. An hour later, the fires had been dealt with, and witnesses were being questioned with all might present. Taking in the sight, he didn't know what to feel. The area is a ruin, shops that once dotted the sides of the street wrecked, the bushes on the side of the road burnt to nothing, and the two cars that happened to have been closed when things spiraled out of control nothing but burnt out husks. Thankfully when they exploded no one was hurt. He had heard about the situation on the HN and rushed over as quickly as he could, but it seemed that he was too late as according to the police on the scene, the kid fled 8 minutes before he arrived, with law enforcement being more concerned with containing the blaze, keeping people back and tending to the wounded than to chase him down. But by the time they had someone go after him, they found a burnt-up manhole cover 3 blocks away, so they knew he escaped using the saws again to avoid detection. They also had a pretty good idea of which direction was going in as there was a report of a methane explosion 12 blocks northwest of them, but that was it. Heroes close by had searched the area but didn't find him as the area of the blasts was close to the outskirts of town, close to the woods, so he could have fled into them, which is trouble as he'll have plenty of places to hide in the wilderness. Perhaps if they had been more proactive in the search, they could have a solid lead on him, but as it stood, they put the lives of the people here first. He couldn't fault them for that, it was the right call to make, but still, he left him feeling frustrated about the entire thing. He had been on the case since it opened up, wishing to try and capture the boy before he went too far, but looking around, he could tell he was running out of time. His escape from the hero cable's attempt to capture sent steel cable fragments, hot to the touch, into the crowd, and injured 9 people. Nothing serious at the moment, but that was sheer chance. It didn't help, but both the heroes' and civilian statements didn't paint a good picture of the boy's mental state, which only added fuel to the idea that couldn't be reasoned with and would need to be taken down hard. If only things could have ended here, young Midoriya, he said to himself, which a policeman heard. I wouldn't worry about it, All Might. With you on the case, that villain's as sure as captured. He patted the much larger man on the back as he walked off, leaving All Might less assured and more annoyed by how the man referred to the kid, but he kept it to himself as Midoriya wasn't helping his case with stuff like this. Can someone become like you even if they have a villainous quirk? He recalled the boy's question, and how genuine he was in his wish to be a hero. How his eyes sparked when he heard him tell him that he could do it. But then he recalled stumbling into his rampage, how he didn't seem to be all there, as if his lucid mind was gone and replaced by instincts and urges. He had faced off against many villains, and had seen such looks in their eyes as well, looks that conveyed how they enjoyed using their quirks without restriction or care, with the worst being those that enjoyed using them on people. Midoriya had that same look, but also different. He was on cloud 9, but there was no cruelty or ego to be found in those eyeless holes in his face. As his mother said, it was as if he couldn't understand why what he was doing was wrong, and saw it as a good thing. When he came to, he looked horrified, broken even. Young Midoriya, no, he was broken by him. At that moment, Midoriya had the same look All Might had seen on many villains' faces. He had seen the same frame of emotions in their eyes when they realized he had arrived on the scene. The shock, the awe, then the fear, and lastly, resignation as they accept that they are defeated before he even throws a punch. He never had seen it in the eyes of an innocent, and after he saw it, he never wished to see it again because it made him sick to his missing stomach. The boy seemed to lose all faith then and there, falling apart before he slipped through their fingers. It was only after he saw the villain's report that he realized why the boy might have thought that, as despite being bathed in flames hot enough to melt the pavement, the man was fine. Better than fine, even as the doctors compared his condition to his last known medical checkup 3 years prior and found that he was in better condition. Midoriya had been screaming that his flames helped people. Perhaps they had a healing element to them. It would certainly fit the profile, as he and the detective had found he had a history of burning small animals, but none of them were ever reported dead. It was a bitter pill to swallow, as by the time he and the police had all the pieces to the puzzle, the news had already spread about the incident, painting the boy in a villainous light, which surely wasn't helping his mental state, as it was only him paranoid and jumpy, increasing the chances for flare-ups like this. A self-feeding loop where people brand him a villain, he freaks when confronted, has a flare-up, and the media uses the latest incident as proof of his so-called true nature. I hope we find you soon, my boy. Before something happens that you can't take back. He turned to leave, having seen all that he had come for. Hours later, deep in the woods, Midoriya felt like passing out. He fled as fast as he could, found a manhole and climbed into the sewers. Still on fire, and with his luck as bad as it was, he ran into a pocket of methane gas and had to deal with the explosion that caught him off guard. After that, he found that he emerged close to the tree line and didn't wait to see if the coast was clear. He just booked it, doing his best to avoid leaving a trail for anyone to follow him. Unlike when he stole the bread, he didn't stop running or slithering for 2 hours. When his transformed state burnt out, he still kept moving even though he felt like his legs and lungs were killing him. It was only now, with the sun close to setting, that he found himself slowing down, and that was more due to him burning through the calories that he had just eaten for lunch, with his clothes, water bottle and remaining bread gone, leaving him worse off than when he woke up. All he could do now was keep moving, and hope he found somewhere he could rest for the night, preferably somewhere that wouldn't have the risk of someone seeing him in the day. With his only guide to that possible location being the old country road he had found leading up the mountain, he didn't walk on it, as he was naked and exhausted, but he walked alongside it in the thick bush. With only 30 minutes of sunlight left, he finally dragged himself to the destination that the path led to, which was an old shrine. Its walls were damaged, in need of serious repair and covered with plants. Stepping into the courtyard, he found that it was more of the same, as the place didn't appear to have had any guests or workers in decades. There were small statues lining the path, but they too were busted up, with just a few still recognizable as serpents or serpent men. To the sides, he made out additional buildings, with one of them burnt out and another's roof having collapsed onto itself. A good place to bunker down till he figured out what the hell he was going to do now. Approaching the main building, he saw that it wasn't in great shape either, but compared to the rest, it was still stable and strong. Wiping away the exhaustion-induced sweat from his forehead, he read the sign above the entryway. Temple of the Fire God. Kagutsuchi, he couldn't even mind the energy to panic at the fact that of all the places he could end up in, it was an abandoned temple to the very thing that he was running from. So, he just laughed at himself, at the situation, and how much fate seemed to enjoy messing with him, at all of it. He laughed so hard that he heard critters and other animals on the temple grounds run away, having heard his presence. When he finally stopped, he was just tired, hungry, and alone. With no options, he walked into the shrine and saw a statue of the god in question in the back. One barely touched the elements and the years of no care, but in front of them in the center of the room was a large heath, one meant to house a fire, perhaps as a means to show that the god was present, perhaps it was a sign of worship, he didn't know. All he did now was that he had nothing but depression and resignation, so he fell to his knees before the status and prayed for mercy, for his curse of a quirk to be taken from him, to see the world like how others told him he had to. He slept on the floor of the shrine, using an old tattered rag he found as a bed. As he closed his eyes, he couldn't be sure of it, but the last thing he saw was the statue, whose stone eyes seemed to light up before the cool empty heath followed suit. As he slept, he found himself standing amongst fire, great gales, and rolling waves of green infernos. It was like watching an ocean of flames being kicked and swung about by a powerful storm. He stood in the center of it, his spot on the proverbial beach shifting so that he walked on the fire, moved as the waves rose and fell, but he felt no fear or confusion, but he was merely awed by the majesty, by the power, but the scale of such a massing of fire. To his left, he watches as the flames crash into crowds of people his mind tells him that are the sick and injured, burning them but healing them, with the retreating wave of fire leaving behind healthy and happy people who thank the flames, praise them. To his right, he sees waves of fire, just as big as those previous slam into villains by the dozens, burning them, forcing them back and saving even more people. It was all magical, a land of fire, a land he would love to see. A shadow was suddenly cast over him. Looking back, he saw that the sun was bloated out by a truly giant serpent, its body so long it made buses look like clown cars, its body made from stone and iron, with rivers of molten magma flowing its many tens of thousands of hardened scales. Every now and then, there was an eruption, as if its entire body was nothing but a collection of volcanoes. Its hooded head blanketed the area from the sun, but at the same time, illuminated the spot where he stood through the brilliance of the emerald magma and flames flowing off its body. It slit eyes watching, seeing deeper into him that should be possible, and conveying without words a simple message. He was his power, he was his might, he could help him, he will help him, and they'll fix the world and heal its people. All he needs to do is burn it all. Waking up, Midoriya felt his stomach grumbling, which he hoped didn't become a running theme for him. Looking about, he saw he was still in the abandoned temple. Feeling the breeze coming in from the door, he didn't shiver from the morning mountain wind, but it helped him remember that he was very much naked. I hope there is something around here I can wear. He blushed, grateful that he hadn't had to worry about anyone seeing him in the ND, else he might have burned the place down in embarrassment. Getting up, he used the old rag remnants of the carpet he had slept on to cover his lower half. It wasn't as if he needed to worry too much about the cold when his natural body temperature kept him warm all year old, a reason why his mother never bothered buying him jackets and jerseys. With the light of the morning sun to illuminate the place, he was able to get a better picture of the place, and like he suspected, it was well and truly abandoned for years if not decades, with how much overgrowth and disrepair lay around him. Just walking on the wooden floors was a challenge as they creaked and cracked with every step he made. With a yelp, one gave out under him, sending him to the floor face first, where his impact broke even more of the old rotten wooden flooring. Groaning, he got up and wiped off the splinters from his body, making a note to find somewhere he could shower, as 4 days on the street doesn't make for the best appearance. Frankly, it was a miracle that he wasn't made out in that crowd before he stole the bread, but he supposed the coat hid the worst of it. Continuing on his inspection of the ground, he saw that whenever he passed by a window, if it was still present, it was fogged up, making it impossible to see what was on the other side. The area that served as the baths was a mess, with most of the piping rusty and unusable, while the kitchen was just as bad, with electrical sockets long broken or retaken by nature. Trying to switch on lights, he found that not a single one worked, though most didn't have a light bulb, so he would have to remove one and carry it around to check. When it got to the attendants' quarters, he saw that what appeared to be where the men slept was partially burnt out, it being the same building with the collapsed roof, which made trying to scavenge for anything a challenge and in the end, fruitless, as he couldn't find anything of use. Walking to the other end where the women's quarters were, he saw some of the animals had returned, including a deer which stopped drinking from the small pond, and looked his way before going back to drinking, the animal having decided he wasn't worth leaving, which he was fine with. It was a cute-looking deer. It took some build-up, but he managed to work up the courage to go through the women's quarters, rationalizing it as being abandoned and him needing whatever useful stuff he could find. The building was in better shape than the men's, with the rooms largely intact but most were empty, their occupants having taken everything with them when they left, but he found some luck with the final room. Sliding the door open, he saw that it was more or less like the rest, but that the closet was still closed. When he opened it, he found a blessing in the form of some clothes. They were worn, clearly meant for a larger person, and very much women's clothing, but it was a hell of a lot better than the rag he was using at the moment. Because of that, he swallowed whatever misgivings he had about them before he ripped the rags off his body and quickly put on the clothing. In just a few minutes, he stepped out of the rooms and went to that pond he saw to inspect how he looked. Seeing his reflection, he couldn't help but feel, put together was the word. He didn't know why, but seeing himself in a white 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐲 and scarlet hakama left good. He was still embarrassed to be wearing women's clothing, and it was a couple of sizes too large, but it helped him feel less stress than he had been dealing with ever since the slime incident. Now, if only I could do something with my hair. He wondered to himself, removing the little twigs and other pieces of dirt that he had in it, leaving his hair clean-ish, and very much untamed. It's not the worst spot I could have ended up in. An hour later, Izuku stood in the courtyard, looking at the place having finished investigating. Away from people, away from possible problems, away from mother. And he found that it was ideal for him. He hadn't heard any traffic or voices, the place was clearly off the beaten path, and besides himself, he hadn't gotten any visitors in years. A perfect spot for him to lay low, away from anyone who wanted to do him harm, anyone who would make him feel scared, away from places where he could be an issue again, but also away from his mother, who must be worried sick about him, having not seen him in close to a week. He hoped she was doing all right. It couldn't have been easy being connected to him. Heavens knew what the media was saying about him after his latest screw-up. Would she face pushback? Would the police demand she pay damages? She couldn't afford that. What about work? What if they laid her off for being the mother of a villain? Focus on what you can do, Izuku. He smacked himself. He couldn't let himself go down that rabbit hole, or else he wouldn't come out of it till he did something enormously stupid. Here and now, that was what he had to keep his focus on. That meant this rundown temple overrun by nature could collapse on his head at any minute, but he could fix that. If I'm going to be staying here, I might as well clean the place up. Even if I wasn't, it just doesn't feel right leaving this place to its fate. Yes, he might have not been the most religious who was these days, but he wouldn't say he would disrespect a place of worship, certainly not when in need of restorative work. So, he got to work, first making a list of all the things that needed to be done in order of what he was pretty sure he could do the fastest, and what was the most pressing, such as, among other things, the fragile floorboards. He didn't have a pen or pencil on him, but he had a piece of floorboard he ripped out, and his BLD was it off-putting to see a boy in shrine maiden's attire writing on a plank of wood using his blooded finger as a pen. Yes, but it was the best thing he had. Besides, he burnt himself every time he even heated up, so the slight pinch that came from having to bite his finger and keeping the BLD flowing wasn't anything to write home about. With that done, he pulled another plank of wood, and using the first as a list of supplies, he made a second list of all the supplies he'll need to carry out said repairs and badly needed maintenance work. Hopefully he'll be able to get the supplies he'll need to get running water again, though if there was a river or stream nearby, then he'll just need a tank and buckets. Electricity was also optional, as while he got above average grades in science, he wasn't sure that he should be trying to either reconnect to the grid, not when there were sure to be tons of circuits and wiring that would need to be redone by a professional. He also included stuff for the animals, as he didn't mind so too much, but he would need to clear out pests like rodents. As he wrote that down, he felt something slithering up his leg, underneath his clothing, with got a surprised scream out of him. Whatever it was stopped when he moved, with the boy scared now that he realized that he had been so out of it that a snake managed to sneak up on him, and unless he was willing to burn his only clothes left, he wasn't going to get rid of it. His fear only grew when he felt the snake start moving again, further up his leg and then onto his stomach before its head poked out of his top. Upon its head poking out, both the reptile and Izuku froze as they observed one another. Izuku had already felt that it couldn't have been too long, as from how its body pressed against his own while it slithered, it couldn't be any longer than 80 centimeters, a little over half his height. Its body was long, but also warmer than he would have expected from a cold-blooded creature, or perhaps it was merely absorbing the abundant ambient heat he naturally gave off. Its scales were striking in their pattern and colors, as the scales along its back dorsal scales, if he was recalling biology correctly, were a bright green with leaf-like patterns across it with black blotches here and there. Its belly scales were creamy white, giving an eye-catching contrast between the two sides. But it wasn't so much its appealing scales that gave him pause, it was its eyes. They were a striking, fiery color, the red and orange within them melding like what he would see whenever he looked into a flame that he didn't create, but that didn't detract from their exquisite nature. If anything, it added to them, as felt the same calm looking into those eyes as he would staring into a video of fire back home. It would see that the snake agreed as it didn't move. He didn't know what made him such an attractive person that a wild snake would approach him, but it seemed to be as invested in him as he was in it. The moment didn't end there, as without thinking, Midoriya raised his hand to his stomach, close to the snake but not grabbing, allowing it to make the choice. It turned its eyes to his appendage, then back to his face, studying him, trying to find any deceit or ill intent, but found none as it shifted, sliding up his arms, this time over the clothing as it slowly went up his arm before wrapping itself around his neck, where it settled with its head close to his cheek. His earlier fear gone, he couldn't help but softly laugh as he reached a hand towards its head and gently scratched it with a finger, the reptile snuggling closer to him. "At least I know snakes like me." His words received no answer, but it took that positively, as the wild animal should have something by now, perhaps bite him, hiss at him, flee, or never approached him to begin with. But it didn't, and he was grateful for that, as it meant he now had a new friend, his first friend in almost 9 years. "I wonder, are you a boy or a girl?" The snake turned its head towards him, its face giving away nothing as he rubbed the back of his head. "Right, dumb question to ask when I'm not even sure you understand. Oh." It smacked him with its tail, which hurt more than he would have expected, as returned his gaze to it. Seeing that again, there was no change, but he felt like it was annoyed with him. Did you understand that?" The green and white snake finally nodded its head, making him lean back onto the tree trunk he had been sitting against while he made his lists forgotten at the moment. "Oh my god, I'm talking with an intelligent snake." Was this a quirk? Was he just insane? He didn't know, but he didn't care at the moment, as another thought popped into his head. "Wait, if you understand me, that means you understood the question." He nodded again, which explained the tail slap, but he didn't see it respond, so why did it get made? "Okay, then what's the answer?" he asked again. Again there was no emotion on its face, which he expected, as it wasn't like it could emote like a human or even most house pets. Rather, it flicked its tongue out, pointing towards its tail. He looked at it, but didn't see anything wrong with it. Turning back to the head, it flicked its tongue out again in the direction of its tail, so he looked again, trying to see if there was anything amiss about it. Feeling its eyes on the back of his head, he didn't stop as the snake started to move its tail about like a worm, wiggling and waving it side to side, which he found to be impressive, especially for a tail that was thinner than he was. "You're a girl?" he asked, recalling that male snakes tended to have longer, thicker tails when compared to females. At last, the snake seemed to confirm this by nodding its head, pleased with him, as she went back to snuggling up to his warm cheek, leaving him to chuckle. "All right, now that I know your gender, what would work for a name?" he asked, tapping his chin before he looked at the snake. "Any ideas?" He received no answer, as the reptile was content just snuggling against him for warmth. Of course, okay, he looked around for ideas, as he wasn't the most creative when it came to anything really, but there wasn't much in the way of inspiration around them except for all the plants and broken down buildings. Wait, plants could do. "How about Koharu, it means green or vibrant?" he asked, smiling as the snake raised her head to watch him, slowly bobbing her head as if probably thinking if she was intelligent before she liked the air and snuggled up to him, closer than him and letting out a pleased-sounding hiss. Koharu it is then. With his new friend newly named, he felt a lot better than he had been before. But now that meant he would need to include provisions and somewhere for Koharu to sleep, as she couldn't always snuggle around his neck, even if her presence was very much welcome. Now, back to those notes. Picking up the second plank, he bit his finger again to get the BLD flowing to get back to his note-making. Sometime later, Izuku, with Koharu wrapped around his neck and shoulders, was seated in the main shrine, close to the heath that remained as cold as when he first got there. He sat cross-legged as he looked over both lists, the second one having needed him to use a third plank to write all that he needed. He would be concerned for his health due to his BLD's extended contact with an old, filthy piece of wood, but it wasn't like he could get sick, and if he did, all he'd need to do was stop standing away from anything that could catch fire, and set himself ablaze. No way any germ, bacteria or virus would survive being in his body when it burned at over 1,300 degrees Celsius. But his mind wasn't on that. Instead, it was on the hearth, as no matter what, his eyes kept turning to hit. Even when he shifted to face the other way, he couldn't help himself when his head turned to look at it over the shoulder. It was cold, heartless, silent. But he could change that, making it warm, give it life, bring forth something that will roar and crackle. He frowned, violently turning his head away from it. He didn't want to do such an idiotic thing. With his luck, he was more likely to burn the place to the ground. Or at least, that is what he was supposed to think, but he didn't. After all, wasn't it only proper that in a temple to a fire god, a fire be lit? Why shouldn't he honor that tradition? He was already dressed for the part. Wouldn't it only be logical and right to start the flame, to keep it burning, to care for it? His mind made up, he got up and after placing his wooden notebooks off in the corner, he left with Koharu along for the ride. He returned maybe 30 to 40 minutes later. In his arms he carried a bunch of stuff that he believed would serve as good fuel for the fire, as his quirk could start the fire, but it couldn't sustain, not unless he never left, which was a no-go. Setting things up was the easy part, as even though he avoided fire for years, that didn't stop him from extensively researching it, so he knew to place the smaller, lighter stuff that would catch fire easier but burn out quicker in the center of the pit, then surrounding it with heavier stuff like more wooden planks what'll take time to catch, but will burn for much longer. Once he finished, he did a final check of the area to ensure that nothing that could catch fire was close by. With that done, he turned to his companion. "I'm about to do something crazy, Koharu. So please keep calm and don't bite me." She looked at him, her face passive and non-expressive, but he got the feeling she was confused by his request. Rolling up his sleeves, he took a deep breath to calm himself, and slowly channeled his power into his arms, keeping a harsh leash on it lest he burst out of his entire body like an inferno. It took some time, which he'd have to work on, but eventually, he felt his hands heating, the BLD starting to boil underneath the surface before his hands caught alight. Koharu leaned back with a hiss, shocked and fearful at seeing the fire. No. It's fine, Koharu, really." She looked at him, then at his hands, before her gaze went back to his face, somehow conveying that he was insane, though the fact he was picking those vibes from a snake he just met lessened that effect. "Yeah, this is a thing that I can do." The serpent looked at him as if he was crazy, but eventually calmed down enough to return to her usual spot, though from how tense her muscles were against his shoulders and neck, he knew she was doing it more for him than any belief in his fire. With his green flames in hand, he approached the heath and slowly placed them underneath the wood, grabbing into the loose twigs and dried leaves which caught lit quickly. Keeping his hands there for a moment, he slowly removed them and watched as the emerald flames started to grow, shifting to a warm yellow-red color as the nature fire grew from his quirk-induced one. Seeing the flames rise and grow, he felt himself calm as his heart continued to thump away in his chest from excitement and affection. He couldn't quite place it, but he knew that in this moment of weakness, he liked it. Like a curious toddler, he crawled forward, closing the distance while Koharu stayed still, though still tense as her eyes darted from the flames to his face, seeing the effect it was having on her human. Reaching out, he felt the pleasant warmth on his skin created by this appealing fire. Moving his legs, he got into a Caesar position, close to the flames and just watched them. caring for it like one would a child without much thought needed as he merely acted, carefully adding stuff to the fire whenever it was starting to burn, blowing air to increase its oxygen, pocking at it to break up pieces so that they could burn easier. He didn't know how much time passed, only stopping his thoughtless motions when the snake on his shoulders liked his cheek. Something wrong, Koharu. She looked out towards the entranceway, the dark entranceway. What the dash? He got up and jogged to see what happened with the light and why the sun's rays weren't visible, only for him to see the night sky instead. Did I spend the entire day tending to the fire? He asked both himself and Koharu. He thought maybe an hour had gone by, but if he was seeing things right, he had been in that one spot for at least 7 hours, not needing to drink, eat, or use the bathroom. But seemingly as karma for getting lost in his task, he felt all three coming back to him with a vengeance as his stomach loudly grumbled, as well as his need to find the most favorable spot to relieve himself. Stepping out of the shrine, he stuck close to the walls as he didn't have much light to work with, but upon seeing his long shadow being cast by the healthy blaze behind him, he turned back to it for a moment. Hey, Koharu, do you think I can be like it one day? The fire, I mean. He asked his friend, the snake seemingly being confused by his question as he added some details. It's pure, bright, innocent. He wished he could return to that, but alas, it was lost to him. After his bathroom break and drinking from the same pond as the deer from earlier, Midoriya turned in for the night, taking a corner of the shrine so that he would be able to remain close to the fire while Koharu slipped off him and went to sleep in the old rag he had brought with. He would need to get her a proper bed. When he woke up the following morning, he was still hungry, but he felt better than he had in the last few days. Upon seeing the list of things he had to do, he huffed and set to work, quickly falling into routine as he cleaned the outside of the temple, cleared away debris and other garbage which he couldn't find a use for, while also regularly checking on the fire, from time to time, feeding it pieces of decayed, rotten wood as he couldn't chop down trees at the moment, and the flames needed fuel. There was more to it. His grumbling stomach made it clear that he had to find something to eat, which was only hammered home when he saw Koharu with a rat in her mouth, slowly swallowing the creature. She looked at him, as if surprised he caught her while she ate, but then went back to with what he was sure was a giggle when his stomach grumbled. As he didn't like feeling anything that could compare to jealousy that his friend had a rat for a meal, he went out into the woods to try and find something to eat. In an hour, and quite a ways away from the temple, he found some fruit-bearing trees and root vegetables. He thanked the heavens for his find and plucked what he could before returning to the temple, where he washed the fruits and ate half of them, only sparing the seeds so that he could hopefully start growing his own. On his second look around the temple, he found an old storage shed. Busting the door open revealed that most of whatever was once inside was gone, but he did find a couple of old wooden buckets. He could use one for cleaning and the other for storing water while he got another solution. When he asked Koharu on a whim if she knew where he could get some fresh water, to his surprise, she slithered onto his shoulders and started directing him up the mountain. It wasn't the best ride, as he had to think about her signs or face being tail-whipped, but after about an hour, he started to hear it, running water. Breaking from the tree line, he found a small mountain stream, the water crystal clear and shallow enough that he could have to pull his breaths up to knee level to walk through it. The stream even had fish in it, small but healthy fish which he could come back to get later and have a proper meal, and from how Koharu eyed them, she was just as eager as he was to taste them, which only made him laugh as he couldn't wait to have a meal with a friend, but that need him to prepare the kitchen. With a water source found, food collected, and a place to rest every night, his routine became set, and as the days went by, he got better at handling them. Bit by bit, while it was still tiring to collect a bucket of water every morning, it felt rewarding and served as a good exercise to keep his mind off things. He even found a clearing about 15-minute walk from the temple, large enough for him to practice without having to worry about destroying anything, and like the temple far enough from any other person that he didn't need to worry about seeing him in the ND, as he really didn't want to damage the only set of clothing he had, so he would remove it and place it a hollow space of a tree. Slowly, his mind started to clear, and his heart didn't feel as heavy as he from sunrise to sunset. He worked, trained or cleaned the temple grounds, taking breaks to care for the fire and to hang out with his friend, who he realized was part of the reason he didn't need to worry about rodents, as she was an expert at catching them, as he felt like he would see her with at least one a day. After one of those work days, he lay on the floor of the shrine, the warm glow of the fire lighting up the space as went to sleep, happy as even his nightmares seemed to have faded into nothing but pleasant dreams, where he danced and rolled about in flames. "𝐿𝐭, you should eat. I'm not that hungry." Mitsuki sighed, having expected that response from 𝐿𝐭, even if the plate in front of her was still half full of food. To put it bluntly, the woman sitting opposite to her was a mess. They hadn't been as close as they used to be due to circumstance, but she liked to believe they were still friends, which was why 𝐿𝐭 called her after she spoke with the police after little Izuku's outburst. She was with her in that the boy couldn't be held completely responsible for what happened with the slime villain, and she eagerly waited for the call about how he came home so that she could be there for them through whatever legal bullshit needed to be done. But then Izuku didn't come home that night, which was highly irregular, as while most boys his age liked to act independently, skipped curfew, or if they were especially reckless, try any one of the many nightlife districts, Izuku wasn't like that at all. From the moment she met the kid when he was just a baby in his mother's arms, he had been obedient, easy to handle and rather introverted, far too shy to ever attempt staying out late. Because of that, she didn't find it odd when 𝐿𝐭 filed a missing person report with the police before she went to bed, worried sick for her son. That worry only increased when she awoke the next day, followed their advice to try and continue with her day as normal and for no news to come about Izuku's whereabouts. Both women were understandably worried. Even her brat, Katsuki, seemed to be a little off-put by his friend's disappearance. It would take 2 whole days since he was the last seen for him to be spotted, and it wasn't pretty as his next sighting was another incident. This time there were injuries, though thankfully, no deaths. Ever since, 𝐿𝐭 had been falling ever deeper into her anxieties and fears, even with all the police in the prefecture and the 2 putting up dozens of missing person posters across town. Even in the next 2 towns over there was no word about it. Days turned into weeks. Weeks into months. Now 2 months since he was last seen, there hadn't been a single lead pointing to where, not if she refused to entertain the if, Izuku vanished off to. Because of that, Mitsuki had been coming over regularly, at first just to talk, and keep 𝐿𝐭's spirit up, even being with her when she either called the police or went to the local precinct for updates on the case. But after a while, she needed to ensure that she was still taking care of herself, such as what she was doing now, as the woman had lost at least 15 kilograms, and not in a healthy way. 𝐿𝐭, for her part, couldn't bring herself to eat the meal. She knew it was good, it was a favorite, and that her friend made the effort to make it for her. But everything she tried to touch the chopsticks, she couldn't help but remember sitting at this very table with her husband and son, one gone divorced because he couldn't handle things, and other, she didn't know. She prayed that he was alive somewhere out there, but it didn't stop the nightmares of the police coming to inform her that they found a body that they needed her to identify, or worse, he had forgotten himself and fallen to his temptations. Her eyes went to her arms, seeing the bandages that covered every part of them, leaving no visible skin. She didn't need to wear them, but she still did. Despite that, she was still compelled to slowly start to unravel them, barely paying attention to Mitsuki's surprised objections and concern as she continued to remove the white bandages before at last, her flesh was visible once more, and it wasn't pretty sight. From the very tips of her fingers to her upper arm, it was nothing but scar tissue. Burnt scar tissue. Mitsuki, who was used to seeing this, didn't flinch but did reach over with her hand, which 𝐿𝐭 appreciated, even if that was diminished by how she was unknowingly giving her a picture of the stark difference between the two. Where her friend was blessed with a quirk that gave her eternally youthful, soft and smooth skin, with finely done nails with just the smidge of nail polish to them, 𝐿𝐭 didn't have nails to polish, as they had to be removed post the fire, while her flesh was dry, old and wrinkly, seemingly stretched too thin in some spots and too baggy in others. Her skin, once pale, was nothing but a collection of reds and orange. Remembering the cause of it didn't help, as it had been so normal. Izuku's 6th birthday was coming up and his quirk hadn't come in, so she booked another appointment with the doctor to see if they could see a specialist about it, as they were both worried. But then that same night, Izuku developed a fever out of nowhere, his body temperature spiking so high she thought the thermometer was broken, as she grabbed that she would need before they left for the hospital. She kept giving him chilled water and soaked a cloth, but it seemed to heat up as well, so much that it was like she placed the wet cloth on a hot plate with how much steam it was giving off. Then as she picked up her son, he burst into flames, at least parts of him did, shifting and changing as his flesh and bone melted away, replaced with volcanic limbs. But what scared her the most wasn't that she was severely burned, but it was how Izuku didn't seem to realize what had happened, as even before he just said he was little hot. Seeing her burn, he looked as if she had tried to explain high school level chemistry to him. What he said next haunts her. "Why are you crying, mommy? It's just some fire." She took a breath, and as instructed by her therapist, she cleared her mind before she spiraled. She couldn't afford to lose herself to that memory, even as she recalled how despite her pain and panic, he was only panicking because she was, the fact his body torched itself seemingly not even registering to him. They had to wait for the firefighters to arrive to handle him. Thankfully they had been notified by their smoke alarm, so they arrived with little delay, though they had to use fire-retardant foam as the water hose proved ineffective at putting Izuku out. She, like the emergency responders, was worried about him, and what he'd look like after being subjected to such intense heat with no protection. But when she woke up the following morning, her arms covered in casts, she was told he didn't have a scratch on him, which he proved when he walked in with a get-well present he picked out with Mitsuki, who had to explain to him why the fire even hurt her. After that, she established the rules and made sure he knew them and he followed them, for years with few incidents such as the entire mess with the class hamster, or when she caught him with small animals. But it seems she might have been kidding herself. That useless Deku, he was hiding his true strength this entire time. Katsuki growled as he landed another strike on the training dummy. It was a weekend, so he decided to do what he always did, train himself till his muscles were sore so that he could achieve his dream and become the number one. But lately, all he could think about was less his goal and more his not-so-useless classmate. But hasn't been seen in 2 months after making a mess of things, and he couldn't stop thinking about that day, that look, and what he felt when he saw Deku. The villain had been scared of him and mentioned someone that only afterwards he realized was Deku. That meant that the butt tried to go after the nerd, failed and then went after him and was able to beat him, meaning that he was weaker than Deku. That sessed him off so much that his next blow was an open-palmed explosion, shredding most of the reinforced training dummy. Ignoring the gym owner yelling at him for breaking equipment, he went and collected one of the many spares that the gym kept in stock. Not only was a head screwy, but he could turn into that thing. He would never admit it, but even after all this time, he shivered when he recalled that day, and how Deku burst into flames, burned himself to what should have been ash and bone but instead became a walking, breathing volcano. He was strong, stronger than me. He had struggled for like 5 minutes with no results. Those pros didn't even bother because they knew they were useless, yet Deku didn't even try that hard. He just ripped him clear before torching the BSTRD with that smile on his face. Those eyes. BSE was enjoying every second of it, laughing at me for fooling me for years. He remembered how pleased he looked when he burnt the villain into a puddle. Even when he turned to see the crowd, he could see how much Deku was flaunting his power, thinking he was better than him when he was nothing more than a villain. He even fled from All Might just like any villain would. When he thought about it, Auntie had been wearing those bandages around her arms since he was 6 or 7. That was when Deku's villainous quirk came in, and he could think of only one reason why she would. His anger grew. He barely held back the explosion as he punched the new dummy, as he wouldn't have thought of it before, but it made perfect sense that the villain that Deku was would burn his mother. "I'll make you pay debt. I'll be the future number one, and I'll start that by making sure you rot in a prison like you belong." He swore to himself. A glance at a calendar hanging on a wall showed that it was July. He had 8 more months to train before U.S. exam, and he planned to ace it, which meant even harsher training. He'd need it so the next time he saw that villain, he won't be the one stunned by awe. Izuku hummed a song whose lyrics he didn't know while he finished up his chores for the day. Leaning the broom on the wall, hand on his side, he couldn't help but be impressed with what he had managed in these 2 months. The temple was still run down, but it was far cleaner. Plants had been removed, old floorboards removed, and wooden panels and doors as well. He had even managed to get the old women's dorms into a much better state so that he could sleep there instead than in the shrine. Off to the side, he had a small garden going which wouldn't yield anything till spring at the latest, but the forest had proved plentiful when it came to fruits, and with the river, he now had a source of clean water for drinking, bathing and washing, with the bonus of fish, which the two enjoyed a lot, so much so that he didn't mind the daily trek up to the stream to fetch 2 buckets worth, often more when it was cleaning. Around his neck, his friend slept peacefully, as she had taken to napping on him whenever she got the mood. He didn't know why Koharu preferred him over the literal fire he kept burning 24/7. He had even set up rocks close to it that she could rest on, but he didn't mind. It was nice having her close. Still, I've done almost all I could with what I have. I need to get tools and suppliers to handle the actual repair. He had planned for this, gone back and revised his notes on how he could go about it a few times now, with the older planks being discarded to the flames. Perhaps he should have a pen and notebook again, as he didn't think it would do for him to get used to using his BLD as ink and his finger as a crude pen. Looking to the side, he saw the bucket he had been using for cleaning and how was standing in mud, half its water having leaked out. New buckets would also be great. These are on their last legs. They could only carry 15L at a time, which wasn't much, and it wasn't helped by the fact that he lost at least a liter per bucket every hour due to the many leaks in the buckets. With him speaking, he felt his serpent friend stirring from her nap. "Morning, Koha. Did you enjoy your nap?" he asked with a smile, with the snake giving him a look which he merely chuckled at as he reached to pet her head. "Not my fault you chose to eat that mouse. You could have waited for dinner." They were even planning to have fish, but he suspected she would just give him the snake eyes till he caved and gave her a portion for her to enjoy. "Well, anyway, I'll be heading into town to see if I can't get some of the stuff I need, though I'm still not sure how I'll pay for any of it." That was an issue. He had lost his wallet, and even if he didn't, he would have hesitated to try and pay with a card as that could be tracked. It also wasn't like he carried that much cash on him. Maybe he could trade some wild fruits for something. Koharu hissed at him, but it was a soft hiss as she snuggled up to his cheek, keeping him grounded. "Yeah, you're right. I need to hope for the best. All right, let me get my shirt and make sure I look presentable." Looking at himself, he saw that he had been working shirtless, with just his breathes, which didn't look too bad. Who knows, maybe he'll find a place that could offer him a spare set of clothing. Taking the same mountain road that led him to the temple, he strolled down it, following it till he came across a small town, a place that seemed far too closely knit to be a part of the city, where the tallest building was around 4 stories tall. While he didn't have a bird's eye view, he wouldn't be surprised if the place didn't have more than 150 buildings. The people were also different to the city, where most were busy or rushing from one place to another. It was more rustic and calm as people took their time, speaking with one another even in the middle of the road, as he had seen just the 2 cars since entering, one parked and other driving away. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, which made it impossible for him to blend in as to them. He was a stranger, which in itself was enough to draw attention, or at least that was what he told himself, as his picture was all over the place last he checked, so he could only pray that no one connected the dots and tried anything. To help with that, he would stick to his guns and not steal anything, as he wasn't starving, he was thirsty. He wasn't as desperate as he had been then, so he would sooner jump into an ice bath than steal. Of course, whatever he thought was going on didn't prepare him for what he heard. "A shrine maiden?" a woman asked her husband, the man shrugging his shoulders. "Well, I heard there is an old temple up in the mountains. Maybe she's from there." He looked up the road that Izuku had come in on, missing how the boy was starting to blush at the misunderstanding. "So, she walked the entire way. That's at least 15 kilometers away." Someone close by, a grocer, added, "Maybe she's one of those types that prefers the exercise, sees it as part of their duties or something." Another joked, as Izuku felt his face couldn't get any redder without him using his quirk, which for once wasn't itching to climb to the surface. "I can't believe they think I'm a girl." How could he forget what he was wearing? Of course, they'll make that assessment, not helped by the fact they neither knew him nor was he the most masculine kid in class. He and Katsuki looked like younger versions of their mothers, but he managed to still look like a boy, whereas Izuku was no neutral in gender appearance that women's clothes were enough to fool people. From inside his clothing, he felt his friend hiss in a way that couldn't be anything but laughter as he looked down at her through his shirt. "This is not funny, Koharu. You know these are the only clothes I have." He kept it quiet, but it was still embarrassing that Koharu taking joy from this. In response, the snake's eyes shifted to his hair, which was usually a bushy mess that he didn't care to style, but now he had done his best to straighten it and placed it into a small and spiky ponytail, just like his mother's hair was done. Okay, yes I did up my hair but I have to look nice, it's not my fault I don't know how to do anything more than what mother does with hers, I never had guy friends to help in that department. He had seen his mother do her hair up hundreds of times, it was just something he could do without thinking. Lucky for him, people stopped talking to him and merely watched him as he entered a small general goods store. Inside, he found that it was like seemed to have most of what he needed besides supplies, so he hoped that there was a hardware store that he could go to next. He didn't take a trolley or a basket, he wouldn't need them as he walked through the place, ending up in an aisle that had cleaning supplies, which included buckets. As much as he wanted to take the largest ones, he had to be careful with price as what he brought with him wasn't money, so he would need to pick something he could use but could be traded for, which was how he picked a bucket that was labeled 30L, as that was twice what the buckets he had could carry, and the ones he picked out were sturdy enough. Using the buckets, he picked up other gardening and basic repair tools before he went to the counter, which was manned by a balding man in his late 40s at least. "Is this all?" the man asked, seeing what he had selected to buy, which was 4 buckets stacked inside one another, some basic tools, a couple of notebooks, a pack of pens, cans of food and cleaning supplies. "Yes, I'll try to pick up everything else from the hardware store if the town has one," Midoriya replied as he placed the stuff on the counter and let the man ring him up. Hearing his voice, he realized that this was a boy, at least biologically, but he had seen far stranger and wouldn't give the boy or girl flack for that. "It does, it's about 3 blocks down, you can't miss it," he replied as he finished scanning the last item. "That'll be 6,500 yen. He raised an eyebrow when Midoriya didn't pull out a wallet or purse. He wasn't sure what the kid carried, but hey, he wasn't one to judge. Instead, the character was sheepish as they rubbed the back of their head. "That's an issue, see I don't have any money on me but..." Before he could tell the kid he needed to pay, they pulled out the bag he was carrying, which was more made from old cloth, and presented what he had been carrying. "I do have some fresh mountain fruit to trade." Did this kid think it was still the Edo PRD or something? He would have thought the kid was messing with him, but they looked so sincere he could find anything more than nervousness in them. At least the kid knew this was a long shot. "Fruit. You do know that you can buy them, right? I can get most of that from Amamiya's store down the street." The kid seemed to deflate a bit at that, shyly wrapping his cargo up again. "I figured, but it was better than nothing," he muttered, now feeling like an idiot, standing before the till with no way to pay for his stuff. The only thing that would make this worse was if he was holding up a line, but at least today, the heavens decided to grant him a small mercy as it was just the 3 of them in the store. Still, the man was curious about the kid as they dressed like a shrine maiden. They might even buy one, which was strange of itself as he hadn't seen one of those types in a while, most only passing through in groups. Also, the choice of items was strange as he was used to neighborhood kids doing the shopping for the family, or trying to get their hands on sweets and other snacks to enjoy while they did whatever the hell it was kids did these days. But this one was different, which meant him interested. "Listen, kid. Why do you even need this stuff?" Having no reason to lie, Midoriya answered truthfully. "I live at the old temple up the mountain, and the place is in dire need of repair." The man scratched his chin at that answer. "That old place, I'm pretty sure I used to hear about when I was a kid, but wasn't it closed down like 30 years ago?" Midoriya nodded, finally having an idea of when the place was abandoned, but he needed the man to know that he wasn't lying. "It shows, but it doesn't feel right to let it fall to ruin." Even if he wasn't planning on staying there for however long he couldn't just let the place that offered him shelter fall apart. "And it would help if I didn't have to worry about the roof falling in on me." He muttered that last part, as he had spent more than a few nights in the shrine as the roof creaked and ummed too much for comfort. "But why you? Aren't they others?" Looking the kid over, he saw that he wasn't the largest, nor the strongest looking. That kind of work would need an entire team of people, or maybe it was his quirk that would allow him to speed up the process. "Just me and a friend, but she's not much help in that department." At that, the snake that was hiding within his clothes made herself known, slithering out to the shock of the man as she curled up around Izuku's neck, the boy not reacting in the slightest. Finding this stranger than he thought, he decided that he could let the whole snake thing slide, seeing how the kid had it on him. "And your parents? You aren't from here, so I can only assume why they aren't here with you." There was a change in the kid's mood, as they looked scared and tired but also shifty. I can't go home. I did the one thing she told me not to and people suffered for it. I can't bring myself to face her and disappoint her even more. There was more to that statement. It was far too vague to be anything else, but considering that the kid must have run away from home and was willing to live in a rundown temple which they'll personally repair, he could only assume that whatever the kid did must have been bad, or he was overeating. Either way, he might have to look into this. Taking his silence as the end of the conversation, Izuku reached to collect what he collected to return it to its proper place. It was the least he could do for disturbing the man. I'll just return what I picked to where I got it from them. Hold on a second. The man raised his hand, stopping the kid. He didn't like it, but he couldn't just let him leave if he needed this stuff. As much as he knew he could just call it in, he decided to humor the kid. I don't approve of a kid living on his own in an old shrine, even if you fancy yourself a shrine maiden. Midoriya only looked away to try and hide his red face from that comment. They were the only clothes up there. You're not making your case any better, my boy. He didn't need to know why the boy could only find women's clothing, but that could be fixed pretty easily once he got some cash. But I'll cut you a deal. Keep your fruits and I'll let you take the supplies you need so long as you work some odd jobs for me to pay it off. Also, I'll be checking in on you from time to time. He patted the goods in question as Midoriya turned to him, wide-eyed. Is that it? Midoriya asked, not trusting that he could get such a deal with his luck. Even Koharu seemed caught off guard by it. That's it. I don't have much help here and I'm getting old. The man nodded, his eye going over his store and his lack of employees. Then I accept. Midoriya quickly accepted before he could change his mind, the man grunting as he handed over the goods to the boy who looked at them like they came from the heavens. Also, he reached under the counter, taking out a small notepad and pen before he wrote down something. Tearing it from the book, he handed the boy the note. Take this. It'll explain things to the old lady that runs the hardware store. With luck you'll get more of whatever you'll need, provided you also work off your debt to her. It was as the man said when he got to the hardware store. The 30-something gave him a similar look after he collected all that he felt he would need, which meant a nearly full shopping cart. Seeing the note, she only groaned that she wished she didn't lose that last poker game to the old BS before making it clear that he would be working off that debt, all 300,000 yen of it, which he didn't mind in the slightest. He even met the grocer that the old man was talking about, a Mamiya who heard what he was doing and gave him all the produce that she knew wasn't going to sell, though he turned down most of it as he didn't have a proper place to store any of it long term. When he was getting ready to leave, with the shopping cart from before, he was asked how he intended to get back to the temple with everything and surprised them when he told them he planned to walk, the same as how he got there. The grocer, Saitama, laughed it off as it was a 15 kilometers walk uphill with cargo and he merely brushed it aside. Would it be hard? Sure. But it wouldn't be impossible, plus it would be good exercise. With them flabbergasted at his response, he bid them goodbye and left. Once he got back, he was tired and sweaty, but still incredibly pleased with himself as he now had some of what he would need to get this place back into proper shape. His good mood was so great that he didn't even feel it as he used his new buckets to go up to the stream twice to fill up all four and catch the biggest 2 fish he could, which he and Koharu happily dined on by the fire of the shrine after he deboned and cooked them. With that, the next day came with a change to his schedule as from then on, Izuku spent his time either training, tending to his small garden, getting water or fixing up the place, starting with the essentials which were either tearing down or reinforcing the walls. The townsfolk that he met, as the grocer told him, stopped by every week to check up on him. The first time they came via walking and most were winded by the time he heard them approaching, but they were impressed with the progress he had made by his lonesome, though they had issues with him keeping the fire lit at all times when it was just him to care for it. As the days turned to weeks, they were witness to how the old temple seemed to gain new life as weeds were cleared out, plants that had grown into the walls, foundations and electrical wiring were disposed of. Most of the old floor was removed and replaced with new panels which he painstakingly cut to shape and nailed in. The old walls deemed a lost cause knocked down, though he never did that when they were around, which left them confused as to how he could, before said walls were replaced while others found themselves replaced. The roof was completely redone, and reinforced as well just to be on the safe side, while the statues and other images were cleaned up and polished on the regular. As with everything that was fixed, that was just one more thing for him to care for nearly every day. However, Other things remained the same despite him slowly working off his debts, and being offered a change of clothes. He stuck to his uniform as he felt like it was right. He lived and worked in a shrine, why not dress the part? They decided to mess with him by supplying him with different sets so that he didn't have to wear just one, but they were all women's, which embarrassed him, but he didn't want to say no, so he accepted it. It had nothing to do with the fact that he liked the way they looked. Nope, the look hadn't grown on him at all, no matter what the cheeky snake would imply. The increased work and times he could speak with other people did wonders for his health, which combined with his training and daily hikes for water built up his endurance and stamina quickly. As before, a couple of trips for water would have left him tired. Now he could do that 6 to 7 times with increased loads. He can still recall the grocer's face when he found him collecting water and he asked why he didn't just use the taps, learning that the place had no plumbing and that he was walking further up the mountain for 5 kilometers to collect water and bringing it back. Most days this was done multiple times, which to the shock of the man who asked him if he was okay. There was talk of solar panels, but seeing how he didn't have much electronics, with the possible exception being a fridge and freezer he was thinking of adding, he didn't see any need for them. It wasn't like he needed them for light, as he was fine with the candles, torches and lanterns that he had going. In fact, being surrounded by so much fire every night always helped raise his mood after a hard day's work, as he could just sit just about anywhere and meditate by the flames, as he would every morning in the shrine next to the hearth. Besides, he still hadn't done the electrical work and had no time or interest in doing so, not when winter was fast approaching and he would need to focus on ensuring that he and Koharu would be comfortable, warm, and have enough food to last. It had been months since he first stumbled into the temple, and while it was only a couple weeks into winter, the cold had come in fast and dug its heels deep into the land, with snowfall being something of a norm. It was extremely cold out even during the day, but at night it was far worse, as bitterly cold winds moved over the mountains, carrying them with ice and snow that covered almost every surface, bar one. Deep in the mountains, far from where anyone could stumble onto it, there was an inferno. It burned as hot as it was bright, its emerald flames melting ice and snow instantly, causing massive steam clouds to rise into the air where they cooled and fall to earth, only to be heated once more in an endless cycle. Now and then, a blast of fire would shoot out across the clearing, melting all the ice beneath it to the cold, but rapidly heating dirt that lay beneath it, or towards the sky, where gales and cyclones of emerald fire flew into the sky for dozens of meters before they petered out, returning the sky to the darkness again, only for the flames to return to, for a moment, banish that darkness away. The source of this blaze was a figure in the center of the clearing, their volcanic body coated in green flames as their emerald magma-like veins pulsed with power. Their voice being inhuman, with even breaths and hisses coming out like rocks being crashed together while being superheated. They lacked legs but instead had a large serpentine tail that carried them around like it was nothing. Izuku felt alive, not even the chill of the winter's night being able to reach him, as his body gave off heat like a bonfire, keeping him toasty as he went through his training. Twisting, backing up, sliding to the sides and rapidly closing the distance between him and an imaginary foe, his movements lacked his old nervousness, hesitation, and weakness. Now he danced, breathing out flames whenever he pleased, targets in his mind jumping and moving around him, villains trying to do him and others harm, villains he handled with blasts of fire that rendered them taken care of. The clearing had been covered in 30 centimeters worth of snow when he arrived. Now most of it was gone, masking the area with a thick cloud of steam that couldn't get colder to become water and ice again or rise further into the sky, thanks to the sheer amount of cold, icy-filled wind that seemed to hit these mountains. He wanted to challenge that. Leaping into the air, his serpentine tail propelling him far higher than his humanoid legs could manage, he found himself looking towards the ground, seeing that the place from the air looked like a wet mess, with the steam lingering as the heat within it was slowly drained into the environment. The area was a perfect target, as he created a fire within himself, feeding power into it and feeling it grow in heat and power. When his stone cheeks cracked as they puffed up, he let loose Serpent's fireball. His stone jaws swung open and from them, a massive fireball the size of a car shot out, racing towards the earth, where it crashed with explosive force, lighting up the space and superheating the air in the area, the blast hitting him in the face as he landed in the half-meter-deep crater, small emerald flames still dotting the space here and there. While Izuku was proud of himself for that name choice, As he normally would have struggled to come up with something not related to All Might, he didn't give himself time to pat himself on the back as he quickly built up flames within his mouth again. Just like before, he fed the flames till his cheeks cracked as they puffed up, but he held it just a second longer as he aimed for the sky this time around. Boa flame. Flames raced out of his open jaws, more than before, hotter than his fireball, but it didn't remain a single fireball. Instead, he willed it to change shape, taking the form of a massive boa constrictor that twisted and turned around as it raced into the air, creating a massive vortex of flames which sked in the cold air and sent it barreling higher into the sky. The flames were so hot that the snow on the edges of the clearing started to melt. Once the flames had traveled around 50 m into the air, he willed it to change once more as its body tightened, squeezing an imaginary foe before like a bolt of lightning flying through the air before crashing into earth. There was a massive explosion rocked the area as his flame serpent burst, creating a brilliant fireball high up above his head, the boom ringing through the air and no doubt catching the attention of anyone close by, but he didn't care. His exhaustion mounting, he gathered flames into his mouth for a third time, adding as much power to the emerald inferno that formed within him before he released it. Serpent's fire scales. Same as the last, fire shot out of his mouth in the form of a giant fireball, but it quickly exploded, creating 13 smaller fireballs that shot out into the air like a volley from an artillery brigade. Izuku grabbed onto each through his quirk, willing them to his command as pulled them around, allowing them to fly around him, creating a barrier against attacks as he turned his attention towards a tree that was close to the edge of the place. Around it were the burnt and broken stumps of others that would soon meet its fate. Like a SWSH, his control over the flames died with the fireballs flying out in random directions for a second before dissipating. Izuku fell to his hands and knees, the exhaustion that was building hitting him all at once as his form reverted from his living embodiment of volcanic wrath and fire back to his human body. He was steaming as if he was a pot of boiling water, yes, but still human once more, not naked by wearing a pair of shorts to cover his modesty in a clearing of mud, steam and dirt with the flames of his earlier attacks starting to die out. I've come far, but not far enough. Tomorrow, he said to himself, his body's temperature keeping him warm, but he knew that it wouldn't last as he walked away from the clearing and towards a tree where he had left his friend and most of his clothing. Tomorrow, I'll train even harder, and see if I can't boast my time limit by another couple minutes or so. He finished as he collected his clothing, putting on a white long-sleeved shirt, baggy red breeches and a cyan jacket. As Koharu slithered out from her hiding hole, he made a note to see if he could increase his time in that form to 45 minutes. Did you enjoy the show, Koharu? He asked, his attention shifting to the snake that was crawling up his leg before settling around his neck. The snake snuggled closer to him to warm up. Well, that's why I make sure you always have your little hole and fire to keep warm. He said to her as he had left behind a heated rock for her to rest on, but she didn't seem happy by that. If you don't like it, then you could always just join me. The flames are great. He answered her questioning eyes as he walked off, back towards the temple so he could shower, meditate, and tend to the flame before hitting the hay. His words made the snake look at him like he was crazy. No, you won't burn. I'm still wearing breaths this time around. He had come a long way since he would end training sessions naked. His control over what his flames burnt had gotten a lot better. Koharu looked skeptical about this. Honestly, I still can't see why you're so against it. It's not like it'll leave lasting damage. I used it to heal you just the other week. She had gotten injured by a passing weasel. He had saved her, reducing the weasel to a charred piece of meat, but she had seriously needed to see a vet. The problem was that it would take him too long to get her to town and look for one. So, he listened to his urges and burnt her instead. She didn't like it, and thrashed and squirmed around, forcing him to hold her down, but she had come out of it healed, as if the entire affair didn't happen. Didn't stop her from biting him for not warning her. It was a quiet walk back home, the chilled winds battering them to the point she took refuge in his shirt while he hummed a song, a mantra really that he had found while he cleaned out the old stores months back. When the temple came into view, the place looked vastly different to the decrepit ruin he had first found, as most of the major repairs were done and maintenance work was done, at least for the winter. He even had electricity, though he didn't install it as the townsfolk had been the ones to do that, with the local handyman having to tear out almost all the old wiring and completely redo it. He almost felt bad about only using it for the bare necessities like his phone and the kitchen appliances, but it wasn't like he had much else use for it. Walking through the main gate, the well-kept garden greeted him, though most of it was covered in a thick carpet of snow while the place was lit up entirely by bonbori lanterns which either hung from trees, were placed on stones along the path, or close to the water of the now frozen pond. Entering, one found that the interior was lit up by Anden lanterns instead, with not a single electrical light bulb in sight as he collected a fresh change of clothes and his toiletries and left for the redone bathhouse. Entering, he saw that the tank that sat above a wood-burning fire was boiling, making him smile as he had decided to be lazy and just collected snow to be his bath water, setting the fire before he left so that it would melt and heat up just as he and Koharu liked it. They liked it so much that neither cared about bathing together, though part of that was due to one being a snake that could care less for human norms about gender separation. Besides, the bathroom was more like a hot spring than anything else, with the water being gathered in a rock pond he dug out, cleaned and then waterproofed. The space even gave the two a nice view of the night sky and valley below. Later, he entered his room with a smile on his face and a pep in his step. Having finished everything else and had a great dinner of canned beans and fish, he was ready to turn in for the night. His room, unlike the rest of the temple, was the only place he thought to be more liberal when it came to decorating it, as it was his private space. There were potted plants scattered around the place along with 7 different large black and white drawings he had done in his free time of the town, its people, or just the mountain landscape. A small desk was placed in the corner, covered with notes and a few books on shrine upkeep, gardening and general repair. To the side, closest to the window, was his futon with a small drawer placed next to it that had a few knickknacks he had collected over his time, from a pressed flower, some of Koharu's scales and his diary. Stepping to the closet, he opened it to fetch his sleeping clothing, which took a second for him to find as most of what was inside were just reproductions of the shrine uniform he wore every day. Finding it, he changed into them, which was just an old shirt and light shorts, before he knelt at his drawer, lighting the Anden lantern atop it to give him light as he hummed, grabbing a comb to try and manage his hair into a bun for the night. The chilled air enters through the window. At some point, his friend had left his body and went to the little bed he had made for her in the corner, the soft pillows and blankets welcoming her as she crawled up and fell asleep in minutes. As he worked with his hair, he looked towards the calendar hanging on the wall and felt a pang in his heart when he realized just how much time had passed since he left home. "I'm better here, no bad urges, no nightmares, this is for the best," he whispered to himself, though he still felt like it wasn't enough, that what he was doing was terrible, but he was understanding, more by the day, that what he was doing was okay. He used his quirk, he followed his urges, and nothing bad happened. He didn't have human friends, but he didn't have human enemies either. He had a great place to stay at, somewhere to train himself to exhaustion every day without worry or scolding from others. How could any of this be bad? Opening the drawer, he reached for the hair relaxing gel, only to feel it was light. Stopping, he opened the jar and found that it was close to empty. "Looks like I'll need to head into town in the morning to collect some, but while I'm out, I might as well get everything else I need." He pulled out his wallet and a frog-themed purse and looked inside for what funds he had, seeing that he had about 20,000 yen, which should be enough for what he'd need to pick up. Come sunrise, he'll do his morning tasks and then head down the mountain. Even with winter grip on the country only tightening, with snow already falling almost every morning and evening, storms were still a thing, winter storms that brought with them not just biting cold rain, but more snow and ice than most knew what to do with. Such weather phenomena could be seen as appealing, graceful in its movements, but at the moment, few at the docks had any such thoughts. Instead, to them, the storm hitting them was a nuisance and danger to life and property. It had developed and fell upon them unusually fast, with a force akin to an angry child throwing a tantrum and destroying all they could get their hands on, as smaller boats which were tied to the docks had either been destroyed or thrown into land, where they lay in all manner of positions and states of damage. Larger ones were continually tossed in the water, bashing into the concrete docks, cracking hulls and forming holes which allowed the ice-cold sea water to flood inside. Even the helicopters that flew overhead, assisting in the operation, were not spared the storm's wrath as their pilots strained just to keep airborne, their machines pushed to their limits. won the ground, heroes and emergency services continued to move people away from the shore and towards safety. Police and firefighters aiding them. How many people are left? One of the heroes asked another, both in their winter gear and yet still feeling the chill and splash of the water from the sea not too far from where they stood. Just a few in this building. Then we move on to the next. She pointed towards building, one of the warehouses that had been primarily for storage, but couldn't house people in such conditions. Christ, did you suspect this would happen? He asked. You kidding me? Weather said that the storm was still a week out. While they complained and carried on their duties, a little ways away from them, in a comfortable-looking nook between two buildings, sat a cloaked figure, completely unfazed by all that was happening. They looked more like a traveler than a homeless person, as they were too clean, too put together to be unhoused. Despite the raging storm-like conditions that brought wind, rain, and snow in equal measure, they calmly sat with their hands together on their knees, letting the wind push back their hair while the snow fell onto their skin, no doubt chilling them to the bone, but they didn't act like they even noticed, or if they did, they didn't care. The stronger the storm, the more it calms my heart. The stranger softly spoke, their words lost in the raging winds around them. In this, the man took the opportunity to gather his thoughts about himself, about the situation, about the world, and he couldn't help but think to himself that society was weird and wrong. He thought on how they lived in a world where, thanks to quirks, the possibilities of what people could were endless. Anything that could happen, odds are there was a quirk out there they could achieve it. Such things should have been praised, highly valued for what they could do both the user and the world around them. If someone could rush from Tokyo to Kyoto in 10 minutes, they should. If someone could lift 50 tons over their heads, well, they should. If someone could create literal tons of 24-karat gold, well, then it would seem that gold would become far cheaper. But that wasn't how things worked, was it? Because those with power were still bound by the laws of times long past, written by those without it. Because of such, the speedster needed to take the bus or train. The power lifter couldn't carry whatever he wished. The gold producer could face jail time if they attempted such and was caught. Even he, with all the power he had over the sky itself, was constrained by this fossil of a system, and he couldn't but ask, why? Why did those with power grovel with those without it? Should it not be the other way around? No, that's not completely true. He thought aloud once more, mentally correcting his statement about how those with might that could rival stories of gods and heroes were controlled by mortal men. Society controlled everyone, both the weak and the strong, from the moment they were born into it. It indoctrinated them to think all was right in the world, that they weren't being railroaded into set paths, but that they wanted to do whatever it was society deemed they should. And any that didn't comply, either by choice or circumstance, they were ruthlessly crushed. But within such a system, it needed enforcers, but police couldn't do. Too many people saw them as public servants that shouldn't openly abuse their power. If they started acting like that they were, then more would realize the lie and remove their rose-tinted glasses, making more problems which would need more crackdowns, a CYCL that would repeat till the entire thing collapsed under its own weight. So, what did one do when they wished to trick people into believing something? Easy, you gave the lie a pretty face, and for them, that was the entire concept of the pro-hero. By doing so, one could use their gifts to the fullest, be praised for all that they were, and never worry about being told otherwise. It was a race to the top. The higher your rank, the greater the perks and praises laid at your feet. With those within the top 10 seen as gods and goddess among men, something that he respected, as all of them certainly had the power and will, but he resented how blind they all were. And to acquire such, all they had to do was crush any that didn't fit into the mold, those that didn't have the right quirk, those who had bad luck, those who society couldn't or wouldn't help fall any further, those who had power but no interest in heroics, those that society shunned and abused and therefore held no love for a flawed system. To a hero, they were all the same, and equally deserving of destruction. What a farce! What kind of world would be okay with such a system? Where it created heroes and villains in equal measure, either by chance or by intention, and then made them fight while rooting for one to lose. Why glorify heroes that only role was to protect a flawed system and protecting sheep that couldn't be bothered to think and act for themselves? What glory was there in fighting villains when the difference between them was so arbitrary? Heroes flaunted their power, they destroyed, they hurt, they killed. As far as he was concerned, the only difference between them was labels. Wrap them around, given a villain a PR blitz and some heroic acts, and most would forget they are supposed to hate them. Of course, he knew villains were selfish, most people were, but they were a cut above the rest, either due to circumstance, obligation, or longing. They were more open with that selfish longing. And really, was that a bad thing? Self-preservation and self-interest are core human qualities. Even those he had seen that claimed to not be were either fools or lying to themselves. Most people gave to charity because they wanted to feel good about themselves. Others helped others so that they'll be known as good people. Others refrained, some sin did it to get into whatever heaven they believed in. It was all self-serving, things that people wouldn't do if they didn't get something out of it. He knew firsthand that when people believed there was nothing to be gained from a so-called good act, or that someone else could do it, they wouldn't. If anything, they're more likely to act cruel, to treat others they believed beneath them as dirt because it didn't reflect poorly on them. He could count the number of good people he encountered in his life on one hand, his own parents whose names escape him not being on that list. The baker that fed him when he was 7 after he hadn't eaten in days. The store clerk that gave him a new pair of free shoes when he was 9 after seeing the state of the ones he was using. The gangbuster that let him crush with them when he was 10 during a especially cold winter. The taxi driver that drove him away from a bad situation when he was 13 for free. Against that, he could recall dozens, hundreds of instances of evil done onto him, onto those he saw. And never did anyone step in, never did a hero appear. There was a time when he hated it, where he cried for someone to do something, for people to be proactive, but that time had come and gone, a distant memory to him as he had come to accept that a person's power was theirs and theirs alone, what they did with it was their choice. Because of that, he wished to change the world, make it more honest, fairer in its depiction of the social order. He wished to strip the power away from those that restrained people like him, and allow them to truly be free, free of the abuse, free of the prosecution, free of the discrimination. But he would need allies for that, people that could understand him and his goals, people he could rely on, people that understood that this world so many believed to be perfect needed to change. And maybe, he wished to have people to walk with, as while he might control the skies, even the clouds could get lonely. The storm picked up as the man got up, reaching for his pocket and pulling out pieces of paper, cut-out sections of a different newspaper's front page. Violent mutant flees scene after injuring 3 heroes. Bandaged villain seriously injures another 8 people, still at large. Local hero in critical condition after unidentified redhead woman fills their body with hair needles. Teenage pyromaniac goes on fiery rampage, still at large. Each one was from a different day, a different part of the country. But where others just saw news about another villain, he saw reflections of himself in them. In the first, he saw a powerful man that could no doubt have been praised as a top hero if not for the fact he was born a mutant in a rural area. In the second, he saw a man that clearly wished to just be left alone. In the third, he saw a woman lashing out at a pro that wouldn't understand her. In the last one, he saw a boy finally expressing himself and being called a monster for it. All people with great power, held down in the mud by those that feared them, couldn't understand them, that hated them. He had leads on 2 of them, one of which led him into the mountains, his next destination. As he turned to leave, he wondered how intriguing it'll be to see a serpent of fire and ash dance in a storm. Young man, how can you walk around like that and not catch a cold? The woman running the grocery store told him with a laugh. It wasn't even midday yet, but he had been awake for hours, first handling his responsibilities in the temple before he came down to buy what he needed. Like always, he wore his shrine maiden uniform, with the sole change being the green wool-lined hari. It wasn't thick enough to be much help, but he didn't need it to be. Chuckling, he combed a hand through his hair, which he had allowed to grow to shoulder length and was kept in a finely kept bun with a comb through it, keeping it all in place. I have a naturally high body temperature. It's not so bad for me. Koharu's head popped out from his hari. To say hello he was sure, which the woman returned with a wave. She had long gotten used to seeing the lad with his pet snake wherever he went. It only made sense that when it was so darn cold, it would stick close to him. Though if she was seeing things right, that snake of his had gotten bigger again. When she first saw her, she was maybe 90 to 95 centimeters long, but now, she was at least 1.7 m long. If she didn't look so healthy, she would have perhaps advised him to take her to the town vet just to be sure. Heavens, I wish I had that. I would save an arm and a leg on heating. She continued to scan the things he picked. It wasn't much, and if not for the regular checks, she would have suspected it wasn't enough for him. But in this chilly weather, he seemed to have picked out quite a lot of fish to eat. I would just start a fire in my backyard if I ever got hot, or pray by the shrine to keep me and Koharu warm. Izuku casually replied, Koharu nodding with him as she had come to appreciate the flames almost as much as he did. The boy and his snake, there is a story there, I tell you. She said to herself as she finished scanning and started ringing him up. Speaking of, I hope you're taking care of yourself up on the mountain. Why's that? It's not like I've seen any predators to worry about. He did see plenty of deer, more than normal these days, but he suspected that was because he set up a little feeding station for them. It helped make the place feel less isolated, as if he couldn't live with people, then he'd leave live with the animals. Not predators, but there's been sightings of fire. She didn't see it, but he stiffened. A bead of sweat formed on his brow. People say it's like watching an inferno raging in the dead of night. My grandson compared it to that Endeavor fellow, like he'll ever come out this far. She muttered at the impossibility of a big-shot hero deciding to grace them. What was he supposed to do? Help Granny Mikasa find her cat. Help ensure kids got home from school on time. Meanwhile, Izuku had to wipe away his nervous sweat before she saw it. Damn it, he trained at night deep in the mountains so that people didn't see him. Most folk should be inside when he starts. Either way, it's got people scared. Even the local fire chief has done a few drills to make sure we know what to do if it ever came down the mountain into town. He had met the man. He was nice, even if his fire truck made him nervous. The sensation of cold water hitting him was never nice to him, it was quite the opposite. I wouldn't know much about that. I'm in bed pretty early, you see. Need my sleep so I can wake up bright and early for my duties in the temple. He hoped that she would buy that excuse, as he thought now would be a good time to finish up and leave. He got out his frog purse and collected the cash he would need. That's a good trait. My grandson could do well to learn it instead of staying up late playing video games. Lucky for him, she didn't pick up on his behavior as she took his money and completed the transaction. Well, he's young, why not enjoy his freedom? Anyway, thank you, have a nice day. He quickly grabbed his stuff and left the store, walking to the side where he had left his craft, filled with his other shopping and untouched by others. If nothing else, he didn't need to worry about thieves as much in such a small town. Putting the bag into it, he looked into his frog purse and saw that he had just a single banknote and coin. Down to just 1,500 yen. Hopefully, nothing will come up. If not, then he'll just have to make do with what he had. Taking the reins of the cart, he started pulling it as he made his way back home, waving at people as he went. Most didn't know all that much about him other than his first name, and that was fine with him. The less they knew, the better. To them, he was just the strange kid who cross-dressed and managed a temple. It was the tourists that gave him the biggest issue, where most people went south for winter to try and have some fun on a beach, maybe even left the country. They dealt with people who wanted their slice of a winter wonderland. This meant that he had to deal with them walking up, getting surprised when they heard him speak and either awkwardly walking away, asking for a picture together, or getting even more excited as that one couple did. It was far more than he was used to doing in terms of social interactions with strangers. But soon enough, he was out of town and on the road back to the temple. Around 15 minutes after he left, the door to the store slid open as another customer entered. The old lady turned to greet them with a smile, but that smile turned to confusion before it became fear. The screams started not long after that. Midoriya hummed a mantra as he pulled his cart, its weight barely affecting him thanks to all the manual labor and training he had been doing. Even with the cold wind hitting him, he couldn't bring himself to stop smiling as he thought of what he planned to make for dinner. He didn't just buy all that fish for nothing, okay? He did, but it was special and he and Koharu could eat like kings tonight. He would have gone for pork, as even just roasting it over an open fire would leave him a happy boy, but alas, she didn't have any. With the time, we should have time to relax for a bit before I need to get to any of my chores. Maybe I can get some reading down while I cozy up the fire with a cup of tea. That sounds nice, doesn't it, Koharu? He asked, to which his friend bumped her head against his cheek, making him laugh, his earlier tension absent from his body. Yes, I'll make something for you as well, how could I think I wouldn't? Koharu seemed super happy about that. He didn't think that snakes would like Thai, but he did try and add boiled leftover meat to it, so perhaps that was the reason. It was at that moment that the wind shifted. As before, it had been coming down the mountain, but for a moment it changed directions as it first died down, then came back by now racing up the mountain. This would have normally not gotten much of a reaction out of the two. They understood that wind changed direction, but this was not a normal day as Izuku's nose twitched. You smell that? He asked. Koharu nodded as she turned to face where the smell of smoke was coming from, freezing when she saw the source. Izuku did so when he turned and saw the town he had worked in, filled with people who helped and looked after him. It was burning. What the fire? Seeing that blaze, even in the distance, sent a spike of ice through his heart, his hands dropping to his sides, along with the pull bar of his cart. His legs followed afterwards as they lost strength, sending him to his knees. He didn't even register that he was dirtying his clothes and that he'd need to wash them Quirk to make sure they didn't get stains. That much smoke, that much fire could only mean one thing. Villain attack. But that was impossible. The place was so far away from anything, why would a villain show up? What would even attract them? It was a small town where being rich meant you had 2 cars for both working parents. There was reason for a villain to appear. One hadn't in the months he had been living in the area. So why today, if all days, did one decide to change that? Before he knew it, he was back up on his feet, ready to rush over and help them. Just like the last time, that memory, the image of seeing people angry, afraid of him more than anything, left him rooted to the ground, his knees growing weak once more, but he managed to stay standing, barely. Hugging himself, he could barely feel Koharu trying to get his attention as he got lost in his head. He hadn't thought about it for so long. He had thought he got past it, but that was just him lying to himself. He had tried to be a hero, tried to save someone, and all that did was force him to flee, made so many people fear him, made All Might fear him. What sort of hero did that? None. They brought joy, they brought laughter, they brought good things. He didn't. He only made people feel bad. He did bad things. Just like a villain. I don't want to be a villain. I've been good, I swear. I say my prayers every morning, do my chores, and even try to keep up with schoolwork. I'm not bad. I'm not. Oh! He hissed, seeing that Koharu had bit his hand, and got pretty deep. Releasing her jaws now that he was back in the present, she looked at him with sad, worried eyes. Why, oh, she was worried for him. Koharu, I'm sorry. He didn't want to look at her and perhaps see disappointment in her eyes as he looked away. I know that I should go and help, but am I the right one for the job? She shifted her position so that she was back in his line of sight, her tongue flicking out, conveying words and feelings that only he could feel, almost as if he was having an entire conversation with her. Shaking his head, he tried to grab the pull bar and start moving again. Someone will come, right? When villains appear, heroes also appear to that stop. He couldn't do it. He didn't need to see it. He didn't need to hear it as his mind conjured up a scenario in his head about what could be happening. They aren't here yet. A villain wouldn't have appeared unless they were fleeing the heroes. How long would it take for one to arrive? An hour, or 2? How many people would be hurt, if not worse, by them? Koharu liked his cheek, drawing his attention to her as she looked back towards the town, her message clear as day. Fire. He had been told so many times that it was bad, that he was bad for using it, for loving it, for wishing to see it spread, but he spared Koharu a glance, recalling how he healed her. He remembered how much the fires around the temple didn't just calm him, but made him so happy. He remembered how he felt when he trained, so much so that not even the threat of someone discovering him could discourage him from doing it. Fire could do so much good too. It can help people. It was a part of him, a part that he cherished. That nugget burrowed deep into his head, banishing his hesitation and fear, and with it he moved, slowly but quickly gaining in speed as he ran back to town, stream starting to leak out of his nostrils and mouth as he increased his body's performance. Soon enough, he was a steaming projectile speeding down the mountain back towards town, Koharu wrapped tightly around him but not burning from his inhuman body temperature. He might not have it in his cards to be happy, but he could at least ensure that others did. Back in town, the scene was a mess as people ran away from the fighting and chaos. Fires had broken out almost as fast as the villains' attacks thanks to stray fire hitting a small gas tank and spreading from there. While the local firefighters dealt with that growing problem, law enforcement and others helped get people away from the thick of it. They had tried to stop the villains earlier but had been rebuffed by them. With the villains, the Gang of 11 are scattered across the main street, looting what they can from the stores and homes. Have you found anything? The biggest among them, a man who was at least 2'm in height and could weigh as much as 130 kilograms, asked one of the gang members next to him. Just canned food and some camping supplies. The smaller man replied as he looked through the stuff they had stolen, nothing of real value, aside from a few laptops and a phone. That'll do, we're getting the hell out of here. I don't need the DMN heroes chasing us. The leader replied, wishing to get out of this nowhere town and move on to bigger things. It was already humiliating enough that they had been forced out of their territory, now they'll have to move to another city and set up shop there. At the very least, he'll have the chance to fight his way to the rightful place. Hold it. Hands in the air, now. He turned to see something that made him laugh. Some no-name cop was trying to arrest them, seriously. The man looked like he was close to crapping his breaths even with that little gun in his hand. Oh, this is cute. He cracked his neck, the cop looking like that act alone scared him, which only made the villain smile. Where's the heroes, copper? Sorry, this is above your pay grade. His arm turned into a rocky mess before he swung it at the cop, pieces of it flying out towards the man who dived for cover along with the rest of the cops that he knew were waiting for their chance. Watch this. One of the others created a small ball of energy in their hand, shaping it onto a disc before he tossed it at the police. The attack missed and instead struck the side of a building that was already close to toppling over. This was dangerous as there were still people in the area, with a small group right in the crossfire. Oh no! The police screamed out as the people crawled up into ball and hoped that would save them. Serpent's fireball. However, their end was averted as a voice that sounded like a volcanic eruption mixed with rocks being pummeled to pieces of a drill was heard. At that same time, a massive fireball the size of a car come barreling in, slamming into building, causing an explosion of fire and heat that destroyed most of it, with the pieces that remains harmlessly to the street. From the direction of the fireball, a creature coated in fire and ash was fast approaching, jumping from rooftop to rooftop before landing in the middle of the new ruined street. With the smoke clearing from their form, they could all see that appeared to be a mutant class of Quirk user, as their entire body was covered with purple stone-like scales with what looked to be flowing green lava in between the cracks. Their lower half was just a serpent-like tail, with the tip giving off a consistent, small but bright green fire like a freshly lit match. Their fingers were long, clawed with glowing tips. Their head was covered by a flaming cobra-like hood which formed from their back and shoulders. Atop it were two green and white spots that looked like eyes. Their face, like their body made from stone, shaped to look like snakes with scaled patterns covering the entire thing with bright green flames leaking out of the divide that served as their mouth and the two holes that formed their eyes. Coiling around them was an actual snake, which was quiet and muscular, almost like a baby constrictor which, despite the heat the newcomer was putting out, hadn't hurt by being in contact with them in the slightest. Are you okay? The figure asked, their voice so off-putting when compared to anyone else's, same as their appearance. While Endeavor was covered in fire for intimidation purposes, one could still see him as a man underneath it. Whoever this was seemed to be made of fire and earth. We're fine. With their attention on them, the people shakily waved back at them. The newcomer smiled, or at least, they appeared to smile. Good. Izuku had been worried that he had taken too long helping others. He had been rushing things as he did it, which meant he burned a few people, but they would be fine. Once a couple hours passed, the marks would fade. He had prioritized rescue so much that he had nearly been too late to save those latest people from that falling building. Turning to the villains, they couldn't help but flinch, all but the leader, who glared at Midoriya like he was insulting him by standing there. Boss, who the hell is this guy? Don't know, don't care. He's just another hero wannabe. He cracked his neck. He didn't know who this punk was, but there was no way this nowhere town had a local hero. So either he was some nobody sidekick that happened to be there, or was a local that thought he was the SE interesting. High above this, Nine watched the commotion, using his quirk to essentially float over the town, unbothered by the frigid winds and unseen thanks to the noise happening on the ground. He hadn't been far when the attack started, having planned to just stop in the town for a meal, before containing his search through the mountains for boy, only for these pests to start making noise. He had been tempted to smite them himself if for no other reason than they were annoying him and hampering his search, but the reason he was even in the area presented himself. He had watched as the boy went about saving people, moving quickly and with clear intention in every movement. Even from this height, he could see the steam billowing off of him as he moved, most likely an application of his quirk to heat himself up to increase base physical characteristics. He was surprised by the fact the boy had looked to be a constrictor wrapped around him, but the snake seemed intelligent as at one point, Izuku placed it down, and it slithered under some debris. When it returned, Izuku shifted to focus on a different part, pulling someone free of the debris. Then that building looked set to collapse and taking some people with it, a tragedy but nothing much to write home about when villain attacks were such a common thing. The boy didn't seem to see it like that as he transformed into his other form and blasted out an impressively large fireball. A powerful one too, as it did short work of the building. So this is what he looks like in person, quite impressive. He thought to himself as the boy was proving the stories about his strength had some merit. Leave, you're not wanted here. Midoriya told them, clearly and blunt, which caught them by surprise as that wasn't what a hero would say. They'll say some SHT about surrendering or how they'll defeat them. What? One of them asked, dumbfounded, while the leader realized that this wasn't a hero, but most likely a local. Is this guy for real? Another asked, smirking as they outnumbered this newcomer 11-1. Even if he was covered in rock, so was he, and this punk didn't have the benefit of backup either. Hold on, look at what she's wearing. One of them spied some pieces of clothing still clinging to his form, enough of it to spot the white and red before busting out in laughter. She's a DMN shrine maiden. The others caught on to this as well and started to laugh as well, with the leader being unamused that some shrine maiden had come to waste their time. Get out of out face, girl, and maybe we'll pass by and drop a coin at temple after this. He waved her off, turning to continue the attack, but Izuku didn't move. He didn't care that they thought he was a girl. He cared about the fact they were messing with the lives of others just because they could. Even Koharu seemed upset with them, glaring at them like she wanted to kill them, not for a snack but as a pest. Leave. Now. He repeated himself, louder as he took a step forward, drawing their attention again, which changed from amusement to annoyance at his insistence. Get out of here, you brat. The man yelled at her, swinging his arms to send another barrage of rock, this one aimed at Midoriya, who didn't flinch and only blocked the attack with his tail, which whipped out in front of him and either blocked the attacks or smacked it away. Seeing this, the villain turned around fully, giving him his full attention. Oh! What the heck, she blocked that? One of his grunts asked. What the heck is she? He felt like he should hit them over the bloody head for their pointless commentary. He was powerful, he knew that, but he wasn't so dumb to think he didn't have people close to him that could SHT like that. You got some moves, girl. But if you think that'll be enough, then I'll prove you wrong. He replied as he started to change, his entire body growing as the rock covering him increased, going from his arms to his chest and soon his entire body, increasing his weight and height. When the change was done, the villain had grown to nearly 3m and put in another 90 kilograms. He was already far taller than him, but now even with Izuku in his flame serpent form, he was tiny compared to the villain, who seemed to take pride in his increased size and bulk. Koharu, leave this to me. Izuku asked his friend, who looked at him for a moment before she followed his request and slithered off him, and moved to hide among the buildings, away from the fight that was about to happen. The villain took some steps forward, seemingly try and intimidate him, throw his weight around, or merely close the distance between them so that he could make full use of his increased durability and strength. Serpent's Fireball. Izuku didn't give him the chance to do either, as the villain's surprised eyes saw him taking a deep breath before he breathed out another car-sized fireball which rapidly closed the gap between the two. He bared his teeth and brought his arms up to block an attack which struck him like an explosion. His hardened stone skin protected him from the heat and possible burns, but he could feel himself being pushed back by the blast. When it finally dissipated, he was surprised and enraged to see that he had been pushed at least 3 just by the skid marks his shoes left in the road. More than that, his favorite jacket was reduced to ash, leaving him with a shirt that was covered with burns. Seeing that Izuku was already preparing to do something else, he wasn't going to let him catch him off guard twice. With a roar of rage, he charged the boy, ready to pummel him into the ground for this slight. Die! The stone villain yelled as he swung his fist towards Midoriya, but he was used to dealing with Bakugo, and had watched heroes and villains fight his entire life. He might not have experience, but he had seen enough battles to understand the mechanics. No! He replied, dodging the attack and rushing over to the side, his tail whipping the man as he went. He had trained in this form for weeks, he knew how to make use of every part of it. Even if he was a larger target, he was also far more flexible and faster than before. There was another swing at him, but he leaned back to avoid it, quickly snapping back into position and jumping over the follow-up, his tail once more smacking the man, angering him. Din, you're a slippery one. This went on for a few minutes. Izuku not attacking, but instead dodging and evading blows which landing like tail smacks at his elbows and shoulders, testing the joints for any weak point he could use. I need to end this quickly, he thought to himself, as he couldn't just let this continue. Sooner or later, he'll either get tired, or the other villains would just leave them. With that thought in mind, when he ducked under a backhand, he didn't move back but went forward, pulling his fist back and slamming it into the villain's gut. His attack, which might have been stronger than what he could do in human form, didn't do much against the stone-covered muscle as the villain laughed. Nice try, kid. You're fast, but that's all you got. He mocked as Midoriya tried to make distance to rethink this, but he was too slow as the villain managed to grab onto his arm and drag him back, his first geared. Izuku didn't have time to think as he just brought up his other hand to block the blow, which landed with far more power than his own, as the stone scales covering his arm cracked while green lava like blood was spilled. Finally, landed one. Seeing the damage on the retreating brat, the villain smirked. But that smirk turned to disbelief as he watched as what should have been a broken arm repaired itself, with the scales stitching together like new while the arm, which was slightly bent, snapped back into place. In less than 10 seconds, his blow might as well never happened. What the hell? Is he healing? He hadn't ever fought someone with regenerative abilities, this will be a pain. Still, he wasn't about to back out from this as he smashed his fists together. If the brat could heal, then he'll just beat him faster. Looks like you'll be an annoying and to smash into the dirt. Rushing Midoriya again, he launched a fury of blows against him, many of which Midoriya was forced to evade, but a few did get through, hitting his arms and chest. However, Midoriya wasn't idle in this as he too had a new plan in the works. Using his tail as a shield, he managed to buy himself a few moments to take in a deep breath before firing off another attack. Serpent's Fire Scales. The attack came out like a normal fireball, pushing the villain back and giving him space before it exploded into 15 smaller fireballs that surrounded the villain. He cursed as he tried to swat them away and moved to avoid them, but he only managed to destroy 2 and avoid 4. The other 9 struck home at different points such as the back of his knees, his elbows, chest, neck, head. Midoriya waited for the smoke to clear from the attack, couching to give himself a little boost should be need to retreat. Did that do the trick? There was faint moment in the smoke, but his eyes widened when from it, the villain rushed him, faster than before. His clothes might have been destroyed, leaving him with just burnt breaths, but he was still standing. Izuku tried to jump back but the villain managed to grab him once more. Not even close, brat. With a throw, he sent the boy flying into a car, crashing into it with such force that the vehicle was knocked onto its side, with Midoriya in a dent shaped like himself. While the boy was still seeing stars, the villain reached for another car, grabbing it with both hands and picking it up over his head. And now, to end this farce. If he had to do some serious damage, then he'll flatten the kid with a car. However, he felt a slight pinch on his elbow, where there was no stone. Looking, he saw that the snake that the brat had brought with him had managed to climb onto him and bite him. "Really, this is just sad. What's next? You're gonna send rats after me?" he asked, dropping the car with a crash and grabbing the snake, tightening his grip on the reptile, which started to squirm as he felt its fragile bones buckle and crack. Right as he was about to kill the demon animal and get back to the fight, Midoriya slammed into him like a wrecking ball of smoke and fire, sending him tumbling back some ways, Koharu free from his grasp. The injured snake was now being held in Izuku's arms, as he hissed towards the villain, his flaming eyes burning even brighter than before, conveying a deep protectiveness and anger. "No one hurts my friends, no one," he hissed. "Hey, wait a minute, I recognize that brat. He's the guy that managed to get away from All Might." One of them finally realized who he was, and with that, others followed, as while it might have been months, and more exciting stuff had happened since, the number of villains that could say they managed to escape All Might even briefly was a short list. "Oh yeah, he's that Tatuan arsonist. Actually, what the hell is he doing here?" another asked, feeling a tad bit scared as they could all recall the damage the kid left in his wake. Rumor was that he torched another dude to ash for SHS and giggles. The villain's leader hated this. He could accept that the fodder around them was getting ready to SHT their breathes, but he expected better from his crew. "Shut your traps." "So, he run from All Might, so what? All that means is that's just a coward." Midoriya didn't hear any of this. His attention remained on Koharu as he inspected her injuries, trying to calm her while his anger at the monster that would harm his friend was grew. "I'm sorry for getting you into trouble, Koharu, that was reckless of me." Without hesitation, he spewed out flames from his mouth, engulfing the serpent in emerald flames, shocking the people and villains alike that he would do something like that to his own pet. They had heard that he was a pyromaniac, but it was clear the stories didn't do him justice, as he was insane. With seemingly no care, he tossed the still burning away, his attention shifting back to the villains who now felt like they should leave the crazy person be. He doesn't say anything, nor offer them another chance to surrender, as he can see that they won't take it. Instead, he rushed the leader for a change, his speed catching the man off guard as it was faster than before when he was just dodging. But that didn't make him any more experienced in a fight, as his punch was horribly telepathed as the villain merely backhanded him. "Is that all you go dash?" His gloating was interrupted when Midoriya's tail shot out from behind him, and wrapped around the villain's extended arm, immediately heating up the jagged rock that covered his skin. Midoriya had known he was at a disadvantage, but used that to his advantage as he knew the villain would underestimate him. When he was struck, he put his plan into motion, and capitalizing on the momentum, he threw himself forward and hugged the villain, wrapping himself around and increasing his already high body temperature before he burst into flames. The villain's screams of struggle and pain meaning little to him as he tried in vain to escape, but like a snake, every movement he made only made it all the easier for Izuku to tighten his grip over him. "Boss!" The rest screamed, seeing their boss started to struggle as he was restrained by this kid that seemed to want to cook him alive. "Help him!" another yelled, with the group rushing to help, others preparing their quirks to attack from a distance, but Izuku wouldn't have it. Turning to them, he took a deep breath, creating fire in his chest and letting it build and fester before he unleashed a torrent of emerald flames. "Boa flame!" From his mouth, the deluge of flames took shape, becoming a massive emerald snake that shot towards the now terrified villains, trapping them into a vortex of flames where the heat and flames ripped screams from their throats. This wasn't the only thing that happened as the snake, with its prey trapped, exploded. In its wake, it left the entire group of villains seriously burnt and defeated. The sight of this stunned those that saw it, as with just a single attack, Midoriya had taken care of the entire group, bar the leader who watched in with fear, a fear that only grew as Izuku turned his gaze back to him, the emerald flames that made up his eyes conveying a deep sense of joy. "Well, that takes care of that, now I can focus on you." He started feeling the heat penetrate his armor, getting to his skin and hurting him more. Izuku picked up on this, and seemed to grow more pleased with himself as he leaned in close to whisper into his ear, his hold on the man ever tightening, increasing the pressure and heat flowing into him. "You're feeling it now, aren't you? The heat, the fire." I figured that your quirk boasted your defense, but while rock doesn't normally burn, it can transfer heat. Get off. He tried to headbutt him, but all he got was a bloody forehead while Izuku's stone mask of a face was left undamaged, or it was, and he couldn't tell as his vision started to blur from the tears. No. I won't. Izuku wrapped his arms around the man in a perverted variation of a hug from a friend, continued to whisper to him. Doesn't it feel good? The flames are so inviting, they're so loving, aren't they? This kid was insane, pure and utterly fed in the head. Please, I surrender, let me go. He started to beg, forget his dreams, forget his pride. If he didn't do something, they wouldn't need to worry about cremating him later. Don't fear the flames. His dread grew to new heights as Izuku opened his mouth, letting the man see that within, he no teeth, tongue or any other flesh. Instead, he saw pulsating veins of emerald, along with a building inferno in near the back. Welcome their embrace. He didn't have time to beg anymore before he was engulfed in the flames, screaming as they ate away at his body as his quirk failed, leaving him with nothing to protect himself from the bright flames that continued to feast on him like ravenous piranhas would on a carcass. After a few seconds, the flames ceased as Midoriya gently lowered his defeated foe to the ground before turning to the people, the biggest smile he could make with his stone mask of a face on full display as he couldn't help but feel accomplished. These people had helped him, supported him, and he had been able to repay that in full. You're all safe now, Dash. He stopped when he saw that no one was happy or relieved. Instead, they were terrified, as if the Reaper himself stood before them ready to claim their lives. Most of the police, both those unharmed and those that had been taken out earlier, were up and all aiming their weapons at him, their fear mixed in with rage which left him feeling confused and scared as he remembered seeing those looks before, and how that ended. Hands in the air, villain. One of them yelled at him. When he tried to move forward, arms outreached to explain himself, the cop pointed his gun into the air and fired it, the crack silencing any attempt from him. No sudden movements or the next one won't be a warning shot. He yelled again. With Izuku looking around, his emotions started to flare in him as he looked at people he knew, people he spoke with, that had been so nice to him, looking at him like he as much a villain as the ones he just took down, and he didn't like it. Surrender, murderer. Another yelled as he whipped his head to the side to face them. Murder. I didn't murder any Dash. Taking a step forward, the cop, with fear, confusion and rage swirling in his eyes, shot him with the bullet that would have no doubt been enough to injure if not kill most, villains and heroes alike. It just ricocheted off his stone skin, not even have the power needed to dent or chip him. Despite the shot doing nothing to harm him, the fact that he was the one they decided to shoot infuriated him, fueling his flames as his ambient temperature rose. Not another step. He hissed at the cop, a response which made them take steps back as the bystanders fled the scene, not wanting to be anywhere close to the pyromaniac when he exploded. And explode he did as he breathed out a large stream of flames at one side of the police, forcing them to run for cover while the others opened fire, but like with the first one, their bullets only further angered him, leading him to spew flames all over the place. I'm not a murderer. He yelled at them, his words near lost in his voice that sent shivers down their spines, as they could feel the rocks that formed his interior heating and shattering in his words. When will the heroes get here? One asked as they hid behind a wall, the yellow and red flames from earlier slowly being replaced by emerald ones which seemed to burn all that they touched. They'll still 20 minutes away. The second one yelled back. Before they both dived for cover as piece of the building, they were closest to crumbled and would have crushed them otherwise. As Izuku advanced, having grown sick and tired of people calling him a villain, he was hit by a powerful blast of water from behind which got a scream from him. Falling to his knees, seeing through the steam was that being rapidly made from the water trying to douse him, he saw that it was a fire truck. Stop that, it hurts. Covering himself with an arm, he built up flames in his mouth before launching a fireball, smaller than his others, towards the truck, forcing the firefighters to all jump for cover. CRP. His fireball didn't so much explode upon contact with the truck as it did heavily damage it, but this was enough for the water to stop as he willed his heat to rise again. But even as he became an inferno, he couldn't understand it. Why did they do this? Why did they attack him? Why reject him? Didn't he do the right thing? Did he not act like a hero and save them? His anger rising and patiences in short supply, the continued gunfire only set him off as he took another breath. If they wanted to fight, he'll give them a fight. Serpent's fire scales. His fireball shot out, exploding into smaller ones that each struck a cop, burning them and sending into their backs or sides where they groaned in pain. "I'm not bad, you are," he yelled, seeing red to such an extent that he prepared to just them then there and there. But at the moment, the skies started to fill with dark clouds, faster than anything that could be considered normal, as thunder started to rumble through the air. This flash storm stopped the fight as Izuku looked up the heavens, wondering if this was a sign from on high, and if he should even listen when he had been cursed to live among people that saw him as an inherent threat. Lightning was his answer, as out of nowhere, a massive lightning bolt came crashing into the town, destroying an entire building and sending people into a fear-fueled frenzy as they all run for their lives. More strikes came, hitting other buildings and vehicles, but he noticed that none of them hit anywhere near him. He doesn't give it any further thought as he runs over to where Koharu had landed, finding the serpent once again healthy as he scooped her up and run off, never seeing the cause of the sudden and violent lightning. Above it all, Nine watched the entire fight as it went down, and found himself impressed as Midoriya had performed far better than he thought. He also felt an familiar irritation when he saw how, despite his efforts, the fools rejected him and had the gall to attack. It didn't do them much good, but he decided then was a good time to offer him an out, so he used his control over the weather to summon a localized storm. Feeling his body start to fall, he cancelled it and flew off after the boy, coughing into his hand and grimacing when he saw the BLD spatter. Izuku had just arrived at the temple, rushing through its entrance towards his room. Having released his transformed form a while back, he was quick to get a change of clothes, even if he still felt betrayed and angry about the earlier events. Why can't anyone accept me? I did good, right? He didn't bother fixing his hair up, his hands too twitchy for that, as he looked to Koharu, who had settled into her normal spot around his neck and shoulders. In response, she merely nuzzled his cheek, which helped as he reached for her and gently stroked her head. "Well, you're the only one that thinks that." Looking out the window, he couldn't help but appreciate the mountain beauty, how peaceful this place was. He had grown attached to it and his duties, as while he couldn't be a hero, he found something to give him purpose. But that was all over, wasn't it? Sparing Koharu a sad smile, he spoke up. "It was fun while it lasted, but it's time for me to move on. No way, they aren't going to come here, torches and pitchforks in hand." She seemed to share his dejection over this, as she had been born in these mountains, would have probably died in them too if not for him. She liked living there too, but she liked being with him more, so she got off him and watched him pack stuff. He had left his shopping behind, but he had enough clothing, supplies, and other equipment to last a while. Maybe this time they could head north, maybe Gunma, it was known for its hot springs. Perhaps he should go further, he could always rough it in the Fukushima wilderness. Yeah, that one seemed like the better option, especially as he has no longing to repeat this. Grabbing both Koharu and the half-full bag, he ran into the kitchen to collect any food that could last more than a week, finding mainly cans, which will have to do, as he grabbed several of those and a can opener. Heading to the back, he opened the tool shed and gathered additional tools like a bucket, some fishing equipment and basic tools. With his bag now filled to bursting, he closed the place, checked on the flame one last time where he said a prayer and made his way to the entrance. Only to see that he wasn't the only one there, as standing in the middle of the path, blocking his retreat, was a strange man, pale-skinned and unfamiliar to him. He immediately realized that whoever this was, wasn't normal, as there was no way he didn't see him on the way up, nor could the townsfolk have got here so fast. Was he a hero? That wasn't good. Shoving the bag behind him, he bared his teeth at the man, ready to fight him off if he had to. "Who are you?" If the man was insulted or provoked by his response to his presence, he didn't show it. Rather, he just looked him over for a moment before he spoke. "I saw your fight, it was impressive, though the conclusion was regrettable." There was something in his voice that told Midoriya that he wasn't lying, but that didn't mean he wasn't an enemy, just that he wasn't one of those that hated him. "You'll be in the minority for having that opinion. Are you here to fight too?" "No. The man shook his head, his wet white hair kept in a fine ponytail while his grey eyes seemed as if they would be expressive, but at present were tightly kept under control, giving away nothing. Then I'll be on my way. If you want to say a prayer and offer a donation, the shrine is down that way. He pointed down towards the place, gripping his bag tightly as he stepped off the 𝐴𝐽𝐽 and slipped his feet into a fresh pair of shoes. As for me, I gotta get out of here. That is a shame, the man replied, still giving away little though he seemed to pause, as if thinking over his with that first statement. I seem to recall seeing your snake injured and you setting it ablaze. Is it another one? He pointed towards Koharu, who took as much offense at being referred as it as he did. And no, I just healed her and got her out of the fight. The man's eyes seemed to shrine at that revelation, something hidden there coming to the surface but still under the waters. Then, it seems that if a snake can see what I do, then those people were the issues, aren't they? He asked him, with Izuku started to wonder who the hell this guy was, and why he was even entertaining him. She's my friend, and I protect my friends, even if I only have the one. He muttered that last part, though Nine still heard it and could sympathize with that, though at present, he didn't have anyone in his life that he would really do much for. An admirable trait, having something or in this, someone you're willing to fight for. He praised him as Midoriya walked forward, intent on leaving while he still had enough time to cover up his tracks. Let me leave now. He expected the man to stop him, but instead he stepped aside, giving him right of way. As he walked, he kept his eye on him, picking up that underneath that coat he wore nothing else, that there were faint purple cracks, no scars on his body. Was he like him? Nine continued to question him, though he made move to stop him. And why is that? I didn't see you do anything that should warrant such a response, are you? Perhaps, going in a vacation. Midoriya couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Vacations implies that I can come back. I don't have a choice in this. If I'm not gone soon, I'll have to deal with. I just need to get the hell out of here and put as much distance between me and this entire area as possible. He turned to the man, now wishing to see where this was going. Nine walked to the side and took a seat in the snow, his back leaning on one of the statues that lined the walkway. And why is that? You said you say it, right? Nine nodded as Midoriya's frown turned just a little venomous, his anger still boiling close to the surface. That's your answer. I displayed my villainous tendencies, I burnt people, I fought against police. Nine ped his head to the side, his eyes remained expressionless but his tone carried with a spark of sympathy and understanding. Strange, the way I saw it. You protected the weak, handled a villain and his gang with ease, and were fired upon by law enforcement. That was a lovely way to put it, though he doubted they or anyone else would see it like that. If anything, it's they that should be leaving. What are you saying? That I was in the right because it sure doesn't feel like it. He asked him, with Koharu being on edge with this man, there was something about him that reminded her of a fierce storm. He shook his head. No, the one what was wrong was the world. How else would you label a world that would brand someone that helped save lives, that defeated villains to be the guilty party? Midoriya, despite the odd and confusing vibes this man was giving off, couldn't disagree with his words as while his mother's rules and all the bad memories were still there, he also could see the hypocrisy and downright idiotic standards laid bare. Do you know what that is? Nine could see that he had his interest, so he continued when Midoriya didn't stop him. Because those without power fear those of us that do. Those with power. Midoriya turned that statement over in his head, before he realized something as he turned back to the man. Are you a villain as well? Nine didn't react in a way that implied he was surprised, angered, or pleased. He didn't react at all as he merely thought about his response before speaking. I suppose you could call me that. I certainly fit the description that society has created. He had committed a few crimes, but never actively fought heroes, or engaged in what felt like tiring battles and ego-feeding actions. Midoriya on some level knew that this was a bad idea, that he should just leave now as he already had enough SHD because people thought he was a villain. If he was seen with one, he'll never not be hunted. But, deeper than that, he felt like this person was legit, that he could understand that feeling more than any hero. It was because of that that he didn't wish to refer to him as villain. And what do you call yourself? 9 nodded, happy that Midoriya was started to see things for what they were. Someone that wishes to change things, that rejects the world as it stands, where one's fate is decided from the moment they are born, where the truly gifted are forced to crawl through the mud. Midoriya felt that strike a bell deep in his soul, one that hadn't been rung since All Might looked at him like a ravenous wild dog that needed to be put down. 9 continued. I want a world where the truly exceptional can rise, where luck and opinions of fears of the masses don't see people discarded like trash, abused or hunted like dogs. Who? Izuku walked closer to him. Are you? I am 9, that is all, as I've long forgotten the name I was given at BH. Izuku didn't know what to feel about that, sad that a person could forget such a crucial part of themselves. Worried that he didn't seem to mind. Envious that he didn't have nearly as much baggage as he did. As if he could read his mind, 9 stood up. As for why I'm talking to you, it's because I see in you a kindred spirit, someone that hates the current order. Or am I wrong? Izuku didn't bother denying it, it would have been false. People like us, people with power, we're nothing more than lions, trapped in zoos for the amusement of the masses. Our entire world are these cages, and should we ever attempt to escape, then we're the problem and need to be dealt with. Midoriya, upon hearing those words, recalled all the times he used his quirk, all the times he was told he was the problem, all the times he was shunned. He hated it, he hated every second of it. But perhaps he just never considered what could be done about it. He had the power, why shouldn't he? Why should he defend a world order that would never see him as more than a villain in the making? As a monster that needed to be kept in check. Their conversation was halted when they heard engines in the distance. It seemed that the townsfolk were coming, and from the sound it was in force. 9 looked him in the eye, and for the first time since he appeared, Izuku was able to see through his grey eyes, seeing pain, hate, love and hope all blending together, swirling together like the eye of a mighty storm. So, Midoriya Izuku, do you intend to keep on running, or do you want to break out of the cage? 9 asked him, and while Izuku would like to say he weighed the pros and cons, considered his words with a grain of salt considering he was a self-admitted villain, that would be a lie. His eyes gaining a light to them as if they were fire, he grasped 9's offered hand. Let's change the world. Below them, the mass of cars filled with volunteers, police and some heroes that had managed to get to town all raced up the mountain pass towards the temple, one mission in hand. They had already spotted the abandoned cart halfway the path, they just needed to corner the BSTRD before he could escape. Moments later, the sky darkened once more, and just like before, lightning bolts rained down on them, the first crashing just ahead of the lead car, causing its driver to veer to the side and crash into the side of the road. This panicked the other 3 drivers who all turned or slowed down, blocking the road. Another bolt came down, hitting in the middle of the road, blowing the mother of all potholes into it, which a car struck, its depth busting its wheel right off the axle as the car skid to the side and flipped. Another bolt caused a driver to panic as they tried to avoid it, but instead drove off into a deep ditch. More bolts comes down, some larger than others smaller, but it didn't matter as it was like the storm god himself was standing against them as not even the heroes knew what to do. They understood that it must have been a quirk, but from whom and where? High above, Izuku watched this, his body being held aloft by 9, who used his weather manipulation to levitate him as he did himself. He was also using it to send down lightning bolts like they were stones thrown by a petulant child. You really go control the skies. He spoke in awe of the man, but saw that those purple's veins from before had only expanded, covering his entire body as the man looked close to passing out if his body didn't fail on him first. I do. He ground out. Before Izuku breathed out a small inferno onto him, the man didn't curse or scream, already used to extreme pain, but as quickly as it happened, it was over, and to his amazement, he felt fine, better than fine even. Even as he felt his cells start to deteriorate once more from him using his quirk, he looked towards Midoriya. The boy might have thought him godly, but what did that say about the being that healed gods? We should do now, I can heal you, but we'd just draw attention if we stay. Izuku advised him. Koharu wrapped tightly around him lest she fell. In his hands he carried his bag of supplies as Nina nodded. As liberating as it was to use his quirk without needing to worry as much, they had a schedule to keep. They still had 3 others to find. Agreed, hold on tight. I've not done this before. Midoriya nodded as 9 willed them to fly off, the storm slowly dissipating to give them ample cover lest someone spot them by looking up. Could have fooled me. Midoriya muttered as 9's control over his quirk was insane. Still, he couldn't help but smile as that little flame in his danced in joy at the prospect of creating a world where he could be himself and set fire to whatever he pleased. It wasn't till an hour after the freak storm had passed that All Might was on the scene. He had been looking for the boy ever since he first escaped him, and he could have never imagined that he had fled to an old temple which he all but restored. But as he stood in the main pathway, watching as police combed through the place with a fine-toothed comb to find clues as to where he could have vanished off to, he couldn't help but lament the fact he had been too slow. His friend and one of the best detectives in Japan, Tsukochi Naomasa, approached him. Of all the places he could have been laying low, I wouldn't have picked a temple. One that he was working tirelessly to restore, so you see what I mean. All Might asked him, as he had brought up his attentions to help the boy rather than arrest him multiple times, but the detective had been slow to agree. Yeah, no bad apple would go to such extremes if he was just hiding. But now, Tsukochi felt like he'll need to be an idiot to ignore the evidence, but then there was the issue of what could happen after this. Which only makes him running all the more concerning as from the reports, he must have had helped. That was the issue of the day. Nothing in his file or family background said anything about weather control or lightning powers, yet in 2 separate and physically impossible situations, lightning rained down and provided him with an escape. But from who? He didn't have friends or any known contacts that have quirks that are even related to lightning and storms. All Might asked him, worried that the boy was traveling with less than above-board company. I'm worried that it was someone that wishes to use him. Tsukochi feared that this was a classic case of a villain picking up children and forcing or manipulating them into fighting for them. It wasn't common, thank God, but when it did occur, it made handling the situation all the harder as how could anyone treat a child like a villain? His thoughts were interrupted when a policeman walked up to them, saluting his superior and the number 1 hero respectively. Sir, have you found anything? He hoped that they found something, but the officer's head shake didn't inspire much confidence in him. Nothing much, just some clothing, personal items, and other things you would expect to find in a dwelling. He sighed at the answer. What of the personal items, anything of importance? All Might asked, but again the man shook his head. Afraid not, sir, but the room shows signs that he had been packing before he fled, so I wouldn't be surprised if the stuff he left behind didn't have much value to him. They dismissed the man who went back to searching through the place. I'm not sure which is worse, the theory that he had a pre-selected gear to take with him if he was found, or if he merely panicked and grabbed whatever he could carry. One implied a paranoia which was only being fueled by recent events, the other pointed towards a fear-fueled flight response which could make him dangerous if cornered. As for him, they couldn't be trusted. We wouldn't have to have this conversation if they just handled things better. All Might seem to be thinking the same thing, as while neither had been present, they had spoken with the local police and found their response to have been appalling to say the least. Toshi, you heard the reports, Tsukochi. The lad acted heroic and was demonized for it, his already displaying signs of quirk instability. We don't need him developing feelings of prosecution on top of that. All Might cut him off as he couldn't believe his ears when he heard that the police fired on the boy, that they messed up the situation so much that the kid seemed ready to burn down half the town. Tsukochi decided against starting a pointless argument as the 2 walked into the place, dodging policemen as they worked. That still leaves the issue of his mother, as I don't think she'll be happy about this. Reaching the shrine, they found that the fire was still burning, as if its caretaker was still present. What will become of this place? Will there be someone to take over the boy's duties, or will this place fall back to disrepair? All Might wasn't a religious man, but he couldn't help but mourn the place now that its sole caretaker was in the wind. I contacted some other temples. They'll be sending people over by tomorrow to watch over the place till something more permanent can be worked up. Tsukochi replied, as the local temple authority had been surprised when they told them that this place was up and running again. Till the fire needs to be put out for safety reasons. He nodded to a cop who threw a bucket of water into the fire, extinguishing the flames in a single action. All Might didn't know it, but that fire might as well be their last chance to settle things peacefully. With its death, something else would rise from the ashes. And in time, the world would know fire. Hours later, the two runaways rested in a small crack in the snow-covered mountainside, one that couldn't be reached by anyone unless they happened to be able to fly like Nine, or were mountain goats at climbing. Within the crack, there was a sizable space, more than big enough for the three of them as they sat by a fire. Midoriya might not need it, but he figured Nine might even if the man hadn't complained like the cold, and if it also didn't, then Koharu could enjoy it as the snake laid by it, napping after a rather chaotic day. While their dinner, which happened to be a couple of birds they had found in the crack, slowly roasted over the fire, Midoriya turned his attention to his friend. Traveling companion. Comrade. He didn't know what to call it at the moment. Nine, how are you feeling? He asked the man, choosing to focus on that. Better, much better than I've felt in years. Nine replied, his eyes might have reverted to those expression voids they had been, but Midoriya could pick up how he was impressed with his quirk and its healing effects. You truly have a powerful quirk if it could heal me like that. Nine had never used his quirk for as long as he had today, maybe in small bursts which were spaced out, but thanks to Midoriya's flames, each time he started feeling the effects of his quirk's drawback, he was doused in flames and came out good as new. Because of that, they had managed to fly for 2 straight hours before deciding to stop for the day. Try telling that to others, it's not so bad to be set alit, you barely flinched. He muttered crossed his arms as he watched the emerald flames dance about. Regardless, it would be wise if you advised others about that part before you used your quirk. Nine advised that as great as the healing was, he could see why people would be dissuaded by the first part. Still, as someone who had grown used to pain thanks to his quirk's near-fatal defect, he hadn't been all too bothered by it, especially since he could see and feel its effects after the fact. We'll move on in the morning. We flew for 2 hours, and there is enough distance between us and any heroes looking for us to offer us time to rest. Nine hadn't been followed, but he also knew that the heroes must have suspected that he or someone with powers similar to him was in the area. Still, that shouldn't be enough for them to be clued in where they went, unless they brought in a tracker which he had thought of as they flew and made sure to disperse the winds around them as they went, throwing their scent all over the place. And after that, he looked up to Midoriya's, his emerald eyes glowing under the light of the fire. How do we change the world? He took a breath, relaxing against the wall of their little cave. Not by ourselves, as strong as we are, we would fail if for other reason than All Might. He is a demigod among men and has remained unchallenged for years for a reason. He knew that he was powerful, but as much as he hated it, he couldn't see them coming out on top against the top 10 as things were. They had to be smart about it, gain allies and supporters on the side, target the heroes in ways that benefit them and force them to fight on their terms. Yeah, All Might. Midoriya didn't think taking on All Might would be all that challenging, but on the other hand, he was also one of the few that knew that he was essentially a crippled old man that could barely work half a normal work shift. A part of him said he should tell Nine this, give up All Might's secret, but another said to keep it to himself, at least for now. So we're going to find others then? He asked. That is the plan. Along with you, I had leads on 3 others. However, there lies an issue with that. Nine replied as he reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 newspaper clippings, one of which he could see was about him from months back. And the trail gone cold. He assumed. Nine shook his head. In a way, but that is to be expected when looking for those that don't wish to be found, a situation you are well aware of. Midoriya frowned at that, though he supposed that it was accurate. He also made a mental note to better his hiding skills as if Nine found him, what's to say the next time it was a hero? No, the issue is that they were last seen in completely different cities. He handed Midoriya 2 of them, keeping the third and his own to himself. Reading through them, he noted that they didn't give much information. Was that because they didn't have it? Or was the media actively withholding? However, it only took the pictures that were featured to see what Nine meant. One was blurry, clearly taken from a distance, which showcased a woman with long, appealing hair standing over a wounded and defeated pro. The second was closer but shaky as whoever captured it couldn't keep their hands steady, Said picture showcased a man fending off 4 different opponents, using wraps coming off his body to knock them around or grab them. Where others would have seen nothing more than 2 villains soon to be caught, he saw 2 people who looked exhausted, angry at the world, fearful for what tomorrow may bring, but also, deep in blurry eyes, he could see an honest longing to escape all that, to change things. It might have been poor footage, but he had looked at himself in the mirror enough times since he found the temple to recognize that look in someone else. But in the moment, he had to focus on the written information given, namely the locations of both incidents. This one is from a paper in Chigasaki, and the other is, that was a real long way from there. Even if they fly, it'll take them a while and they'll risk being spotted. Fukuoka. That is quite the distance between them. The second one, which was the rap sky, was far closer, but it was in the opposite direction. Handing them back to 9, the man returned the newspaper clippings to his coat's jacket. At least 800 kilometers, but they're my best strongest leads. He had another, but it lacked so many details that going by himself would easily prove fruitless. However, if they both managed to track and convince their targets, then the 4 of them could pour their efforts into it. Midoriya could see the issue, as they could travel as a group from one to another, but that would take time, days even depending on how long it'll take to find just one, but there was a solution. So, should we split for this one? I handle the one and you the other. Would you be capable of that? If that was anyone else asking, he might have taken offense, but 9's question was as blunt as the rock they stood on. I'm not sure. He was never a social butterfly and could barely make it through a presentation in class. 9 had managed to convince him because he wasn't just sympathetic to him due to his experiences, but also had an energy to him, a charisma that made him want to listen. With the person he was going after, this unnamed woman, he needed to have something similar, and a plan, because if she was like him, then she'd either flee from him or fight him off. One was bad, the other was worse, as the last thing he wanted to do was fight her, nor did he want her to join them because she felt threatened. But if we're going to change anything about this world, I need to be able to convince people to join, right? Regardless of that, he had to try, and if they had to change the world, he couldn't afford to be the same person he used to be. A notion that 9 could see in his eyes, which lit up like the flames that cooked their food. Truthfully, he still had his doubts, but part of working with others was trusting them, right? True, alright, 9 knew there would be issues and risks to this, but that it also did come with some benefits. Come morning, I'll drop you off close to Osaka. You can figure out your way to Fukuoka from there, right? Midoriya did the math in his head. Having never been outside his home prefecture till today, he could only rely on maps and general knowledge, but it seemed doable. If I have cash then sure, though I'll need a change of clothes, which is. He wiggled his arm, sad that he'd have to ditch his clothes. At that moment, Koharu woke up from her nap and said something to him that 9 couldn't hear. Yes, I like them, what of it? Izuku retorted to the snake, which seemed to roll its eyes at him before saying something else, which Midoriya pouted at. Well, I can't wear them anymore, they'll be looking for a boy dressed like a shrine maiden. 9 wondered if the snake really could communicate with him, or if he was one of those people that just projected conversations on their pets, but seeing how he knew snakes couldn't act like cats and dogs, he would guess it was the former. In terms of cash, here. 9 pulled out a wad of bills and threw them at Midoriya, who caught it with a suspicious look. Do I even want to know? He asked the man, who shrugged his shoulders. I think you already do, but it'll be less suspicious than stealing. There should also be enough for the train ticket. As for the return trip, you'll have to figure that part out. 9 replied, all but confirming what Midoriya thought, but as much as he disliked it, he wasn't wrong. He had only drawn attention the first time since he had stolen bread. If he had paid for it, the baker would have never looked twice. There was also the possibility that with so much time between his appearance, people wouldn't be likely to recognize him so long as he kept a low profile. That's fair, where should we meet up then? He decided not to think too hard about it, maybe in the future they could take on jobs to earn their cash. We'll meet up at Raxulan Park in Secundus Ward. I trust you know where it is. 9 asked him, as he thought about it for a moment before recalling hearing about it once. Hyogo, right? 9 nodded as he rolled onto his side to get some rest, leaving Midoriya to watch the food till it was done. Correct. The man stated, the conversation ending for the moment. Then it'll be best if we rest, we have a long day ahead of us. Right? The following evening, 9 dropped Midoriya off in a deserted park close to the city limits of Osaka. I'll see you again in 3 days, make sure to watch yourself. He informed him, to which Midoriya nodded. You too. With that, the man was off, taking to the skies and using the cover of darkness to help conceal him before he was gone. Looking towards the lights of the city, Midoriya wondered how he'd find his way but put a pin in that. A light, Koharu, ready to get a change of clothes. He looked towards his friend, who like always, was securely wrapped around his shoulders. He had changed him out a little, ripping off the sleeves and using them as a means to cover his waist, breaking the color patterns a bit, but it was a half measure at best. As much as he didn't like it, he'll need something new. Beginning his trek, he found that he had some luck on his side, as while there were still many people out and about, even with the sun long set, they all stuck to themselves with most barely giving him a passing glance. If anything, it was Koharu who was getting more attention, while the serpent was mesmerized by all the lights and scents she could pick up, this being her first time in a big city. Midoriya would have found it funny, but he was in the same boat, as the closest he could compare this to would be when he went to Tokyo once with his mother when he was. However, she wasn't here, and this wasn't a normal trip by any means, as the nightlife of the city was booming, with heroes visible as they talked with people or helped with small things, a fun and relaxing sight. Made all the more relaxing by the fact that they didn't even notice him in the crowd, which was one of the few times that he was so average looking, he didn't stand out unless he tried something. Soon enough, he managed to find his way to a clothing store that was still open, its sign reading "Dirt Cheap 𝐿. Its bright lights almost blinded him, as he wondered how their electric bill hadn't been enough of a reason to tone it down. Looking towards Koharu, he saw that she was already facing away from the light, finding it just as bright as he did. Let's hope we can find a place that doesn't ask too many questions, he said as he approached the door, but as he approached, he paused when he realized something. Hide. Koharu turned to him with an inquisitive look as he nodded towards her with a smile. You draw attention with your appealing self. She seemed to take some pride in that, as she was quite the specimen, but alas, humans tended to freak out when they saw her, so she did as he asked and slithered into his clothing, completely hiding herself before he entered the store. Inside, he saw it was one of those places that sold more casual streetwear, but most of it was stuff he wouldn't be caught wearing if he had a choice, not helped by the fact it was a store aimed towards college-age customers, if not older, as he had never seen anyone in his age group wear stuff like it, or maybe it was just unfashionable, he couldn't tell the difference. Picking up a pair of dark blue breathes, he winced as he tried to picture himself in them. Good a place as any. He had to bite the bullet. If he could steal bread to live, then he could wear whatever this was. Taking the rest of it, he went into the dressing room and changed out of his clothes before reluctantly putting on his new ones, not helped by the fact Koharu, despite being a snake who understood human society and culture as well as a toddler, still found it funny too. A couple of minutes later, he looked at himself in the mirror and could say that he looked different. His dark blue breathes and jacket popped against his light purple shirt and gold chain, but it was more in the pop like what happened with a zit than pop like a firework. He felt himself visibly cringe as he reached for the tinted sunglasses to complete the look. Now, with the voice of a snake's laughter in his head, he wondered how the hell people thought this look was good. He looked like a mid-tier drag dealer. If anything, pros were going to focus more on him because he looked like he had a bag full of pills to sell. But no, because if a store could sell this, it meant that it was popular, and he didn't know how he felt about that. Somehow, dressing like a shrine maiden made more sense to him than this, in that he felt free of stress as he always did while at the temple, but this was just another mask, another disguise, because people just wouldn't understand him, and that set him off. I'll be taking this. He walked up to the counter where the cashier looked at him funny. What? Had he never seen someone buy the clothes while wearing them? Oh, okay, just let me scan the tags. Midoriya presented the tags for him to scan. Once the final tally was done, the cashier turned to him, a customer service-ready smile on his face. That'll be 9,700. Midoriya reached into his new pocket and pulled out the wad of cash that 9 gave all, mainly being 5K notes, with a couple of 10 Burmese kyats and a few 1 Burmese kyat. While the cashier looked on in surprise at the fact he just had that kind of money, he gave him one of the 2 10k. Keep the change, Midoriya informed him as Koharu made herself known by climbing up his leg, scaring the hell out of the cashier while Midoriya didn't even react to the green snake taking her place on his shoulders as he turned and walked towards the exit. Have a nice day. A few moments after he left, the cashier finally gathered his wits as he kept on staring at the door, wondering if he had been working too long or perhaps there was a gas leak. Was that a snake? If he could prevent Nine from ever seeing him like this, he would, as he felt ridiculous. Even if he was blending in better with the crowd, with Koharu only making him look more like a normal oddball if there was such a thing. One issue solved. Now we just need to get to the train station and check out their schedules. Hopefully, we'll be able to get one today. He didn't fancy the idea of finding somewhere to sleep in the city as he might be able to pay for one, but he would rather save the money if he could. Which would mean he'll need to find somewhere clean-ish as to not dirty his new clothes. As he walked, his stomach rumbled, reminding him he hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, with Koharu also giving him a look that said he better have a few large mice on him, but he only pats her head. We'll eat later. Trains normally had vending machines, didn't they? He could get them something to eat once they were on their way. Dried meat like jerky should do it for the moment. Once they reach their destination, he'll let her run loose for a couple of hours hunting rodents and birds. Young man, hold it. He froze, cursing his big mouth as he slowly turned to see who had called him out, calculating his chances of being able to escape them. Why yes. To his dismay, it was a pro that had stopped in. He didn't recognize them, but that didn't matter. He had been made and he had gone through the trouble of changing clothes. While looking about to see which way would be best to escape to, he tried to buy himself time. The hero crossed his arms but didn't move to attack. Instead, his attention was on his friend. You can't just walk around with that animal unchecked, it's dangerous. Oh. Never before had Midoriya felt so relieved that he wasn't the center of attention. Of course, Koharu was the reason. I understand, but she's friendly, I promise. She somehow managed to give him a skeptical look despite the fact she didn't have eyebrows to raise, but the hero didn't seem to care. It seemed that the pro agreed with her on that front. Doesn't matter, kid. You get her into a cage, otherwise you'll get yourself a fine. Yes sir. After he assured him that he'd get right on that, with the pro leaving muttering about how kids do crazier stuff by the day, he took a sigh of relief. Great, what are the odds that a cage big enough for you isn't going to be comfy or easy to carry? She didn't know what that was but had heard it thrown around back when they lived at the temple and could guess that she wouldn't like it, which she made known to him. Figures, still, that raised an issue. If that pro stopped them, who's to say that the people running the train didn't do the same? That wasn't something he could just ignore, so it was better to get ahead of the issue. Maybe a travel bag. I can poke holes in it so that you don't get too uncomfortable, and then all you need to do is pretend like you're not there. Koharu didn't like that option either, but if it meant they could find this woman faster, then she could bear with it, but she had her demands as she would be DM'd if he put her in a cold box. If he tried that, she'd bite him. Midoriya looked offended by that. Yes, I'll keep it warm, who do you take me for? Most that saw them didn't give them any attention, assuming that he was speaking with his animal via a quirk of some kind, which was good for him as it meant less attention as they decided to look for a store that sold bags and other luggage. They managed to find one a couple of streets down, which seemed like it was closing for the night as he rushed up and opened the door. The clerk sighed, no doubt just wanting their shift to end but knowing that they had to keep to business hours else they'd have to deal with another Karen. So the 20-something plastered a big smile on her face and turned to see who was dumb enough to shop for bags at this hour. Welcome to, she was so grateful she wasn't her co-worker who would have said that all out loud as here before she was some drag dealer and his pet snake. Oh God, was he to mug them? What if she offended him? Damn it, they couldn't get robbed a second time, it had only been 2 weeks since the last time. Evening, I wanted to know how much it would cost for a medium-sized travel bag, something a little bigger than a school bag. She blinked when she heard them speak. Was this a kid? Rubbing her eyes, she paid closer attention and picked up the signs of baby fat, the couple pimples and his relatively small frame. What the hell? Shaking herself back to reality, She pointed towards the requested items. That would be around 2800 to 4100 depending on the brand or size. They're in aisle 4. Thank you. The boys smiled at her, making it as clear as day that he was not a criminal, nor would they get robbed tonight, and rather, it was just a weird kid who decided his pet snake didn't need a cage for the night. Picking out the largest of the bags, Midoriya happily paid the lady and wished her a good evening before leaving. Finding an alley was easy enough, so he had the privacy to gut the bag to make more room, rip a few holes and use what he removed from the lining to make a relatively comfy bottom. With that done, Koharu had been willing to give it a try and found it adequate. Now with his bag in hand, he didn't have much issue finding the train station. All he had to do was ask for directions before he found himself standing outside of it, the rumble of trains coming in and leaving sounding every few minutes. Now, we're here. Let's hope the money we have left will be enough. It'll be awkward to have to try and walk the entire way, he said to his friend, but most thought he was just speaking to himself as he made his way up the stairs, finding that there wasn't much of a line to the till, so he hadn't had to wait long before he was next. When will the next train to Fukuoka depart? He asked. The man just raised an eyebrow at that, wondering why the kid didn't just look it up or find one of the timetable sheets they hung around, but decided it wasn't worth the hassle to ask and merely looked up the information on his terminal. In the next 5 minutes, are you looking to purchase a ticket? He replied, with Midoriya nodding his head. Yes please, the cheapest one you have. The man looked through the available seats, as most were taken even at this hour, but there were still a few cheaper places left. That'll be 12,000 yen. Midoriya pulled out his ward again and counted the amount before happily slapping it down onto the counter. Here. The receptionist didn't share his enthusiasm as he just took his money and ran him up before handing him a small slip with his train's details on it. Here's your ticket, don't lose it. They told him as Midoriya nodded. Thank you. With that done, he looked over the ticket and towards the signs that dotted the place to figure out his way to where he needed to go. Koharu was silent, keeping herself hidden in his bag as he moved through the crowds with him making it halfway to it when the overhead speakers caught his attention. In Shin-Osaka Station, Tokaido Seiyō Shinkansen 2, bound for Hakata Station, Fukuoka is now boarding at platform. The doors will close shortly. Please make your way to platform 3 if you are boarding the Tokaido Seiyō Shinkansen 2, bound for Hakata Station, Fukuoka. Thank you. Cursing under his breath, he rushed to make it, managing to get to the train in question as the last of the passengers boarded. Taking a breath of relief, he looked for his assigned seat before plopping down, happy that he managed to clear Osaka without issues. Looking at the helpful overhead map that highlighted their route, he saw that they'd passed through a couple of other cities on the way, such as Okayama and Kitakyushu. He also saw that they'll be expected to arrive at 22. We're going to be traveling for 2.5 hours, please bear with it till we get there. He patted his bag, wishing he could take her out, but he would have to settle for this. Don't worry, kid. The trip isn't so bad once you get used to it. Someone sitting close to him spoke up, fortunately not noticing the snake in his bag. I can only hope. Midoriya was woken up from his daze when he heard the announcement over the intercom of the train. Now arriving at Hakata Station, Fukuoka. Please mind the doors and other passengers when disembarking. Please be sure to check all luggage and personal belongings before department. Please ensure that all waste is properly disposed of or kept till such a time when a trash bin can be found. Thank you. Looking around, he saw that there were several new faces when they had left Osaka. Also there were seats that were now vacant, no doubt having gotten off at one of the other stops. Smiling and thanking Kagutsuchi for his uneventful trip, he got up to stretch his legs. We're finally here, he said, seeing the station coming up in the distance as he tapped his bag. Are you awake in there? We're getting off soon. He got a mumbled, sleepy reply from Koharu as she asked if she could get out of the DMN bag and find a corner to relieve herself. Yeah, just a little longer. He told her, which proved to be true as in just a couple minutes, the train came to a stop and the doors opened, allowing them to leave. Midoriya found a corner which didn't have cameras watching it, which made sense as there wasn't anything of value close by and the only vent was floor level and far too small for even a medium-sized dog. but more than large enough for Koharu as he placed the bag close to it and acted as natural as he could, squatting like a Slav while she told him he looked more like a criminal as she slithered out of the bag and down the vent, returning a few minutes later. That done, he grabbed the bag and they made their way out of the station into the busy streets of Fukuoka. Despite the late hour, the place was bustling with activity while traffic raced about, and waves of people went about their evenings. Some on their way home from work, others going to work, or groups out for a night on the town. Well then, let's head over to where she was last seen and see if we can't track here. Koharu hissed something at him. Yes, I know it's been days since, but your tongue is our best bet. Hopefully, it'll be a talking issue, but a fighting one. Part of the reason he had asked for this was because as a snake, Koharu would have a much easier time tracking this woman if they could find something that belonged to her, and if the newspapers were right, her quirk was her hair, and he was betting that the police hadn't been able to find all of them, nor would see the need to as it was just hair. The two were silent for a bit as he moved, following directions from people towards the part of town where she had been seen. As he walked, he noted that he was living behind the glamour and lights and entering a poorer part of the place, one with smaller stores and buildings, and an increased presence from pros which only made him worry about the biggest one of them all, who for all he knew was flying overhead like a crimson bird of prey. It's still surprising though, that she's gone this long without being caught when this is Hawk's district. Koharu made a confused sound. Oh yeah, he hadn't talked about heroes so much with her, had he? He's the number 3 hero. He started his agency at 18 and reached the top 10 in the second half of that same year. He's the youngest person ever to break into the top 10. Midoriya was aware enough to recall that not too long ago, he looked up to the man like he did all heroes. Hawks as the picture of natural talent and well-honed skills. Granted, no one knew that much about him, such as where he went to school or what his real name was, but his work spoke for itself as breaking the top 50 before even making it to the top 20 before he was 20 was insane. The last record holder is the now villain, Lady Nagant, who broke the top 50 when she was 18 and managed to make it to the top 20 by the age of Koharu. Didn't see what was so impressive about that, as heroes fought villains, but her young friend Izuku handled those other humans with ease. Midoriya picked up on this and decided to put it into terms she'd better understand. He also has massive red wings. When he took the hero name of Hawks, it wasn't for show, so he is not someone you or I want to mess with. She hissed that he should have led with that, and if she was riding him, he bet she would have bit him to add to it. Sparring a look towards the skies, he couldn't see anything, but he didn't lower his guard as she asked him about this Hawk's hunting habits and territory. I'm not sure, he tends to work at his own insane speed. He's been spotted in the early morning and late evening. Man moves as fast as a bullet train in everything he does. Most pros did something like that, changing their patrol schedules with little warning to ensure that villains didn't try to plan their crimes when they would normally be resting or at home. However, when he thought about it, he supposed that as a villain himself, he would be part of that group who now had to always worry about stuff like that. Koharu on the other hand saw it was annoying and wondered why the hell humans couldn't just stick to a habit like everything else, even if they weren't the only prey this Hawks could target in a city so big, made all the better by the fact his stupid disguise ensured they hadn't been made, or at least had reason to suspect they had. Thinking of ways to get her back to yet another comment about his looks, he replied, "Yeah, we do have that going for us. Let's just hope he's being kept busy with other issues, as All Might was one thing. I just ran from him without a fight. Getting into a battle with the number 3 would be a worst-case scenario." Hasaki Kiruka felt cold, but for the life of her, didn't have the motivation to do something about it. She had her blanket, that would do even if it was a thin summer sheet. She didn't use the bed, the thing had been broken for years and the mattress was as comfortable as a bag of rocks, but she had the corner, it was clean, at least compared to the rest of the room, but it was hers. Maybe she should clean the place, but then, would it mean anything? It would still be a dump, it would still be ruin, it would still be all she had. No, not all. She reached for her bright scarlet locks, hair that she did all she could and more to care for, keeping it as appealing and healthy as the hair that any random model would have. It was part of her, it was the only thing that helped to connect her to her hairstylist of a father, though a part of her wondered why she even bothered. Her father cared more for her lavish hair growing up than he did her. Not even her mother mattered enough to him for him to notice when she left him over it. All he ever loved was hair, which made him one of the best hairstylists, but also an absent father and distant husband. It was part of the reason that she could never make friends because other parents didn't trust her father would be capable of watching over them, which brought her a dulled sense of amusement as she recalled how bad her dad was at most things that didn't involve hairdressing, his total lack of interest in anything else from romance, to chores, to spending time with her. It didn't help things that she was his daughter, the weird girl who knew nothing but hair care. When her quirk came in, she thought she could bond with the other girls and boys in the playground, that she too could play heroes with them. How wrong she was. It was just one look at her shape taking shape, becoming jagged spikes and blades for them to run away, screaming she was there to hurt them, that she was a monster. She never understood it, she hadn't done anything with her hair, and she had never been mean or violent before, just distant. But it would seem that was enough for them and her friendless status remained. Her mother was never an option, she was too busy handling everything in their house that her father had no interest or skills in, and after she turned 7 and she left them, it fell to her to handle them. But she managed, she always managed. Training herself with her quirk, she got to the point where she could sit in a single spot and let her appealing hair do it all in a room. This skill at such a young age should have won her son friends, some praise. But all it did was lead to further isolation, as they saw her as the hair-obsessed beast, the girl who never went to play, who didn't speak with other students, the one who spent all her free time with her weird dad even as his business started losing clients as not even his skills could save him from the fate that any business with terrible customer service faced. A part of her raged at that hypocrisy of it, that people hated and feared her for being hair-obsessed when that was her only escape, when they thought she was a shady loner when they were the ones that made it clear they didn't want her around, calling her a shut-in when she was the one that had to take care of the house, clean the place, prepare meals on top of schoolwork. She remembered those days, when groceries became less common, as she struggled to stretch supplies as her father's business fell apart. As he fell apart and with fewer customers, his obsession reached new heights. He had always been firm when it came to advising clients on hair care and never let it be secret what he felt when one didn't follow that, but he got to the point when he would get into shouting matches over it, scaring off more clients and feeding the CYCL till the day came, close to her 10th birthday, when he had to close down the saloon, after weeks without a single client and bills racking up. She hadn't cared all that much by that point, for as painful as it was, she had lost her father a while before this if she ever had one to begin with. She had suggested he get a new job and take on hairdressing as a hobby once they had become financially secure. And all he did was look at her with a blank face as his scarlet beard stretched out and grabbed himself a bottle from the fridge, the 10-year-old her resenting that when they could barely afford to keep the lights on, he found money for such vices. Like her mother, she got sick of him and packed up and left. She told him she would be staying at a friend's till he got his act together, but all he cared to ask was if she would be taking her favorite comb with her, not asking who her friend was, or when she made one, since she often told him over dinner she didn't have friends. He didn't even ask why she chose to leave in the middle of the night. No, because all he cared for was stupid hair, and 9 years since she walked out of that house, she would say he hadn't changed if she cared enough to search him up. But, for all the anger she held towards him, for not loving her, for not caring for her, towards her hair, for all the pain it caused her, she could never bring herself to forget him or cut it. Because it was her only connection to him. When she cared for it, she remembered her father's gentle hands as he expertly combed it, humming a song whose words she had long forgotten. Told her that she didn't need to listen to others, that they were fools for even believing her and her lavish, bright scarlet hair was anything less than perfect. Perhaps that was part of the reason why she did all she could to maintain it. But time was running out for her. It had been weeks since she lost her 7th job in 4 years, jobs that were hard enough to find when she didn't even have a complete middle school education and had to study on her own time using the public library and the internet. The reason why she lost her job. The same as the other 6, she used her quirk to aid in her work, and it didn't matter to her supervisor if it saved time. She was breaking the law, not helped by the fact she spent a lot of her time making sure her hair was healthy and strong. With that loss of her meager pay check, she found herself desperate, angry, and tired. Tired of life's mission to screw with her. Tired of people judging her. Tired of people looking at her like she was a beast. Tired of a world where just being herself was enough to be hated. Her thoughts were interrupted by her stomach grumbling for what felt like the 10th time today. Food, she would probably get some soon, the canned stuff she had stocked up was getting smaller by the day, but did she have the money for it? She was pretty sure she still had a couple of bills left, didn't she? But when she last went out, some stupid pro thought she was a druggie and tried to help her, even when she told him she didn't need it. He had tried to take her to the cops by force, she made him pay for that. Now she just didn't know what to do as she got up from her spot, hugging her blanket close to her as she went to the rundown kitchen of the old house she was squatting in to grab a can of beans, a strand of hair straightening into a blade to cut it open while she used another to grab a spoon. She'll figure things out once she is fed, she'll make it through this. She always did.